silence. About 5 minutes later, Secret Service Director Tracy arrived, and he and Warch retreated to the far corner to talk. The president stepped even closer to the TVs and turned up the volume, drowning out the noise of the conversation behind him. Roach arrived a short while later, and Stansfield almost 20 minutes after the call had gone out. After several minutes of Stevens not acknowledging the arrival of the three directors, Garrett walked up beside him and said, "Jim, everyone is here." Stevens walked to the head of the table and stood between the rest of the room and the TVs. Looking down the long table, he said, "Sit." Everyone took a chair, and Stevens began squeezing the back of his high leather chair. With a look of utter frustration, Stevens asked, "Can anyone tell me how in the hell a United States senator gets killed in broad daylight less than a mile from the White House?" No one answered the question. The silence added to the frustration Stevens felt, and a rage started to press its way forward from the back of his head. In a crisp, stern voice, Stevens said, "I've got some things to say, and I don't want to hear anyone speak until I'm done." Pausing for a moment, he put his hands on his hips and closed his eyes. "I want this killing to stop, and I want it to stop right now. I don't care what it takes. I don't care what laws have to be bent or broken. I want these bastards caught." Stevens opened his eyes and looked at Director Roach. "Does the FBI have any suspects?" Roach shifted in his chair uncomfortably. "Mr. President, this investigation is not even 2 weeks old. Are you any closer to catching these people than you were a week and a half ago?" Roach looked back at Stevens but didn't answer. His silence was answer enough. "I didn't think so." Stevens closed his eyes again, the frustration evident on his face. Without looking up, he snapped, "I'm done screwing around. We have to catch these bastards, and we have to do it quickly. I want the CIA and the National Security Agency to get involved. I want surveillance and wiretaps set up on anyone who we think could be remotely involved in this. The FBI can continue to run its investigation through the proper legal channels, but I want the NSA and the CIA to start bugging every phone between here and Seattle." Garrett's eyes opened wide at the mention of wiretaps. He threw his hand up to catch the president's attention. "Jim, I think we need to talk to the Justice Department before we start running around." "Shut up, Stu, I'm not done." The unprecedented rebuke immediately silenced Garrett. He sank back into his chair, and Stevens continued. "We are in the middle of a crisis, and I'm not going to sit around and wait for the FBI to do this by the book. We don't have the time. The CIA and the NSA are better equipped to get quick results and do it without raising too much attention. I want phones bugged, and I want them bugged now. I want every militia group in the country shaken down for information. If we still think these assassins are former commandos, I want every former commando questioned by the end of the week, and the ones that look suspicious, bug their phones and set up surveillance. I want results, damn it." Garrett tried again to dissuade his boss. "Jim, there are some serious legal issues that need to be addressed before we run off half-cocked." "I don't want to hear about it, Stu. Don't tell me there aren't ways to do it. I'll sign an executive order. I'll sign a national security directive. I'll declare martial law if I have to, but I want these bastards caught, and I want it done quickly." Stevens tossed the remote control onto the table. "Figure out the logistics and make it work. I want the CIA and the NSA involved, and I don't want any leaks to the press. Am I understood?" All heads in the room nodded yes, and Stevens moved for the door, saying, "Stu and Mike, when you're done down here, come up to my office." A Secret Service agent opened the door, and the president shouted over his shoulder on the way out, "I want everyone back here at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and I want some results." Darkness was falling on the city. Michael stared out the window at the bright fall leaves hanging from the old oak tree in front of his house. He breathed deeply and ran his fingers through Liz's thick black hair while rubbing his stiff neck with his other hand. Michael sat on the couch with his feet up on the coffee table. Liz had both arms wrapped around his waist, and her head rested on his chest. Her feet were tucked up behind her on the couch, and she listened to Michael's heartbeat. The rhythm of it brought her in and out of a light sleep. Liz had been in a meeting with her editor when the news of Olson's assassination broke. Knowing that Michael was eating lunch with the senator, she rushed to find out if he was all right. Michael's secretary informed her that he was unhurt and on his way home. Liz left the office immediately and took a cab to Michael's house. When she arrived, she found Michael and Tim sitting at the dining room table talking. Seamus was being held in the hospital overnight for observation. The explosion had knocked him to the ground and given him a minor concussion. After Liz's arrival, Tim left so Michael and Liz could be alone. For the last 2 hours they had sat on the couch and said little. They just held each other. Michael's eyes were wide open, and the look on his face was one of deep thought. Liz stirred slightly, and Michael brought his other hand down to rub her back. Scarlatti moaned and rolled over. She looked up at Michael with her deep brown eyes and asked, "What time is it?" "It's 5:10. She reached up and gently touched the bandage on his forehead. "How does your head feel?" "Fine." Scarlatti closed her eyes and lifted her head off Michael's chest. O'Rourke bent down and kissed her lips. Liz pulled away and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm not sure. I think you should go to the FBI. I need to talk to him first." Liz sat up. "Who is this guy?" "I'm not dragging you any further into this thing." "You're not dragging me anywhere. I want to know." Michael shook his head. "You know enough, trust me." "I can understand you're not wanting to tell me, but I think you should tell the FBI immediately. You owe it to Eric." "I'm going to meet with him first." Liz put both hands on his chest and pushed him back. "No, you're not. I will not allow it." Michael grabbed her wrists and said, "Don't worry, Liz, I'll be fine." Scarlatti became angry. "Don't give me that Marine Corps macho bullshit. Whoever this guy is, he's a cold-blooded murderer, and I don't want you meeting him alone." Liz looked into his eyes and knew she wasn't getting through. "If you leave this house, I'm calling the FBI." Michael placed her hands together and looked her softly in the eyes. "Elizabeth, this man thinks of me as a brother. He would never do anything to harm me." Liz yanked her hands away. "You are not going to be able to change my mind on this, Michael. You either tell me who he is, or I'm calling the FBI." Michael thought about it for a full minute and realized they were at an impasse. "You have to promise me that under no circumstances, never, ever, will you reveal his name." Liz started to protest, but Michael cut her off. "No negotiating, Liz. If you want to know, you make the promise, and if you ever break it, I will walk out of your life and never speak to you again." Scarlatti swallowed deeply, the last part of the comment causing a hollow feeling to develop in her stomach. "All right. I promise." Michael stood and started to pace in front of the window. "You've met him before, twice. His name is Scott Coleman." Michael stopped to gauge Liz's reaction. With eyes open wide, she said, "The former Navy SEAL? The guy you go hunting with all the time?" Michael nodded yes. "Why? Why would he do all of this? He seems so normal." "He is normal. As normal as a SEAL can be, that is. As to the why part of your question," Michael shook his head, "that's another can of worms. And when I say I can't tell you about it, I am deathly serious. If I would have kept that secret to myself a year ago, none of this would have ever happened." Garrett was nervous. Things were happening too fast, and Stevens's new unmanageable attitude was only making things worse. Garrett wasn't against using the CIA and NSA just as long as they did it in a way that wouldn't come back to haunt them down the road. He stabbed out his half-finished cigarette and headed off down the hall. Without knocking, he entered Ted Hopkinson's office and stood over his desk. Hopkinson was talking on the phone, and Garrett signaled for him to end the conversation. Hopkinson cut the other person off in mid-sentence and told her he'd have to call back. As soon as Hopkinson hung up, Garrett set a piece of paper in front of him. 4 names were on it. Hopkinson looked at the names and then up at his boss. "Am I supposed to know who these people are?" "No, but by tomorrow morning I expect you to know their life stories." "Who are they?" "They are the 4 Secret Service agents who were blown up with Olson today." "And what do you want me to do with the information?" "We've had polls telling us that as much as 42% of the public believes the loss of Fitzgerald, Downs, Kozlowski, and Bassett may be worth it if it forces Washington to get spending under control. Most of them are saying that because they hate politicians. Well, let's see how many of them still feel that way when they're introduced to these 4 men and their families. I want you to find out what high schools they went to, where their parents live, where they were married, where their kids go to school. I want you to find out everything you can about them. When you're done, we'll give it to the right people, and by the end of the week, you won't be able to pick up the paper or turn on the TV without seeing or hearing about these guys and their families. By next Monday, I want to see that 42% cut down to single digits." Scott Coleman left his apartment and went to the basement before leaving. Out on the front stoop, he grabbed a pack of cigarettes out of his jacket and lit one. As always, he puffed on it, but did not take the smoke into his lungs. Tilting his head up, he exhaled the smoke and looked at the rooftop and windows of the apartment building across the street. Next, he took a mental inventory of all the cars parked on the block, paying special attention to any vans he hadn't seen before. Last night when he went out, he had headed to the east. Tonight he would head west. Throwing his cigarette to the ground, he stomped it out with his boot and casually trotted down the steps. He looked relaxed and lackadaisical as he strode down the sidewalk, but inside he was methodically taking note of everything around him. Things were sure to heat up, and sooner or later someone or some agency would come looking for him. At the next block he stopped and waited to cross the street, using the pause to again look up and down the cross street for any vans or trucks. Crossing the intersection, Coleman turned left, continued for 3 blocks, and hailed a cab. The cab took him to a small bar near Georgetown. He ordered a beer, drank half of it, and then walked to the rear of the bar toward the bathroom. Instead of stopping, he continued straight out the back door and into the alley. He walked at a brisk pace. 4 blocks later, he caught another cab and took it to a house in Chevy Chase. The house belonged to a 78-year-old widow who had rented him her garage for $25 a month. He walked along the side of the house to the garage. The keys were already out, and he opened the padlock on the main garage door. Swinging the door upward, he pulled a small black box out of his pocket and held it by his hip. Nonchalantly, he walked around the car, looking down at the row of green lights, waiting to see if they would turn red and tell him his car was bugged. They stayed green. He got in the car, pulled it out of the garage, and then got back out to close the door and lock it. Sliding back, behind the wheel of the black sedan, he drove slowly for the first few blocks and then gunned it. He zipped through the city, turning randomly down the narrow streets. The BMW's diplomatic plates and a Dutch passport he kept taped under the dashboard ensured him that he wouldn't be detained by the police. The racy driving helped release tension and served to frustrate anyone who might be trying to follow. He pulled the Beamer onto Interstate 95 and kicked in the turbo. He darted in and out of traffic until he reached Highway 50 east to Annapolis. Easing the car between 2 semi-trucks, he slowed down to 65 miles an hour and stayed there for about 10 minutes. When he reached Highway 424, he took it south. The clock on the dashboard read 8:10 p.m. He checked the rearview mirror often and began crisscrossing his way down country roads. Several times he sped ahead and then pulled off the road, waiting in a patch of trees with his lights off, making sure he wasn't being tailed. After having left D.C. almost an hour earlier, he turned onto a narrow, unmarked dirt road. The gravel made a popping noise as the wide touring tires of the BMW rolled over it. The road was lined with trees and thick underbrush. It traveled down a slight hill and cut between 2 ponds. A thin layer of fog stretched across the gravel, and for a brief moment the BMW was surrounded by a white mist. The car pulled back out of the cloud, ascended another small hill, and then as it crested, the lights of a small cabin could be seen less than 100 yards away. The car rolled down the gradual slope and stopped in front of the old log cabin. Coleman got out and looked around. Pausing, he listened for the noise of another car that might have followed him down the gravel road. Gently, he closed the car door and walked up to the porch. The floorboards creaked as he walked across the porch, and a dog barked from inside the cabin. Without knocking, he opened the door and stepped inside. His bright blue eyes stared across the room at the man standing in front of the fireplace. Chapter 25. Michael O'Rourke held his .45 caliber Combat Master in one hand and his digital phone in the other. Coleman looked at the gun and remained calm as Duke scampered over to greet him. The former Navy SEAL squatted down to meet the yellow lab. Coleman looked at the bandage on Michael's forehead and asked, "What happened to your head?" Through clenched teeth, Michael replied, "I was hit with something when Eric's limousine blew up." Coleman's eyes opened wide. "You were there?" "Yes." Michael stared at Coleman's bright blue eyes and said, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't call the FBI right now." Coleman stood and started to walk across the room. Michael raised his gun and said, "Don't take another step." In a calm voice, Coleman replied, "I know you'll never use that thing on me, so put it away and we'll talk. I wouldn't have used it on you before today, but now I wouldn't be so sure. I'll repeat myself one more time. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't turn you in to the FBI." Coleman folded his arms. "I had nothing to do with what happened today." Michael gave him an incredulous look. "What do you mean you had nothing to do with what happened today?" "I didn't kill Eric. I had nothing to do with it." "Bullshit, Scott. I was there. I saw the whole thing." Michael took several steps to the side to put an armchair between him and Coleman. Michael was no match for Coleman at a close distance. Even with a gun, the young congressman wasn't entirely confident. Recon Marines were some of the best soldiers in the world, but Navy SEALs were in an entirely different class. Add to that the fact that Michael had been out of the Corps for close to 6 years, and Coleman was obviously still at the top of his game, and Michael was outmatched. "You told me to warn Eric, and I did. He was ready to expose the president's plan as a sham, and then you had to come wheeling in and screw everything up." "Put the gun down, Michael. I had nothing to do with what happened today." "Bullshit," Michael yelled. "You're just trying to save your ass. How in the hell could you kill those Secret Service agents?" Michael extended the gun as far as he could, the sights aimed right for the center of Coleman's forehead. "You killed 5 good men today and sent another 24 civilians to the hospital. I should put a bullet in your head right now and end this whole thing." Michael thought he heard a noise, and then without further warning the door to the cabin flew open. Michael dropped to a knee and wheeled toward the door as Duke started to bark. Coleman did the same, retrieving his 9mm Glock from underneath his jacket. Seamus O'Rourke stood in the doorway, steadying himself by placing one hand on the frame. He was wearing the same suit he had had on at lunch minus the tie. Seamus looked at the 2 guns and growled, "Put those damn things away before you 2 hurt someone." Coleman did so on command, but Michael was a little more hesitant. Seamus admonished him with another look and said in a softer tone, "Michael, put your gun away." Michael lowered the gun but did not put it away. "You're supposed to be in the hospital." "I am very aware of that, but knowing that this meeting would take place, I decided that my presence was more needed here than in bed." Seamus shuffled over and dropped his body into one of the old tattered leather chairs by the fireplace. Rubbing his forehead, he said, "Scott, would you please fix me a glass of scotch? And Michael, for the last time, put that damn gun away." Michael looked down at his grandfather. "I'm not putting this thing away until he explains what in the hell he was doing today." "He wasn't doing anything today. Someone else killed Eric." "What?" asked a disbelieving Michael. "Someone else killed Senator Olson. Scott and his boys had nothing to do with it." Coleman handed the eldest O'Rourke a glass of scotch on the rocks and took a seat on the couch. "How would you know?" asked a confused Michael. Seamus took a big gulp of the drink and sat back in the chair. "I know because I helped Scott plan the first 4 assassinations." Feeling his legs weaken, Michael decided to sit down while he still had the control. "You what?" "I helped Scott plan the first 4 assassinations." With a look of exasperation, Michael asked, "Why didn't you say something at the hospital?" "In front of all the nurses and doctors?" Seamus frowned. "I told you not to do anything until we had a chance to talk." Seamus shook his head. "I knew with your damn temper you would demand a showdown with Scott. I called your house to check on you, and Liz told me you left to meet someone. When she got all nervous and flustered, I knew you had told her." Seamus shook his head. "Why in the hell did you do that?" Michael looked at his grandfather with real anger for the first time in his life. "I don't think you are in any position to criticize me. I'm not the one who has been running around staging a revolution." Seamus's eyes narrowed. "It wasn't an easy decision. I decided to keep you out of this for your own good." "I can't believe you're involved in this. Does Tim know?" "No." Seamus shook his head. "No one knows about it with the exception of Scott, 2 of his men, myself, you, and now Liz." Michael glanced over at Coleman. "I understand why he's doing this. If half of my men were blown out of the sky because Senator Fitzgerald shot his mouth off, I would have probably killed him too. But, Seamus, for God's sake, I can't believe you're involved in this." Seamus set his drink down. "You said you understand why Scott is involved with this, because he lost 8 men. By the time I was done island hopping around the Pacific, 536 Marines had died under my command. 536 men who climbed down cargo nets into little tin cups and then flung themselves onto some little sand strip, all in the name of democracy and freedom. I didn't watch all those men die so I could see idiots like Kozlowski, Fitzgerald, Downs, and Bassett send this country in the tank." Seamus leaned forward. "Those men sit in their little ivory towers and play their petty games of partisan politics, while people like your parents and Scott's brother are killed. While our so-called leaders are spending billions of dollars on weapons systems the military doesn't even want, while they throw billions of dollars into the Department of Education that doesn't educate a single child, while they waste their time debating whether or not we should have prayer in school, people are dying. They are dying because these idiots don't have the common sense to keep violent criminals behind bars. And to make things worse, we have the proverbial 800-pound gorilla sitting in the corner. A $5 trillion national debt. These clowns ran up the tab, and they're going to stick my grandchildren with the bill. It's wrong, it's immoral, and somebody had to put a stop to it. Michael looked at his grandfather but said nothing. While the two O'Rourkes were locked in an icy stare, Coleman looked on. He cleared his throat and said, "You two can sort this out later. Right now we have a much bigger problem on our hands." With raised eyebrows, Coleman asked, "Who has decided to join the fight?" Nance sat across the coffee table from Arthur as the fire burned brightly, casting a dark shadow of their figures against the far wall of the large study. They were both smiling, holding their warm snifters of cognac gently in their hands. The grandfather clock in the far corner started its first of 12 chimes, and Nance swirled the glass under his nose. They were both wearing their standard dark Brooks Brothers suits. Nance took a light sip and let it rest on his palate before swallowing. "The FBI has no idea," said Nance, "but the President has ordered the CIA and the NSA to get involved in the investigation." Arthur lowered his glass and raised an eyebrow. "Really? That surprises me. How did you advise him?" "I said nothing. Stu is trying to get him to rethink the situation, but he's having a hard time getting him to calm down. He's extremely upset about Olson." Arthur tilted his head back and reflected for a moment. "I don't think it will affect us. After tomorrow, we will be done." Arthur smelled his cognac, but did not drink it. "How is Garrett holding up?" "He's nervous." Arthur raised his left eyebrow. "Please don't tell me he's feeling guilty." "No, he says he doesn't care what we do, just so long as he isn't caught." Arthur smiled and said, "I read him right from the beginning. He'll keep his mouth shut. If he doesn't have a nervous breakdown in the process." "Don't worry. After tomorrow he can relax, and we'll both have what we want. Remind Mr. Garrett to push the President toward taking a tougher stance against these terrorists. It will help him look better in the polls. The people are yearning for security right now, and after one more assassination they'll greet a suspension of rights with open arms." Arthur gracefully stood and opened the cherrywood humidor on the table, offering a cigar to Nance. "Let's step out on the veranda and continue this conversation over a nice cigar, some good cognac, and a majestic view." The two stood, gently cradling their snifters, and moved from the study into the dark night. Tuesday evening, Fairfax, Virginia. Congressman Bert Turnquist's century-old plantation-style house sat on a beautiful 2.5-acre wooded lot in an exclusive but low-key neighborhood. A single narrow winding road cut through the rolling hills with no streetlights to show the way. In late fall, darkness fell on the eastern seaboard around 5:30 p.m. The moon was finishing a cycle and was showing only a slight sliver of white. The towering old trees and a lack of moonlight gave the neighborhood a deep, dark look. The congressman was in his second-floor study, feeling alone and isolated. His wife was on a business trip out of town and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. His closest colleague had been blown to bits the previous afternoon, and he had 4 complete strangers standing watch over him. In all his years as a United States congressman, he had never felt threatened. Even after Downs, Kozlowski, and Fitzgerald were killed, he thought he was safe. Turnquist didn't tell anyone other than his wife, but he could understand why someone would want to kill them. He had thought about it many times since arriving in Washington 18 years earlier. In short, they were not good men. They had their petty personal agendas and were more concerned with holding on to their positions of power than doing what was right. Year after year, they said they were for benevolent change, and then behind the closed doors of their committees they blocked the very reforms they had espoused while running for re-election. Turnquist was not sad to see them gone, but Eric Olson was a different story. Olson was a good friend. They had fought so many battles together, working behind the scenes, trying to bring the two parties to a middle ground, Olson in the Senate and Turnquist in the House. Olson had been a source of strength, always helping him steer a safe course through the often dangerous game of politics, prodding him not to give up, advising him on professional as well as personal issues. Turnquist had warned Olson against helping the president form the new bipartisan coalition in the wake of the assassinations. Turnquist told him that although the deaths of Kozlowski, Fitzgerald, Downs, and Bassett were a tragedy, maybe some good could come from them. Maybe they could finally pass the reforms they had worked so hard for. The always principled Olson told Turnquist there was no room for anarchy in a democracy. Turnquist had reminded his friend of the obvious historical fact that America had come into existence through a bloody revolution. Turnquist looked down at his journal and struggled to record his thoughts. He was trying to think of what to say at Olson's funeral. Writer's block seized him, and he looked out the window, wishing his wife were home. He couldn't see the U.S. Marshal standing watch in his front yard, but he knew he was there. They had guarded him day and night for over a week, and the congressman couldn't decide if they made him feel secure or nervous. 4 U.S. Marshals were currently on watch at the Turnquist house. They were 2 hours into a 12-hour watch that had started at 5 p.m. 3 of the 4 marshals were outside, one by the back door, one by the front porch, and the third sitting in a sedan at the end of the congressman's long driveway. The 4th marshal was posted inside the house at the foot of the stairs that led to the 2nd floor. They were more alert than they had been during the previous week's watch. The fiery deaths of the 4 Secret Service agents the day before reminded them that they were also targets. The neighborhood that the congressman lived in hadn't changed much in the last 50 years. The lots were woodsy and large. Separating the congressman's land from his neighbors behind him was a small creek that ran between the 2 properties. Just on the other side of the creek, about 50 yards from the house, a man peered out from behind a tree with a pair of night vision goggles. The goggles cut through the dark forest and focused in on the marshal standing guard by Turnquist's back door. The ominous watcher was covered from head to toe in black, and his face was painted with camouflage makeup. Slung across his back was an MP5 submachine gun with a 12-inch silencer attached to the barrel, and gripped firmly in his hands was a 7mm Magnum sniper's rifle, also with a silencer affixed to the barrel. He whispered into the microphone hanging in front of his mouth. "Omega, this is Alpha. I'm moving into position. Over." Holding the rifle across his chest and pointed upward, he stepped out from behind the tree and moved laterally until he put another tree between himself and the marshal standing guard by the back door. Alpha moved across the forest floor, gliding between the underbrush with a cautious cat-like manner. When he reached the creek, he put one foot slowly into the water, then followed it with the other, checking his footing before transferring his weight from one foot to the other. Upon reaching the other side, he scanned the ground for any fallen branches or twigs and pulled himself up the eroded bank. Pausing behind a tree, he checked the position of the guard and then his watch. Methodically, he glided from tree to tree, carefully picking his path. About 20 yards from the edge of Turnquist's yard, the assassin got down on his belly and started to crawl. He picked out a pine tree at the edge of the yard and slid under it, the low-slung branches of the tree making his presence impossible to detect. Alpha nestled up against the trunk and checked his watch. It was 7:19 p.m. The assassin pulled his night vision goggles down around his neck and waited. If the marshals stayed with their routine, they would be rotating posts in about 10 minutes. Out in front of the house, the sniper's partner lay in the ditch across the street from the end of Turnquist's driveway. Covering his black tactical jumpsuit was a sniper's blanket. The strange piece of clothing consisted of a mesh netting with strips of camouflage cloth attached to it. It had taken him over 40 minutes to crawl into position, slowly squirming through the tall grass and bushes on his stomach, his MP5 cradled between his chin and elbows. He poked his head up slightly and moved the branch of a small bush in front of him. His face was painted with dark streaks of green and black makeup. Through squinted eyes, he looked at the white sedan sitting at the end of the driveway. Crouching back into the ditch, he pulled the sniper's blanket off his body, wrapped it into a tight ball, and placed it in his backpack. He checked all of his equipment one last time, and then, just after 7:30 p.m., the sedan across the street backed up the driveway to the house. Checking the road quickly, Omega jumped to his feet and darted across the road. When he reached the other side, he jumped into a clump of bushes not more than 10 feet from where the car had been. While taking deep breaths to keep his heart rate low, he said, "Alpha, this is Omega. I'm in position, over." The car returned less than a minute later with a different driver behind the wheel. Omega squatted on one knee and blinked away a drop of sweat that was forming on his brow. The muzzle of his silencer was extended to the far end of the bush, pointed straight at the head of the man behind the wheel of the car. Only a thin green leaf concealed the lethal black cylinder. The contrast between the dark green and black paint on his face and the whites of his eyes gave him a reptilian appearance. Under the pine tree in the backyard, Alpha checked his watch again, and then, reaching forward, he flipped the protective caps off the rifle's sight. He hugged the butt of the rifle close to his cheek and eased his right eye in behind the sight. Moving his hand slightly, he placed the head of the man standing watch at the back door in the middle of the sight's crosshairs. The plan was to wait another minute or so, giving the marshals ample time to check in and get relaxed. The man by the back door brought his radio up to his mouth and said something. The sniper was too far away to hear, but he knew what was said. When the guard lowered his radio back to his side, the sniper whispered into his headset, "Omega, this is Alpha. I'm ready to start the game, over." Alpha flipped the safety switch into the off position and brought the sniper's trigger back one notch. The crosshairs marked a lethal intersection on the temple of the marshal's head. The killer squeezed the trigger, and a spitting noise popped from the end of the thick black silencer. Without waiting to see the outcome of the shot, the sniper let go of the rifle and rolled to his right, out from under the low branches of the pine tree, leaving the rifle behind. He didn't need to check to see if his bullet had hit the mark. He knew it had. Springing up from the ground, he broke into a sprint for the right side of the house, whispering into his headset, "One down, 3 to go." Reaching over his head, he pulled the silenced MP5 off his back and flipped off the safety. Nearing the front corner of the house, he slowed for a step and then spun around the edge of the porch. Dropping to one knee, he swept the gun from left to right, searching for his next target. The movement of the black shape coming around the corner caught the attention of the marshal standing watch at the foot of the porch steps, and he instinctively reached for his gun. Before he could get his hand to his hip, the assassin fired 3 quick rounds, 2 hitting the marshal in the face and the third striking him in the neck, the impact of the bullets throwing his head backward and sending the rest of his body with it. With his machine gun aimed at the front door, the killer ran toward the man he had just killed and whispered into his headset, "2 down, 2 to go." Upon reaching the marshal, he opened the dead man's jacket and yanked the radio from his belt. Ducking under the edge of the porch, he waited and listened to the marshal's radio. At the end of the driveway, the man in the bushes leapt forward and unloaded 4 quick bursts into the driver's seat of the sedan. The window broke into thousands of pieces, the bullets slamming into the side of the marshal's head. Without pause, the hired killer approached the car, shoved the barrel through the shattered window, and pumped a final round into the driver's head. Turning on the balls of his feet, the killer sprinted up the driveway toward the house. With the adrenaline rushing through his blood, he barked into his headset, "3 down, 1 to go." 5 seconds later, he joined his partner at the foot of the porch, his breathing controlled but heavy. Alpha was listening to the marshal's radio to see if the man inside the house had been alerted. He pointed and sent Omega to check the windows to the right of the front door, and he went to check the ones on the left. They peered over the railing of the porch and looked through the windows. Omega saw him first, sitting at the foot of the stairs reading a magazine. "I've got number 4, he whispered into his mic. They met at the stairs of the porch, and Omega pointed at the window. "It's a clear shot from the first window on the right." Alpha nodded and said, "I'll crawl under the window and take up position on the other side. When I give you the signal, pump 2 rounds into the window, and I'll take him out." Omega nodded his confirmation, and they started up the steps. Alpha got down on his stomach and crawled to the far side of the window. Switching his gun from his right side to his left, he peeked through the window to make sure his target hadn't moved. Stepping away from the window, he gave his partner a nod and hugged the butt of the MP5 tight against his cheek. Omega stepped back and pointed the muzzle of the silencer toward the middle of the tall window and fired 2 shots. A split second later, Alpha stepped into the new opening and trained his gun on the startled marshal. Pulling the trigger, Alpha sent 3 bullets crashing into the center of the man's head. With robot-like precision, the 2 men slammed fresh clips into their weapons and stepped through the jagged window frame. They trained their guns in opposite directions as they moved to the foot of the stairs. Footsteps sounded from upstairs, and they looked up at the ceiling. A deep voice called out from the top of the stairs, "Is everything all right down there?" Without pause, Alpha called back, "Sorry, sir, I dropped a glass. Can I get you anything?" "No, that's all right, I'll come down. I'm getting a little hungry." Turnquist started down the staircase, and Alpha pushed his partner back and out of the way. When the congressman reached the middle landing, he turned and froze, staring at the man dressed in black. Alpha squeezed the trigger and the barrel jumped. A stream of bullets popped from the end of the silencer and slammed into Congressman Turnquist. The impact of the bullets sent the congressman reeling backward and into the wall, where he hung for a moment, pinned by the bullets slamming into his chest. The assassin took his finger off the trigger, and Turnquist's body slid to the ground, leaving a bright red streak on the white wall. Chapter 26. At about 7:55 p.m., a Fairfax police squad rolled through Congressman Turnquist's neighborhood. It was part of his regular patrol route, but since the recent flurry of assassinations, his duties had shifted from spending his nights writing speeding tickets and nailing drunk drivers to checking up on the various congressmen and senators who lived in his part of the city. He was getting to know most of the marshals who were assigned to protecting Congressman Turnquist, and looked forward to stopping by every hour or so to talk with whoever was sitting in the car at the end of the driveway. As he approached the white sedan, his headlights passed over the car. No one was visible in the front seat, so he shined his spotlight on the car. The police officer put his squad in park and got out, thinking that whoever was on watch must have fallen asleep. He could appreciate how boring their jobs must be. There were nights when after a full thermos of coffee he could barely stay awake, and he was on the move. These poor guys sat in one place all night. He strode up to the window and looked in. Just as he'd thought, the marshal was lying across the front seat. The cop brought his flashlight up and turned it on. It took him a second to process what he was seeing. His eyes opened wide as he froze in shock at the sight of the bloody body. After several seconds, he grasped the severity of the situation and ran back to his squad to call the dispatcher. Upon receiving the call from the officer at Turnquist's house, the dispatcher sent 2 additional squads and an ambulance to the scene. Her next call was to the Fairfax police chief, who directed her to call the FBI. Within 2 minutes of the patrolman's finding the marshal's body, Skip McMahon was on the phone asking for a chopper. He came into the task force's main conference room and started telling agents whom to call and what to do. Then, grabbing Jennings and Wardwell, he headed for the roof of the Hoover building. Once in the elevator, he pointed at Wardwell and said, "Get a hold of the Fairfax Police Department and have them patch you through to the officer at Turnquist's. Kathy, call the marshal's office and make sure they know what's going on, and then... No, call the marshal's office second. First call the Virginia State Patrol and tell them if they spot any cars with multiple males 25 to 45 to pull them over for questioning and approach with extreme caution. Have them pass the word on to all the local police departments." Both agents pulled their digital phones out and started punching away at the number pads. By the time they reached the roof, the blades on the helicopter were just starting to spin. Wardwell tugged on his boss's sleeve. "Skip, the cop is waiting for backup. He says he hasn't heard a thing since he arrived," Wardwell shouted as the helicopter grew louder and louder. "He wants to know what he should do." "Tell him to wait for backup and then proceed with caution, and tell them not to touch anything." McMahon had an empty feeling in his stomach that they weren't going to find any survivors at Turnquist's house. The rotor wash of the props became intense, blowing their hair and ties in every direction. A man in a bright orange jumpsuit waved them toward the open door of the chopper, and with McMahon leading the way, they hustled up the 5 steps and onto the helipad. Keeping their heads low, they ran under the spinning blades and climbed into the back seat. The chopper lifted off and arced northward before turning back to a southwesterly course, leaving the bright lights of Washington behind. As they raced toward Fairfax, Virginia, McMahon turned to Jennings. "How often were the marshals checking in?" Jennings shouted into McMahon's ear. "Every half hour. They made their 7:30 check-in and were scheduled to check in again at 8. "How many marshals were assigned to the congressman?" 4. "What's the ETA for the quick response team?" "When the call went out, most of them were in the lab working on the evidence collected from the bombing yesterday. We've got choppers coming in to pick them up on the roof, and their mobile crime lab and heavy equipment should arrive around 8:45. McMahon couldn't get the vision of a team of commandos assaulting Turnquist's house out of his mind. The thought made him think of Irene Kennedy and General Heaney. He grabbed the digital phone out of his jacket and dialed the direct line to Roach's office. "Brian, I need you to do me a favor. Get a chopper over to the Pentagon and have it ferry General Heaney and Irene Kennedy out to Turnquist's. Consider it done. I just activated the hostage rescue team. They'll be airborne and en route in under 5 minutes. They should be arriving right behind you. If there's the slightest sign of these terrorists, I want you to hold tight and wait for them to handle it. McMahon doubted the killers were waiting around, but knew Roach had to do things by the book. Have the HRT stay airborne. If I need them, I'll call them in. You're running the show. Have the Fairfax police been in the house? Not yet. I'll call you as soon as I get there. We're only a couple of minutes out. McMahon hung up, and the next several minutes were punctuated by a nervous silence. The chopper came in at about 300 feet and circled the neighborhood looking for a place to land. 3 police cars with their lights flashing marked the end of Turnquist's driveway. The chopper pilot knew enough not to land near the crime scene and have his rotor wash send evidence flying. He flew about 50 yards down from Turnquist's house and checked the area with his spotlight for wires. He found a spot where the trees weren't a problem and set the bird down in the middle of the road. The 3 agents again crouched as they ran away from the chopper. Halfway down the street, they were met by a woman with grayish-black hair carrying a flashlight. She looked at McMahon and said, "FBI?" Skip stuck out his right hand. "Yes, I'm Special Agent McMahon, and these are Special Agents Jennings and Wardwell." "I'm Police Chief Barnes. Follow me, and I'll show you the way." All 4 started down the street. "Have you been in the house, Chief?" asked McMahon. "No, I just got here." "Have any of your officers been in the house?" "No." As they walked up to the white sedan, Barnes pointed her flashlight down and illuminated several brassy objects. "Watch your step, we've got some shell casings on the road." She led them to the window of the sedan and shone the light on the dead marshal. The man lay slumped over the middle armrest with shards of glass covering his body. 3 bullet holes were clearly visible on the left side of his head. McMahon noted the distance from the shell casings to the car and then looked at the marshal's hands. They were empty. "Let's go look at the house." The chief told her 2 officers to stay put and then led McMahon, Jennings, and Wardwell up the driveway. As they neared the house, another body could be seen on the ground in front of the porch. Barnes shone her flashlight at it and illuminated the dead marshal. When they neared the body, McMahon stuck his arms out and stopped everyone from coming any closer. "Chief, may I borrow your flashlight for a second?" Barnes handed it to him, and Skip stepped closer to the body. Putting the flashlight under his armpit, he put on a pair of gloves and bent over the body. He looked at the bullet holes in the center of the man's face and then the one in his neck. The marshal's hands were open and lying away from his body. Skip looked at his holstered pistol and closed his eyes. Standing back up, he said, "Everyone stay here for a minute. I'll be right back." He started for the porch steps and Wardwell shouted at him, "Skip, you're not going in there alone." "Yes, I am. Just stay put. The less people we have traipsing around here, the better." Jennings pulled out her gun and flipped off the safety. "I'm going in with you." Without looking back, McMahon said, "No, you're not." "What if someone's still in there?" "What do you think? The people that did this are waiting around to get caught? Just stay where you are, and I'll be back in a minute." McMahon walked up the steps and tried the front door. It was unlocked. Swinging the door inward, he saw the next marshal lying on the floor with one leg still up on the chair. Standing over the body, McMahon's eyes were drawn to the 3 red dots marking the dead man's face and then down to his holstered gun. Sighing, he looked up to shake his head and saw the bright red streak on the wall at the top of the stairs. Only a pair of shoes were visible, and McMahon started the slow climb to the first landing. He'd seen the congressman on TV before, but wasn't quite sure the body he was looking at was Turnquist's. Unlike the other bodies, this one was riddled with more than a dozen bullets. "It has to be him," he thought to himself. McMahon's phone rang, startling him slightly. He reached into his jacket and answered it. "Hello." "What did you find?" It was Director Roach on the line. "Well, I'm standing over what I'm pretty sure is Congressman Turnquist's body." "Could you be more precise?" "The man has a half a dozen bullet holes in his face and chest, but it has to be him." "You sure?" "Yes." McMahon stared down at the body by his feet and waited for Roach to speak. "Any sign of the people that did it?" "No." "I'd better tell the president before the media catches on. What else do you need from me?" "Nothing right now." "All right. Call me if there are any developments." "Will do." McMahon hung up the phone and looked down at the body, contemplating the precision of the wounds in Turnquist's head. Scarlatti and O'Rourke were sitting in the corner booth of a new and yet-to-be-discovered Italian restaurant. It was located in the basement of a building about 2 blocks from DuPont Circle. The booth was a dark-stained wood, and the table was covered with a red and white checkered tablecloth. The only light in the restaurant was provided by a candle at each table sticking out of an old Chianti bottle. O'Rourke looked around and thought he might enjoy the place under a different set of circumstances. His muscatoli tasted good, and the wine wasn't bad. Michael had told Liz that Coleman wasn't responsible for the deaths of Senator Olson and his 4 Secret Service agents, but he had neglected to mention Seamus's involvement in the first 4 assassinations. He didn't quite have the stomach to tell Liz that her future grandfather-to-be was an anarchist or revolutionary or whatever the term would be. Liz was attempting for the 3rd time in 24 hours to convince Michael that he should go to the FBI. "Michael, I know you and his brother were best friends, but the man killed the Speaker of the House, 2 senators, and the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee." "Keep your voice down." Liz moved closer. "You have to turn him in. I don't care if he had nothing to do with Eric's death." "For the last time, Liz, I am not going to turn him in." "I don't understand you." Michael looked at her for a long while and then answered, "I don't expect you to understand why I feel the way I do." "What is that supposed to mean?" Liz said defensively. "You have no reason to think those men deserve to die. You have lived a very nice life." Liz shot him a scowl, and Michael said, "I'm not saying you haven't worked hard. I'm just saying you've had a nice life. Your parents are still alive. Your brother and sister are alive. Nothing has happened to you that would cause you to look at our political leaders with a truly critical eye." "So just because I haven't lost someone close to me," Liz folded her arms across her chest, "I'm not fit to judge my political representatives?" "I didn't say you weren't fit to judge. I'm only trying to say that I don't think you understand why I feel the way I do." "Oh, I understand why you feel the way you do. Despite you not letting me in, I understand. The death of your parents and Mark is a horrible thing. But I don't think these bizarre assassinations are going to solve anything. You have got to let go of the past and move on with your life." Michael placed his anger in check, but even so his voice became a little louder. "Liz, it's easy to say you understand something when you haven't experienced it, and it's even easier to tell someone to get over something when you've never been through it. You can say you understand, but you will never really understand until you've lived it." "So what? Do you want me to lose my parents so I can empathize with you?" "No, darling." He reached for her hand. "I never want you to go through that kind of pain. When my parents were killed, my brothers and sister were robbed. They were robbed of dreams never realized and moments that should have been. They never got to look up in the stands during one of their games and see my mom and dad cheering. When the games were over and they came out of the locker room, all the other kids were getting hugs and kisses from their moms, but my brothers and sister didn't have one. When they came home from school, they didn't have a mother or father to help them with their homework. And when they ate dinner, there were 2 empty seats at the table. My parents never got to see the 5 children they brought into this world grow up." Michael stopped and looked away. Liz looked around the candle flame and asked, "What about you?" Michael shrugged his shoulders. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." She pulled his hand closer. "What dreams did you miss out on?" Michael paused for a moment. "My father was my childhood idol. He was everything I ever wanted to be. My mother, she was my best friend, the nicest, most caring person I've ever known. Every holiday, every event for the last 10 years has been incomplete, and that's the way it will be for the rest of my life." Michael's eyes glassed over. "When we get married, it'll be the happiest day of my life, but I'll still look down at that first pew, at the 2 empty seats, and think about how nice it would have been to have them there." Liz squeezed his hand tight, and Michael forced a smile. "When we have our first child, he or she will only have 1 set of grandparents, and my parents will have never had the chance to hold their grandchild. I have been robbed of all of these moments and many more. And why?" In a quiet voice he said, "All because some drunk, who had proven time and time again that he was going to keep getting hammered and climb behind that wheel, was allowed to walk free. And why was he allowed to walk the streets? Because we don't have enough money to keep him in jail." Michael poked himself in the chest. "Let me let you in on a little secret. We have the money. We have more than enough of it. It's just that the egomaniacs who run this country would rather spend it on programs that get them votes. That's why I think they deserve to die." It's more personal to me because their inaction cost the lives of my parents and the life of Mark Coleman, and that is why I'm not going to the FBI. I don't expect the average person to agree with me. Most people have enough to worry about just getting through their day-to-day lives, but when you lose someone or something close to you, things take on a more serious tone. Liz wiped a tear from her cheek and nodded. Michael reached over and brushed her cheek with his napkin. The hostess approached the table and asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you Michael O'Rourke?" "Yes." "You have a phone call at the hostess stand." "Who knows we're here?" asked Liz. "I told Seamus in case he needed to get a hold of me. I'll be right back." Michael got up and followed the waitress across the small restaurant. Liz watched him talk on the phone and became concerned when she saw him close his eyes and shake his head. After talking for only about 10 seconds, Michael handed the phone to the hostess and walked back to Liz. "Was that Seamus?" she asked. Michael nodded yes and pulled out his money clip. He threw a $100 bill on the table and stuck out his hand for Liz. "Come on, let's go. The networks are reporting that Congressman Turnquist has been assassinated." McMahon was sitting upstairs in Turnquist's study by himself. His eyes were closed, and he had a pair of thin leather gloves on his hands. His large frame rested comfortably in an old wood rocking chair. The rocking of the chair had a hypnotic effect, and Skip was in the midst of trying to recreate how Turnquist and the marshals had been killed. He envisioned a group of darkly clad men moving into position and then simultaneously killing the 3 guards outside with silenced weapons. They had to have used silenced weapons. All of the clues indicated that the marshal inside had had no idea that the others had been killed. An agent poked her head through the open door. "Skip, there are 2 people downstairs who are asking for you." "Who are they?" "I don't know. One of them is a Marine. They said you were expecting them." McMahon sprang the chair forward and bounded out of it. He'd been excitedly waiting to compare notes with Heaney and Kennedy. Taking the back staircase, he went downstairs, through the kitchen, and down the hallway onto the front porch. The quick response team had arrived and was setting up their equipment. Turnquist's house looked more like a movie set than a crime scene. Floodlights were everywhere, illuminating the entire yard. The hum of generators droned through the still night air. General Heaney and Irene Kennedy were standing by the steps on the front lawn talking to each other. McMahon approached and said, "Thank you for coming so quickly. Have you seen any of the bodies yet?" "We saw the one in the driveway and the other one right over there." General Heaney pointed to the dead marshal on the front lawn. "Well, before I start picking your brains, I'd like you to look at all the bodies." Skip led them up the steps, saying, "All of the marshals were wearing body armor, but it didn't do much good." A photographer was taking photos, and several agents were taking notes and talking. McMahon asked them to step aside for a moment. Heaney and Kennedy examined the dead marshal lying at the foot of the stairs. They looked at the 3 bullet holes in the center of the dead man's face, and then at his holstered gun and radio. Kennedy looked into the dining room and pointed at the shattered glass. "The shots came from there, I assume?" McMahon nodded. "We found 5 shell casings on the porch." Heaney looked up at the bloodstain on the wall of the landing. "Is that the congressman?" "Yes." "Can I go up there?" "Sure." Heaney and Kennedy walked up the stairs while McMahon stayed by the foyer. Standing over the body, Kennedy said, "Jesus, they really unloaded on him." "Yeah, I count at least 8 hits, maybe more," replied Heaney. "Any idea why they pumped so many into him?" asked McMahon from the bottom of the stairs. "2 possibilities," answered Heaney. "The first being they obviously wanted to make sure he was dead, and the second," Heaney pointed toward the shell casings by McMahon's feet, "2 or more men fired the shots. Your ballistics people should be able to answer that for us." Kennedy and Heaney trotted back down the stairs. "Let's take a look at the one out front again." McMahon led them out the front door and down the steps. "This guy got 2 to the face and 1 to the neck." McMahon bent over and lifted the man's jacket. "His gun is still holstered, but his radio is missing. We found it up there on the porch by the broken window." Kennedy looked to the broken window and back at the man by her feet. "They took the radio so they could find out if the guy inside knew what was going on." Heaney looked toward the side of the house. "Were the shots fired from over there?" "Yes." McMahon moved toward the side yard. "We found some shell casings over here. It looks like the perp took 3 shots. 2 hit the man square in the face and the 3rd hit him in the neck." Heaney and Kennedy looked at the shell casings and judged the distance of the shots. "I assume the last marshal is out back?" asked Irene. Yes. Follow me. The three of them walked around the side of the house and to the backyard. As they approached the body, McMahon said, "Single shot to the head." Skip bent down and opened the marshal's jacket. "His gun is holstered, and his radio is on his hip." Heaney and Kennedy looked at the body for only a second, then turned their attention away from the marshal and the house. They took the whole landscape in without saying a word, swiveling their heads from side to side, their eyes focusing tightly on the darkness beyond the reach of the floodlights. Without turning, Heaney said, "Skip, can you get them to turn these lights off?" McMahon said something to one of the agents, and the lights were cut, leaving only the small light over the back door on. The general started walking across the yard for the tree line. McMahon and Kennedy followed several steps behind, and a moment later they disappeared into the woods. Heaney navigated the dark forest with ease, ducking under branches and over fallen limbs that McMahon and Kennedy struggled with. Upon reaching the creek, they stopped and turned back toward the house. Kennedy asked, "What do you think, General?" General Heaney looked at the FBI agent standing by the back door. "They can't see us, can they?" "Not standing under that light, they can't," responded Kennedy. "And we're not even wearing camouflage gear. The light only goes to about the end of the yard and then dies out." Heaney looked over to the other side of the creek. "I think it was 2 or more men. It could have been 1, but it would have been really difficult. They were in and out in under a minute, and the marshals never knew what hit them, as is evidenced by the fact that none of them drew their guns. 1 or 2 men crept through the woods back here and took out the sentry by the back door with a single rifle shot to the head. The marshal by the front door was taken out next with an assault rifle, and then the man in the car at the end of the driveway was killed." "I agree," said Kennedy. "Why that order?" asked McMahon. "When they killed the guy in the car, they had to shoot him through the window. If they kill him first, the marshal out front hears the window smash and grabs his gun or radio or both. He grabbed neither because he was already dead when the window was shot out. In any case, the men outside died within seconds of each other." The general shook his head. "These marshals never stood a chance. The guys who did this were good. The headshots are as accurate as they can get, and they're commando style, 3 quick bursts to the head." "How in the hell did they get so close to the guy in the car? He was shot point blank." "There's plenty of cover around here. With the right camouflage, a commando would have no trouble sneaking to within 10 feet of that car. After they take care of the 3 guards outside, all they have to worry about is the last marshal inside. The killers grab one of the marshal's radios to make sure the guard inside wasn't alerted. Since his gun is still in his holster, it's pretty obvious he wasn't. They shoot him from the window, and then Turnquist comes downstairs to find out what the noise was, or maybe he was on his way down when it happened. They're in and out in under a minute and a half tops, and all they leave behind is 5 dead bodies and a couple dozen shell casings. Very clean, very professional. I'm sorry to sound so heartless, but I'm just giving my professional opinion." "No apologies needed, General. That's what I brought you out here for. What do you think, Irene?" "The general is right. Things can always go wrong when you're running an operation like this, but in relation to some of the missions we've run, this thing would have been a cakewalk. These marshals aren't trained to deal with this kind of a lethal threat. We train our commandos to be able to defeat the best surveillance systems in the world, get by guard dogs, sneak past trigger-happy terrorists armed to the teeth, and then silently kill and get away without being noticed. The guys who did this are good, and they're used to facing a lot tougher obstacles than 4 U.S. Marshals armed with radios and pistols." McMahon bit down on his upper lip and thought about the remaining congressmen and senators, most of whom had less protection than Turnquist. Kennedy's point was clear. If these guys weren't caught, he would be spending more of his night standing over dead bodies. "I need them to slip up. I need a break," murmured McMahon. "I wouldn't count on it," replied Heaney. Chapter 27. The dark green Chevy Tahoe rolled eastward down Highway 50. It was just past midnight and traffic was light. Michael kept the speed under 65 and stayed in the right lane. His left hand loosely gripped the steering wheel while he leaned on the middle armrest. The stereo was tuned to an AM news station, but he wasn't listening. The question of who was behind the murders of Turnquist and Olson was pulsing through his mind. The exit for the cabin was approaching, and O'Rourke hit the blinker. Veering to the right, the truck started up the exit ramp. As he slowed for the stop sign, he rolled down his window and let the cold night air blow on his face. The cool breeze blowing through the window felt refreshing, but as the car accelerated, the wind rushing through the window grew annoying. Michael pressed a button, closing it. 5 minutes later, the unmarked road to the cabin came up quickly, and Michael braked hard. Gravel spun from under the tires as he banked into the turn and sped down the narrow road. Pulling in between two cars, he got out, walked around to the back of the truck, and lowered the tailgate. Duke jumped down and started smelling the ground as he ran in circles. Walking toward the porch, Michael whistled once, and Duke bounded to his side. Michael patted Duke on the head and told him to stay. Walking into the cabin, Michael took off his jacket and set it on the back of the couch. Seamus and Scott Coleman were sitting at the kitchen table. The greetings were curt. Michael apologized for being late and grabbed a mug out of the cupboard. While sitting down, he asked, "What in the hell are we going to do to stop this?" As Michael poured some coffee into his cup, he looked up for a response but got none. He took a gulp of coffee and asked, "Do we know any details about what happened to Turnquist?" Coleman said, "The congressman was shot approximately 12 times at close range. 4 U.S. Marshals were also killed. The word is it was very clean and very professional. Not one of the marshals got a shot off." Michael closed his eyes and asked, "Do we have any idea who is doing this or why?" Seamus shrugged his shoulders and said, "Eric and Turnquist have been in Washington for a long time. I'm sure they've made plenty of enemies over the years. The real question is, who would have the type of contacts to do something like this on such short notice?" Coleman set his cup of coffee down and said, "I agree. We have to assume that whoever is behind this has the power and the connections to put together an operation like this in under a week. That shortens the list considerably." Michael thought about the type of people who would have that kind of power and said, "Unfortunately, we don't have any contacts that run in those circles." "I have a few," said Coleman. "But if I start asking questions, they'll want to know why I'm so interested." Seamus shook his head. "Bad idea. The last thing we want to do right now is draw attention to ourselves." "I agree," said Michael, "but we have to do something." Seamus pushed his coffee cup forward. "I have someone I can trust who is very connected in the intelligence community, or at least was." "Who?" asked Coleman. "Augie Jackson." "Who is Augie Jackson?" "He's a very good, very old friend. We were in the Marines together during WW2. After the war, he went to work for the CIA and went on to become one of the agency's top European analysts. He retired about a year ago. He's as honest a man as I've ever met." "How often do you keep in contact with him?" "We talk at least once a month. Every summer we fly into Canada for a couple of days of fishing, and I usually go down and see him in the fall for a little duck hunting. He lives in Georgia." "Do you think you can ask him what he thinks without drawing any attention to our involvement?" asked Michael. Seamus thought about it for a minute and said, "I think so." "All right. See what you can find out. I trust Augie." Michael took another sip of coffee. "Now what do we do in the meantime?" Coleman leaned back and crossed his arms. "This is tough. In all of our planning, we never predicted that something like this might happen." The former SEAL rolled his eyes. "I don't know. Something tells me we should lay low and see what happens. I think there's still a good chance that the reforms will be implemented." Michael said, "Absolutely not. You guys got this thing rolling, and you're going to stop it before anyone else gets killed." Seamus stared at Michael. "We don't have the contacts to go snooping around." "The FBI does." "So?" "I think we need to alert them that someone else is involved in this." "What will that solve?" asked Seamus. "If we call them, they'll have to take us seriously. They will have to look into who would have the motive and the contacts to kill Eric and Congressman Turnquist. If they start asking questions and poking around, maybe it will scare these people away before they kill anyone else." Seamus frowned, and Coleman said, "I don't like the idea." Michael placed his forearms on the table. "You two started this thing, and whether I like it or not, I've been dragged into it. I am not going to condemn you for what you've done, but I will if you sit around while more good men get killed. We are going to do everything we can to stop this other group from killing again, even if it means getting caught. Am I clear?" Coleman and Seamus reluctantly nodded yes. The clock on the desk said it was 6:12 a.m., Wednesday. McMahon was sitting in his chair with his face resting on a stack of reports. He'd left Turnquist's house around midnight and came back to the Hoover building to brief Roach. Since then, he'd been busy assigning new agents to Turnquist's murder and preparing for an 8 a.m. briefing at the White House. Sometime around 5 a.m., he'd laid his head down for a quick nap. He was too tired to get up and go over to the couch. The warning from Irene Kennedy and General Heaney that they could be spending more of their evenings standing over dead bodyguards and politicians had McMahon a little discouraged. He knew how to pace himself through the ups and downs of an investigation, but this was more frantic than most. The bodies were no longer coming in one at a time, and now that some fellow law enforcement officers had been killed, the investigation had taken on a more personal tone. When it was just senators and congressmen getting killed, he looked at the case with more detachment. McMahon was immersed in a vivid dream when a noise startled him. It took a moment for him to realize he was in his office, and it was his phone, not his alarm clock, that was making the irritating noise. His head snapped up, and he lurched for the receiver. "Hello." Michael was sitting in the back of the BMW as Coleman navigated the narrow residential streets of Adams Morgan. Next to O'Rourke on the back seat was a mobile scramble phone that Coleman had purchased through a third party in Taiwan 3 months earlier. The secure phone was mounted in a leather briefcase. Attached to the receiver was a voice modulator that converted Michael's voice into generic electronic tones. The phone was touted as being trace-proof and could be used stationary, but neither O'Rourke nor Coleman was willing to trust it completely, so they stayed mobile when using it. "Special Agent McMahon?" asked Michael. McMahon went rigid upon hearing the electronic voice. Before responding, he pressed a button next to the phone, starting a trace on the incoming call. Hesitatingly, he said, "Yes, this is he." "I will assume you are recording and tracing this call, so I'll be brief. The people that killed Senator Fitzgerald, Congressman Kozlowski, Senator Downs, and Congressman Bassett did not kill Senator Olson, Congressman Turnquist, and their bodyguards." There were several seconds of silence on the line, while McMahon tried to grasp what he had just heard. "I'm not sure I follow you." "There is a second group of killers, a group that killed Olson, Turnquist, and their bodyguards." "Why should I believe you?" Michael had anticipated McMahon's pessimism and had asked Coleman for some bits of information that would give the call credence. "We let Burmeister live." McMahon thought about the old man who lived across the street from Congressman Kozlowski, the man they had found drugged and tied up the morning of the first 3 assassinations. "A lot of people know about Burmeister. That doesn't prove anything." McMahon was trying to stall and give the computers time to trace the call. "Mr. McMahon, we do not kill Secret Service agents and U.S. Marshals. As we stated in the last message we left for you, we have a deep respect for members of the law enforcement community. Our fight is with the politicians, not you." "That's where you're wrong," Michael cut him off. "Ask yourself one question. If we were willing to kill 4 Secret Service agents to get at Olson and 4 U.S. Marshals to get at Turnquist, why wouldn't we have blown the president out of the sky last Friday?" O'Rourke let the question hang in the air and then said, "The answer is that we didn't kill Olson and Turnquist. Someone else did." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because we don't want to see innocent people die." "And Bassett and the others were guilty?" O'Rourke looked at his watch. "Mr. McMahon, I don't have time to be drawn into a debate with you right now, so listen carefully. I don't know who would want to kill Turnquist and Olson or why, and I'm really not in a position to find out. All I know is that they've killed 8 federal law enforcement officers, and they'll probably kill more if you don't stop them." "And what about you? Are you done killing?" "Yes." McMahon started to speak, but the line went dead. Chapter 28. Roach's limo pulled up in front of the West Executive entrance of the White House, and the director and McMahon rushed to the door. They were almost 20 minutes late. Jack Warch was waiting for them and ushered them quickly past the security checkpoint and to the Situation Room. The president was speaking and stopped when they entered. Everyone turned and looked at Roach and McMahon as they took their seats. "I apologize for being late, Mr. President," said Roach. "There was a last-minute development we had to take care of." President Stevens ignored the explanation and looked back at Mike Nance. The attendees were CIA Director Stansfield, Secret Service Director Tracy, Secretary of Defense Elliott, Joint Chief General Flood, and Stu Garrett. Nance said from the far end of the table, "As you were saying, Mr. President." "Obviously, the FBI and the Secret Service can't guarantee the safety of our congressmen and senators. Over the last 2 days, my phone has been ringing off the hook. Every politician in this town is demanding that they be given more protection, and I don't blame them. It's bad enough that we can't catch these terrorists, but it's inexcusable that we can't stop them from killing." Stevens shot Roach a look of disgust. "After some discussion with General Flood and Secretary Elliott, I have decided to declare martial law for the immediate area surrounding the Capitol, the Senate, and the House office buildings, and the White House. Elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force and the 101st Airborne Rangers will be used to secure the perimeter. These units will be in full combat dress and will carry live ammunition. General Flood has informed me that he will have this phase of the operation in place by sundown tonight. In addition to these extra measures, I am going to extend to every congressman and senator the option to move themselves and their families to Fort Meade for the duration of this crisis. The National Airlift Command is flying in 142 luxury trailers that our generals use when they are on maneuvers in the field. Fort Meade has over 200 housing units that are not being used, and if that's not enough, we have over 1,000 modern tents equipped with generators, plumbing, and heating. The general's people are working out the details right now and estimate that they will have everything ready to go within 48 hours. In the meantime, the general is pulling special security units from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines to handle protection for the ranking members of the House and the Senate. Most of these units specialize in base security. I am told they are very well armed and trained in counter-commando tactics. I have talked to the leaders of both parties, and they have agreed to reconvene for a legislative session on Monday morning after we have these new security measures in place. Until then, all official business will be suspended." The president looked to Roach and said, "I am not happy about having to take these drastic measures, but the inability of our federal law enforcement agencies to stem the tide of violence has left me with no alternative." Stu Garrett had the slightest hint of a smile on his lips as he watched Stevens put the screws to Roach. The president was repeating almost verbatim what Garrett had told him to say an hour earlier. McMahon, on the other hand, found nothing humorous about the situation. He didn't enjoy watching his boss take the heat for something that wasn't his fault. He looked away from the president to hide his disgust, while recalling that Roach had originally suggested that the military be brought in to help secure the area around the Capitol, and that the president and Garrett had said no. Roach shrugged off the president's comments and moved the discussion forward. "Mr. President, we've had a very unusual development concerning the investigation. Special Agent McMahon received another phone call from the terrorists this morning." Roach looked at McMahon. "Skip?" McMahon cleared his throat. "This morning at about 6:15 I received a very interesting phone call." McMahon pulled a cassette tape out of his pocket and handed it to Jack Warch. "Jack, would you please put this in the tape player for me?" Passing sheets of paper to his right and left, McMahon said, "These are transcripts of the conversation. I think it would be best if I let you hear the tape and then discuss it afterwards." Warch walked over to the podium at the end of the table and inserted the tape. 8 small black speakers were mounted on the walls around the room. Some static noise hissed and crackled from them, and then the sterile computer voice filled the room. "Special Agent McMahon?" After a pause, McMahon's tired voice came over the tape. "Yes, this is he." CIA Director Stansfield had acquired a lot of habits from his days as a spy. One of them was the ability to study people's mannerisms while listening to them speak. This occupational habit had become so ingrained in Stansfield that without consciously thinking about it, he leaned back in his chair and held the manuscript in front of him. His eyes peered over the top of the white sheet and worked their way around the table, looking for someone to focus in on. The computerized voice continued. "I will assume you are recording and tracing this call, so I'll be brief. The people that killed Senator Fitzgerald, Congressman Kozlowski, Senator Downs, and Congressman Bassett did not kill Senator Olson, Congressman Turnquist, and their bodyguards." A quick head turn caught Stansfield's eye. He looked at Garrett's wide eyes and followed them across the table to Mike Nance. Stansfield went back to Garrett and examined his facial features. The Chief of Staff's jaw was tense, and his nostrils were slightly flared. After a full pause, McMahon's voice responded, "I'm not sure I follow you." "There is a second group of killers, a group that killed Olson, Turnquist, and their bodyguards." Stansfield saw it again. Garrett shot Nance another look. "Why should I believe you?" "We let Burmeister live." McMahon interjected while there was a pause in the tape. For those of you who don't remember, Burmeister is the retired banker who lives across the street from Congressman Kozlowski. McMahon's taped voice continued. A lot of people know about Burmeister. That doesn't prove anything. Mr. McMahon, we do not kill Secret Service agents and U.S. Marshals. As we stated in the last message we left for you, we have a deep respect for members of the law enforcement community. Our fight is with the politicians, not you. That's where you're wrong. The sterile voice cut McMahon off. Ask yourself one question. If we were willing to kill 4 Secret Service agents to get at Olson and 4 U.S. Marshals to get at Turnquist, why wouldn't we have blown the president out of the sky last Friday? There was a pause in the tape, and Stansfield thought of looking to see the president's reaction, but was too absorbed in watching Garrett. The answer is that we didn't kill Olson and Turnquist. Someone else did. Stansfield saw sweat forming on Garrett's upper lip and followed his eyes again to Mike Nance. When Stansfield reached Nance, the National Security Advisor was staring back at him. Stansfield casually lowered his eyes as if he were reading the transcript. When the tape ended, the president sat dumbfounded, staring at the transcript in his hands. This is unbelievable. Stevens looked up. Special Agent McMahon, is this for real? McMahon shrugged his shoulders. Without having had the time to really analyze it, I would have to say there's a good chance. After the Marine One incident last Friday, they sent us a tape stating that the only reason they didn't blow you out of the sky was because they didn't want to kill any Marines or Secret Service agents. Now, 3 days later, they blow up Senator Olson's limousine with 4 Secret Service agents in it, and then last night they kill Congressman Turnquist and 4 U.S. Marshals. The logic is inconsistent. No offense, sir, but if I was in their shoes, I would have shot Marine One down. You are a far more important target. That's assuming they had the hardware to do so, interjected a calm and composed Mike Nance from the far end of the table. Stinger missiles are very difficult to come by. I don't think we can be certain that they had the ability to shoot Marine One down. Director Stansfield stared impassively at Nance and wondered why he'd just lied. 7 months earlier, Nance had personally briefed him that the Chinese were pushing their own version of the Stinger on the open market. McMahon continued. Well, these last 2 murders are markedly different. Until last night, they had been very patient, killing and then waiting to see if their demands were met. I can see where they would have wanted to kill Olson. After all, he helped form the coalition, but it makes no sense that they would rush out and kill Turnquist without giving you a chance to respond to their demands. Where does it say any of this has to make sense? Snapped Garrett. McMahon ignored the comment. I think we have no choice but to look into the possibility that there may be another group. Unbelievable, scoffed Garrett. Has it occurred to you that maybe they sent you this message to throw you off? Yes, it has. Well, Mr. McMahon, I think you're having a hard enough time running this investigation without letting these terrorists confuse you with one simple phone call. It's no wonder you haven't made any progress when you're willing to run off on these wild goose chases. McMahon smiled broadly and bobbed his head up and down at Garrett. Do you find this humorous, Mr. McMahon? Asked Garrett. No. McMahon continued to grin. Then what in the hell are you smiling about? If I didn't smile at your childish behavior, I wouldn't be able to keep myself from jumping over this table and knocking your head off. The smile faded from McMahon's face, and he turned to Stevens. As I was saying, Mr. President, we have no choice but to take this seriously. Stu Garrett's face was turning a new shade of red, and he was about to open his mouth and explode when, from the far end of the table, Mike Nance drew the attention of everyone away from Garrett and to himself. I think Special Agent McMahon is correct. We can't just ignore this phone call, but I do think there are some guidelines we need to set up. Nance continued to talk in his smooth, even voice, content that he had diverted the focus of the group away from the volatile Garrett. Michael arrived at his office at 8 a.m. and left instructions with Susan that he didn't want to be disturbed unless it was Seamus or Liz. With less than 3 hours of sleep since Monday, he collapsed on the sofa. As he drifted away, he thought of the innocent men and their families, and for the 100th time in the last 2 days, asked himself who could be behind the killings. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep when he heard Susan's voice calling for him over the intercom. Throwing off the blanket, he jumped off the couch and grabbed the phone. Yes. Seamus, line 1. There was a click, and then Michael heard his grandfather's voice. "Michael?" The congressman shook his left arm, which had fallen asleep. "Yeah." "How are you?" "Fine." "What's your schedule look like for the rest of the day?" Michael rubbed his eyes. "Well, we're not in session until Monday, so I'm pretty open." "Good. I thought it might be nice for you and me to get away for a while and spend some relaxing time up in the clouds." Michael wondered what Seamus had in mind. It was obvious that he couldn't talk about it over the phone. That sounds great. What time and where do you want to meet me?" "How about noon at your house?" Michael looked at his watch and was surprised to see that it was 11:07 a.m. "Yeah, noon will be fine. I'll see you then." Michael hung up the phone and again tried to shake the tingling feeling out of his arm. He calculated that he'd gotten about 3 hours of sleep, more than enough to get him through the day. When the meeting in the Situation Room was over, Mike Nance went to his office and waited exactly 1 hour. Then, pressing the intercom button on his phone, he asked his secretary if she could track Stu Garrett down and have him come to his office. Less than a minute later, Garrett came puffing through the door and closed it behind him. His entire body was rigid. He paced back and forth in front of Nance's desk. "We've got to do something about that fucking McMahon. I knew he was going to be trouble." "Stu, sit down." Garrett continued to pace. "We have got to do something. I mean, we can't—" Mike Nance rose out of his leather chair and pointed toward an armchair by the side of his desk. "Stu, sit down and shut up." The uncharacteristic remark by the always composed Nance got Garrett's attention, and he sat. "The only thing you are going to do, Stu, is relax and keep your mouth shut. The FBI can dig all they want and they'll find nothing. That is, unless you give them a reason to look in our direction." Nance tapped his clenched fist against his forehead and looked away for a brief moment. "Did you pay attention to what was going on in that meeting this morning?" Garrett gave Nance a puzzled look. "Stansfield watched your every gesture while that tape was being played." Nance hated dealing with amateurs and was using all of his energy to suppress the contempt he felt toward Garrett at this moment. "He saw you sweating, and he saw you look at me with that stupid, panicked expression on your face. Stu, you have to get a grip on yourself. You have to learn to control your emotions, or you are going to screw this whole thing up." McMahon left the White House and returned to his office briefly before leaving for the Pentagon. Kennedy and General Heaney were unaware of the most recent phone call from the assassins. The president agreed that they had to take the call seriously and investigate, but at the same time he knew if the public found out, the conspiracy theorists would go nuts. They would start pointing fingers at every institution of power, and the media would fan the flames. The president directed McMahon to assign a small contingent of agents to look into who might have wanted to kill Turnquist and Olson. The agents were not to be told of the tape and the possibility that another group was responsible for the last 2 assassinations. At the urging of Mike Nance, the president asked for a list of everyone who knew about the most recent call and wanted them informed that they were not to discuss the tape with anyone. McMahon was not happy with the ludicrous and senseless restriction. It drove him nuts watching the huge amounts of energy and time that was wasted on worrying about the media and public opinion. He couldn't run an investigation if his people didn't know what was going on. After he'd gotten away with putting Garrett in his place, he decided not to press his luck. The president was obviously not in the mood to be challenged, so he shut his mouth with the hope that Roach could get the president to loosen up later. All the way to the Pentagon, McMahon was trying to figure out how he could leave Kennedy and General Heaney out of the loop. He couldn't. He needed their minds. They gave him insight into an area that he knew little about, and this morning's phone call was a valuable piece of the puzzle. Skip entered the conference room just before noon and was slightly surprised. The last time he'd seen the room, it was neat and orderly. Now it had stacks of folders piled everywhere, and the blackboard was covered with writing. Kennedy looked tired and worn, but the general was clean-shaven and looking the perfect Marine. "You two look like you got some work done." "We've been up all night pounding through these files." Kennedy stretched her hands over her head and yawned. McMahon nodded. "Fill me in on what you've done." Kennedy took off her glasses and stood. "Down at the far end of the table are all of the Delta Force files, in the middle are the Green Berets, and down here are the 2 Navy SEAL files. We took the description of the black assassin that killed Downs and tried to match it with the former black commandos. First, we separated them by height and skin color. If they were too short, or their skin color was too light, we put them in a pile marked not probable. From there, we sorted them by current address, our rationale being that the commandos would need to live in the D.C. metro area to have an alibi. If we go talk to one of these guys who lives out in L.A. and find out that they've been out of town for the last 2 weeks, it's going to look a little fishy. The commandos that fit the description of the assassin but don't live in the D.C. area are in piles marked possible, and the commandos who fit the description of the assassin and live in town are in the piles marked probable. McMahon nodded. Sounds good. What's the next step? Well, we're all in agreement that to conduct an operation of this nature, you would need a minimum of 4 commandos, and they would have to know each other pretty well. As the general said earlier, you don't do something like this unless you trust the people on your team. That led us to the conclusion that it is highly likely these commandos served together when they were in the military. The odds are this group is composed of all former Delta Force commandos, Green Berets, or SEALs, not a mix of the 3. Knowing that, we are going through the personnel files for every former commando and looking for men that served in the same units with the black commandos that are in the probable stacks. When will we have the list? The general is running a sort on their computer. We should have a list by... When do you think it'll be done, General? Hopefully sometime around 1700. Then what's the plan? Asked McMahon. That's what you and I need to talk about. You have to decide if you want to go knocking on doors and question these guys personally, or if you want to put them under surveillance and watch them. How many suspects are we talking about? There are 14 former black commandos who live in the metro area and fit the description of the assassins that killed Downs. McMahon did the math. That's going to take a lot of agents to run 24-hour surveillance on 14 people. What about the other commandos that are going to come up on the general's list? What I think we should do is have you get solid surveillance set up on the 14 former black commandos and let the agency handle the other names that come up on the general's list. When all of your agents are in place and all of my surveillance people are in place, then you can start beating the bush. McMahon nodded. And then we sit back and watch who talks to whom. Exactly. Do you have enough people to run that many surveillance teams? Asked McMahon. We have to be talking about at least 50 suspects. We have enough assets, Kennedy said with a slight smirk on her face. Seriously? We conduct our surveillance a little differently than you do. McMahon shook his head and said, I don't even want to know what you're going to do. He looked to General Heaney. I'm going to need the complete dossiers of the 14 guys on the probable list. I would also like the names of their commanding officers while they were in the service. Turning back to Kennedy, McMahon asked, How long will it take you to get your people in place? Depending on how many names come up, we should have everything ready to go by Friday morning. I'll call Brian and get everything rolling on my end. And Irene, you do... McMahon waved his hand in the air. I don't want to know what you're doing. Just please be careful, and don't end up on the front page of the Post. Chapter 29. The small Cessna flew along the southeast ridge of the Appalachian mountain range. Autumn colors painted the mountains beneath. Dotted among the rich reds, orange, and yellows, tall Georgia pines jutted into the sky. Not a cloud was in sight, and the sun added an extra intensity to the full mix of colors below. They passed over a mountaintop, and a town farther up the valley came into sight. Seamus pointed and said, There she is. Brasstown, Georgia, was a small town about 1.5 hours north of Atlanta that was nestled in a valley at the southern end of the Appalachians. From the far end of the valley, they could barely make out 2 church steeples and a water tower that broke above the streets. As they neared, other buildings and streets became visible. The airstrip is out on the southern end of town, said Seamus, who banked the plane farther to the southeast and came in for a sweeping pass. The airstrip was cut right out of the tree line. Passing over it, Seamus took note of the direction the bright orange windsock was pointing and came back around for a landing. He lined up his approach with a slight allowance for the crosswind and came in low above the trees. When he reached the clearing, he throttled back and let the plane float down onto the grass strip. She bounced once and then settled in, rolling to the end of the runway. An old rusty hangar was the only structure in sight, and next to it was a Dodge pickup. Leaning against the hood was a man in boots, jeans, a red and black flannel shirt, and green John Deere hat. Seamus cut the engine and shut everything down. He and Michael got out of the plane, and the man by the pickup approached. Seamus met him halfway, and they embraced, slapping each other on the back. Seamus turned and said, "Michael, you remember Augie, don't you?" Michael stuck out his hand. "It's been a while. Good to see you again, sir." "Good to see you, Michael." Jackson stared at him for a moment and said, "God, you look just like your grandfather." Michael smiled, and Augie asked, "Things have been pretty hectic in Washington lately, haven't they?" "Yes." Augie gestured toward the rear of the truck. "Let's go sit down. My old legs don't work so well anymore." Augie led them to the back of the truck where he lowered the tailgate. He and Seamus sat, and Michael stood with his arms folded across his chest. Augie pulled out a pipe and a bag of tobacco. He filled the bowl and offered the bag to Seamus. While Augie packed his pipe, he said, "I've been doing a lot of thinking since I got your call last night, Seamus. In fact, I've been doing a lot of thinking since this whole thing started. Kind of a professional curiosity, I guess you'd call it." He put the packing tool back in his pocket and pulled out a lighter. "Michael, did your grandfather tell you what I used to do for the CIA?" "A little." Augie lit the lighter and held the flame over the bowl, sucking on the pipe until the packed tobacco caught fire. Exhaling the smoke, he moved the pipe to the corner of his mouth and said, "Well, I'll give you the short version. After the war, I stayed in the Corps and went back to work for Naval Intelligence back in Washington. Several years later, when the CIA was formed, I was hired and sent to work at our Paris embassy. I spent my first 15 years in Europe, and then was brought back to Langley, where I became kind of a roving analyst on Russo-European intelligence issues. During my time at Langley, I was also part of a special group that planned covert operations." Jackson took several deep puffs. "I think I might have some information that could help you, but before I go any further, I'd like to ask a few questions." Michael nodded his head and said, "Shoot." "Where did you hear that there is a second group responsible for the murders of Olson and Turnquist?" "I really can't say." "You mean you won't?" Jackson exhaled a puff of smoke and kept his eyes fixed on Michael's. "Why are you talking to me and not the FBI?" "The FBI has this information. I'd like to do a little searching on my own." Augie thought about the answer over several puffs of his pipe and then asked, "Why?" "Eric Olson was a good friend." "That's the only reason?" Jackson stared into Michael's eyes and waited for an answer. Michael looked to Seamus for a moment and then back at Augie. "Yes." "You're a bad liar, Michael, just like your grandfather." Augie looked at Seamus and smiled. Then, looking down at the ground, he said, "I suppose neither of you have any idea who is behind the first 4 assassinations?" Michael shook his head. In a cynical tone, Augie said, "I didn't think you would." Augie bobbed his chin up and down. "Well, I have a hunch you might have been involved, but before we get to that, I have some information that I think you will find interesting. I'm going to tell you a story about something I took part in while I was back at the agency, but first I have to give you a little background information. In the late 50s and early 60s, I was the CIA station chief at our Paris embassy. Tensions between us and the Soviet Union were running hot. There was a very real threat that the Soviets might wage a conventional war and try to take Western Europe. All along the Iron Curtain, the NATO forces were outgunned almost 5-1 in tanks, artillery, and troop strength. Our military planners thought the best way to deter the Soviet Union from any aggressive action was to deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Western Europe. Our NATO allies agreed, and the missiles were moved into place. The message to the Soviet Union was simple. If you initiate any military action towards Western Europe, we will retaliate with a tactical nuclear strike. This policy worked perfectly until the early 60s when France started to get goofy on us. There was a group of politicians in the French Parliament who wanted all U.S. nuclear missiles removed from French soil. There were even a few who wanted all U.S. military personnel removed. These ingrates started to attract quite a following, holding protests outside the gates of our military bases we had over there, and making more and more speeches demanding that we leave. The writing on the wall was clear. France had a history of being one of our most fickle allies. Never mind that 15 years earlier we had kicked the Nazis out of their country for them. From the president down, our political leadership was furious that France could be so ungrateful. We were given the go-ahead by Langley to initiate clandestine action against the leaders of this anti-U.S. movement. Our orders were to find a way to make them change their minds. Over a period of about 6 months, we managed to bribe several of them and blackmail a few more. We were not successful, however, with the core leaders of the movement. After exhausting all efforts, Langley sent a man to Paris who was a specialist of sorts. But before I get to that, are you familiar with the French-Algerian conflict? A little, answered Michael. Augie took several puffs on his pipe. Well, back in the late 50s, the French military was immersed in a war with revolutionary Algerian forces who wanted independence from France. This war waged on for several years, and although they suffered some high casualties early on, the French military eventually put down the uprising. Throughout the war, there were certain fringe members of the French Parliament who were demanding Algeria be granted independence. Augie paused and raised his eyebrows. These politicians also happened to be the same ones protesting against U.S. nuclear weapons on French soil. Well, the French military had done their job. They had suffered significant casualties and fought a bloody war with the rebels. With the conflict all but over and the rebels on the run, the French Parliament and President de Gaulle did something that shocked everyone. They granted Algeria independence and ordered the French military out. At the time, there were over 250,000 French nationals living in Algeria. This decision completely alienated the French military from the country's political leadership, and it so infuriated a group of commanders who had fought in Algeria that they deserted and formed a paramilitary group called the OAS. Augie paused to see if Michael was with him and then continued. The OAS went underground in Algeria and France and initiated a violent commando war with the French political leadership and the leaders of the Algerian liberation movement. They started blowing up bombs and assassinating politicians left and right. They even made several attempts on President de Gaulle. Just after the first OAS attempt on de Gaulle's life, this specialist arrived from Washington. I was instructed to give him whatever assistance he needed. I met him at a safe house that we had in Paris and found out he was a covert operations expert. This man had a brilliant but simple plan. The two most vocal critics of our nuclear weapons being on French soil were also two of the most vocal proponents of Algerian independence. This covert operations specialist's plan was to assassinate them and make it look like it was the work of the OAS. It took us about 2 months to plan the whole thing, and then we got the green light from Washington. Did it work? Augie nodded his head and puffed on his pipe. Michael asked, The CIA assassinated 2 elected officials in an allied country? Yes. Michael, you have to understand things were a lot different back then. The stakes were considerably higher than they are today, and the spying business was a far deadlier game. Michael shrugged his shoulders. I'm not into revisionism, and I'm not in much of a position to judge you. Augie rubbed the end of his pipe with his thumb. Do you understand why I told you that story? I think so. What would be your reaction if I told you I think I know who might be behind the assassinations of Olson and Turnquist? Michael shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I would be very interested to hear what you have to say. The man that came up with the idea to use the OAS as a cover went on to head the Black Operations Directorate of the CIA from the mid-60s until just several years ago. Have you ever heard of Arthur Higgins? Michael frowned and said, Yes, I thought he was retired. Forced out would be a more precise term. Why? There are a lot of reasons, but the short version is that he and Director Stansfield had some issues. Michael looked at Seamus and then back at Augie. Where are you going with this? I think Arthur is behind the assassinations of Turnquist and Olson. I hope you're basing this on more than the story you just told me. Oh, I am. There's a lot more. Michael's chin dropped down into his chest, and he pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. Without looking up, he asked, What's the motive for Higgins to kill Turnquist and Eric? I'm not sure about Turnquist, but Arthur had a personal score to settle with Olson. What score? Michael looked up. Arthur was next in line for the top job at the CIA when Director Carlisle stepped down 4 years ago. Everybody thought the job was Arthur's, including me. That was until your old boss stepped in. Eric? Yep. You must remember when all of this happened, you were on Olson's staff. Of course I do, but I don't remember Higgins's name being mentioned. All I remember is the president nominating Stansfield, and that he was confirmed with bipartisan support. Augie grinned. Stansfield was the only person nominated because your boss, Chairman Olson, went to the president and told him if Arthur's name was sent to the Intelligence Committee, he would do everything in his power to block the nomination. Olson told the president if the nomination was lucky enough to get out of his committee and make it to the Senate floor for a vote, he would resign his chairmanship in protest. Augie pointed the end of his pipe at Michael. Rather than risk the embarrassment, the president nominated Stansfield, and Arthur missed his chance at the one job he had worked his entire life to get. Michael frowned. You think he would kill Eric over that? You've never met Arthur, have you? No. He's the most evil son of a bitch I've ever known. Michael skeptically shook his head. I'm having a hard time buying this. Michael, it runs much deeper than what I've told you. For over 30 years, Arthur ran the most secretive part of the agency. He answered to no one. Directors came and went, and not one of them dared cross him. Arthur always hid behind internal secrecy rules and a need-to-know basis. In the early years, he received a blank check for his operations, but then, when the House and the Senate implemented oversight committees, he was left with the option of telling them what he was doing or having his funding cut. Arthur was not involved in the type of things he could talk about in public. He didn't even tell people in the agency what he was up to, and he sure as hell wasn't going to walk into a committee room and explain himself to a room full of men who were about as good at keeping secrets as a gossip columnist. Over the years, his funding shrank significantly, but his operating budget continued to grow. He started to finance his operations through various illegal endeavors. Why didn't someone reel him in? Asked Seamus. Senator Olson did. I can't believe I never heard any of this from Eric. Your boss was a very reasonable man, and he understood the value of the agency. He was a realist, and he knew that going after Arthur through hearings or an investigation would do more harm than good. Instead, he worked behind the scenes to try and keep him as honest as possible. Augie tapped the bowl of his pipe on the tailgate, and the spent tobacco fell to the ground in clumps. Let's not lose sight of something here. The other reason Arthur was tolerated was that he served a very valuable purpose. When things got ugly, he was called in to clean up. He handled all of the stuff that no one else wanted to do. He took care of the agency's dirty work. Michael thought about it for a minute. Can you be sure he's responsible for this? I can't be 100% sure. Augie dumped some more tobacco into the bowl of the pipe and packed it down. There are a lot of other reasons why I think Arthur killed Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist. I have my reasons for not wanting to discuss them, just like you have yours for not wanting to discuss your source. Why don't you go to the FBI with this? Augie lit his pipe and frowned. The FBI can't do anything. Why not? All we have to do is tell them what you just said, and they'll initiate an investigation. Augie smiled. And they'll find nothing, and I'll end up with a bullet in the back of my head. Michael, I don't think you understand who we are talking about. Arthur is a very brilliant and ruthless person. He's assassinated people all over the world, and he hasn't come close to getting caught. Not once. Besides, I can't tell the FBI anything. I'm bound by the National Secrecy Act. Well, I can. Michael, I don't think you understand. If you go to the FBI, Arthur will find out. He has sources everywhere. After he finds out it was you who went to the FBI, he will very subtly threaten your life or the life of someone close to you. Or maybe he'll just have you killed. He is not a man to be toyed with. Why are you telling me all of this if you don't think I should do anything? I expect you to do something, but before I get to that, I have to ask you some questions. Augie sucked on his pipe for a while. When Downs, Fitzgerald, Kozlowski, and Bassett were killed, I wasn't real torn up. I hated everything they stood for, and I was glad to see them gone. I've thought for a long time that the crusty old windbags in Washington needed to be shaken up. Augie paused, contemplating how to phrase his next statement. I have a good idea who was behind the first 4 assassinations. Augie shifted his weight and put one foot on the ground. He looked at Seamus and said, I could ask a more direct question, but I don't want to be lied to, so I'll skirt the issue slightly. If you really had to, could you get in touch with someone who is involved in the original assassinations? After a moment of silence, Seamus said, "Yes." Michael's face remained passive. "Good." Augie stood and hobbled to the cab of the truck. "I've got something I'd like you to pass on to them for me." He reached behind the seat, pulled out a large legal file, and walked back to the tailgate. Sitting down with an owly look in his eye, he said, "I think I have everything figured out, but it's probably better to leave certain things unsaid." Augie handed the file to Seamus. "Please pass this on to your revolutionary friends." "What's in it?" asked Michael. "Remember how I told you when I was at the agency I was kind of a roving analyst? I was also a troubleshooter of sorts. Right before I left the agency, Director Stansfield asked me to draw up some contingency plans for a delicate operation." Seamus looked at the file and then up at his old friend. "What kind of an operation?" "One that no one other than Stansfield and I were to know about. After Stansfield took over, Arthur became even more reclusive. Stansfield knew that he would have to force Arthur to resign and became increasingly worried about how he would react. There were a lot of concerns that he might turn on us and sell information abroad or use things that he knew to blackmail Stansfield in the agency. He was a loose cannon, and no one knew which direction he would fire. So, Stansfield did the prudent thing and asked me to draw up a plan to neutralize him." "The folder contains the plan?" asked Michael. "Most of it. There's detailed schematics of his house on the Chesapeake. It gives a rundown on his security system, where its strengths and weaknesses are, how many guards he has, and what their rotation is. The plan is a year and a half old, so I'm not sure how much has changed. I do know that he still spends almost all of his time at the house. He has a lot of enemies, which has made him extremely paranoid over the years." "Why aren't you going to Stansfield with this?" "Arthur is still very well connected at the agency. No one really knows how well for sure, but there is a chance he would be forewarned about any plans against him." "Is that the real reason? Or are you just looking for someone to do your dirty work?" "Nope. I'll be honest with you, Michael. I would like to have Arthur Higgins killed. There was a time when he was good for our country, but for the last 15 years he's been out of control. When he left the agency, he was warned to stay out of the intelligence business. Since then, he has been cautioned by Stansfield more than once to keep his nose out of the agency's business. I hesitate to take this to Director Stansfield for the reasons I already gave and for the fact that Arthur has a lot of contacts at the National Security Agency. If anything happens to Arthur, they will suspect the CIA." Augie looked up at the sky for a second. "As to why I'm dumping this on your lap, well, you gave him the opportunity to kill Olson and Turnquist, and in my book that means you should be the one to stop him." Michael stared unwaveringly at Augie and said, "I did nothing. I'm just trying to clean up the mess." Augie looked at Seamus. "This is your doing?" "Yes. Can I count on you to stay quiet?" "Yes. I happen to think that what you're doing is about 20 years overdue." The old spy stuck his hands under his armpits. "We've killed politicians in other countries that were far less of a threat to our national security than our own leaders. Don't you think that during all my years as a covert operations specialist I thought about doing in America what I was doing abroad?" Michael nodded, remembering that Scott Coleman had said the exact same thing to him a year ago. Michael changed the subject back to Higgins. "What makes you think we can get to Arthur?" "I assume that you have some professionals helping you." Augie paused and held up his hands. "I don't want to know who they are or what their background is. The less I know about that, the better. If they could kill Fitzgerald, Downs, Kozlowski, and Bassett and vanish without a trace, I assume they're pretty good. Arthur has one habit that makes him vulnerable. You'll find it in the file." Michael held up the file. "I'm interested to see what's in here." "I would urge you not to waste any time. Arthur may not be done killing." Chapter 30. McMahon was back in the Joint Special Operations Command's conference room at the Pentagon, eating a microwaved container of lasagna that was more than a little salty. His entire afternoon had been spent meeting with Harvey Wilcox, the Deputy Director of the FBI's Counterterrorism Department, Madeline Nanny, the Deputy Director of the FBI's Counterespionage Department, and Director Roach. Both departments had the equipment and personnel to run surveillance on the 14 black former commandos who were living in the D.C. metro area. Neither Roach nor McMahon had to ask for the full cooperation of the two deputy directors. Both understood the priority of the task that had been handed to them. Nanny had more available assets, so she took 9 of the 14 dossiers, and Wilcox took the other 5. They estimated they could initiate surveillance during the next 24 hours, and depending on the individual movements of the suspects, they could have airtight surveillance established within 72 hours. The total number of agents to be involved was calculated at 140. McMahon finished explaining the details of the surveillance to Kennedy and General Heaney right about the time he finished eating the lasagna that he knew would give him heartburn. He slid the styrofoam box off to the side and asked General Heaney if he had any Tums. The general produced a roll and tossed it across the table. A moment later, one of the general's aides entered the room and handed him a computer printout and a cover sheet. Heaney thanked the young officer and glanced over the cover sheet. Our computer ran a search for any former commandos living within 100 miles of Washington, D.C. It turned up 94 SEALs, 81 Green Berets, and 68 Delta Force commandos. McMahon's face twisted into a painful look. That's over 200 possible suspects. Yes, but that was before we directed the computer to narrow the search to only commandos that had served with the 14 black commandos. What did that bring the numbers down to? The general glanced down at the sheet. 26 Green Berets and 19 Deltas. Kennedy peered over the top of her glasses. What happened to all the SEALs? The general read over the summary for a moment. There are only 2 former SEALs who fit the description of the assassin that killed Downs, and they both live in San Diego. While Kennedy wrestled with that piece of information, McMahon asked, Where are we going to get the resources to tail 45 people around the clock? Looking to Kennedy, he asked, Irene, do you have the manpower to handle this? Kennedy was staring off into space, and McMahon repeated the question. Kennedy still didn't answer, so McMahon snapped his fingers. Earth to Irene, come in. Kennedy's eyes came back into focus. Excuse me. Do you need a break? No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else. McMahon repeated, Do you have the assets to conduct around-the-clock surveillance on 45 suspects? Yes. How? Asked McMahon, with a disbelieving look on his face. Kennedy started to give her answer, then stopped, saying, You don't want to know. No, I suppose I don't. General Heaney, said Kennedy, would it be possible for me to take a look at all 94 files of the SEALs that live in the D.C. area? Why? I have a hunch. McMahon's ears perked up at the word hunch. He believed strongly in intuition and hunches. Let's hear it. I'm not comfortable with dumping 94 potential suspects based on a piece of information that I'm not sure I trust. What piece of information are you referring to? Asked McMahon. The black assassin in the park. These people have done everything perfectly with one exception. They exposed the guy in the park when we all agree the correct way to kill Downs would have been with a concealed rifle shot. Kennedy took her glasses off and rubbed her eyes. We have let this one piece of possibly flawed evidence steer our entire investigation in a very specific direction. Based on this one piece of information, we have excluded all SEALs from our investigation. That's what investigations are all about, Irene, said McMahon. You analyze evidence and narrow your search. That's assuming the evidence is untainted. Kennedy rose and started to pace. There is only one logical reason for them to put him in the park, and I can't believe I didn't see it earlier. They put him there because they wanted him to be seen. Why would they want him to be seen? Asked Heaney. To throw us off. What if the guy wasn't black? What if they made him look like he was black? Why would they want us to think he was black? McMahon saw where Kennedy was going. If they were SEALs, they would. The room fell silent while the pieces fell into place for Heaney. McMahon stood and rolled his sleeves up. General, I think we had better take a look at those files. While we're doing that, I'll have my people initiate surveillance of the 14 black commandos. Irene, You get your people moving on the other commandos, and we'll have to consider investigating any SEALs on a case-by-case basis." An irritating noise broke the silence of the pre-dawn morning. A hand reached through the darkness toward the red blinking digital numbers and found the alarm clock. A second later, the noise was silenced. O'Rourke rolled over and wrapped himself around Liz. The previous evening had been a quiet one. Liz had finished writing her column about 9 and came over with a movie. Luckily for Michael, she was tired and not in the mood for conversation. 30 minutes into the video, they were both asleep. Michael was trying his best to make things seem normal and was, for the most part, succeeding. It helped that Liz was busy with her job. Michael couldn't get Arthur Higgins out of his mind. After returning from Georgia, he had gone to the Congressional Library to see what he could find out about the former head of the CIA's most secretive branch. He came up with nothing, which only added to the mystery. Michael brushed Liz's hair aside and kissed her naked shoulder. She turned her head slightly and he kissed her cheek. O'Rourke kissed her one more time and got out of bed. Grabbing a pair of sweatpants from a hook on the door, Michael put them on and headed downstairs. Duke met him at the bottom of the stairs and followed him into the kitchen. The coffee maker was filled to the top and started. All of his hunting gear was kept in the basement. After descending another flight of stairs, Michael opened the closet and put on a pair of wool socks, khaki pants, a blue flannel shirt, and a pair of boots. The rest of his gear was kept out at the cabin along with several shotguns. By the time he got back up to the kitchen, the pot was done brewing. He poured the whole thing into a large thermos and filled a travel mug for the road. Duke was at his feet stretching and yawning. Before leaving, O'Rourke went back upstairs, set the alarm clock for 7 a.m., and kissed Liz on the cheek. Down in the small garage of the brownstone, Michael loaded Duke into the back of the truck and opened the garage door. Less than 5 minutes later, he pulled up in front of his brother's house. Tim, Seamus, and Tim's chocolate lab Cleo climbed into the truck, and they headed toward the cabin. Against Michael's wishes, Seamus had told Tim everything that had happened over the past 2 weeks. For the majority of the drive, they discussed the information they had learned from Augie. When they arrived at the cabin, Coleman was already there. He was waiting inside at the kitchen table. The O'Rourkes pulled up chairs, and the coffee mugs were filled to the brim. When everyone was settled in, Coleman eagerly asked, "What have you found out?" "Have you ever heard of a man named Arthur Higgins?" Coleman squinted. "Yes." "Have you ever met him?" "No." "What do you know about him?" "He's an old spook over at the CIA. He handles a lot of dark operations and has a reputation as a man you don't screw around with." "What do you mean by dark operations?" asked Tim. "Covert operations that are funded from non-government sources and run without the official knowledge of the President and the Intelligence Committee." "Have you ever been involved in one of these operations?" "No." Coleman shook his head. "They use mercenaries, former commandos. These things can't be connected in any way to our government. The whole reason they are run as a dark op is because the spooks know they would never get official approval. They have to have complete deniability if anything goes wrong. The money can't be traced back to the U.S., and neither can the soldiers. Before the SEALs or any other American military personnel can be sent into a foreign country to conduct a covert operation, the CIA or the Pentagon has to get approval from a ranking member of the Intelligence Committee and the President. Dark operations completely circumvent the chain of command. It's a strange world, very secretive and risky. Everything is done unofficially and without a paper trail. All you ever hear about these people are whispers and rumors. I actually know some former SEALs who have worked for Higgins." "Do you think you could talk to them and find out what they know about him?" asked Michael. "I could, but Higgins is the type of person you don't just start asking questions about, or you might end up as shark bait." "I thought you SEALs were a tight group. Can't you ask them a few questions without raising too much attention?" "Maybe, maybe not. This isn't like calling up an old high school buddy and asking him about a girl he used to date. These are serious people and they don't like questions. They prefer to stay anonymous and quiet." "What in the hell are a couple of former SEALs doing working for a guy like Higgins?" asked Tim. "What do you expect them to do when they leave the service? Go sell used cars or program computers? We are trained to do a very specific job and trained to do it better than anyone else in the world. If you're a SEAL, you are better than 99.9% of all the soldiers who have ever laced up a boot. You are the best of the best, and do you know what you get paid? You max out at about 40 grand a year. Then one day you leave the service and you're confronted with two options. You go to work in the private sector in a boring 9-to-5 job and get paid about the same as when you were in the military. Or you go to work for some guy like Higgins and get paid 6 figures plus for working about 50 days a year. And guys like Higgins aren't the only people who want you. Big-time drug dealers, oil sheiks, third-world governments, international bankers, they're all willing to pay big bucks to have a SEAL on their security staff. I know guys that are getting paid $500,000 a year to sit around and play bodyguard. For a lot of these guys, it's a status thing to be able to say their bodyguard is a SEAL. In the Middle East, our reputation alone scares the shit out of people. I understand your point, but I thought you guys had an honor code, said Tim. We do, but we're not an infallible fraternity. We have our bad apples just like any other organization. The reality is there are people who are willing to kill for money, and once they cross that line, they are no longer part of our brotherhood. They are assassins and mercenaries. So, you don't think it would be wise to start asking questions about Higgins? Asked Michael. From what I've heard about the man, no, I don't. What has got you so interested in him? Seamus and I took a little trip down to Georgia yesterday to talk to Augie Jackson. Seamus's friend who used to work for the CIA? Yes. Augie told us some pretty interesting stories about Higgins. He's convinced that he's responsible for the killing of Eric and Congressman Turnquist. Coleman grew cautious. So he buys into the idea that there are 2 separate groups doing the killing? Yes. Did he ask any questions about who the first group might be? Yes. Coleman stared at Michael for a long time. You told him, didn't you? Coleman looked to Seamus, and neither he nor Michael answered the question. The former SEAL shook his head and swore. He only knows that I'm involved, said Seamus. Scott, we can trust Augie. Coleman looked at his watch. Well, we'll know the answer to that any minute. If you hear any choppers overhead, we can all kiss our asses goodbye. Scott, he believes in what we're doing. He hated Fitzgerald and Kozlowski more than we did, and he was very convincing with the stuff he told us about Arthur. Why does he think Higgins killed Eric and Turnquist? Michael spent the next several minutes telling Coleman Augie's story. He relayed the story of the covert mission that Arthur had masterminded to get rid of the French politicians back in the early 60s, and then went on to explain Arthur's hatred for Senator Olson. Coleman asked few questions. Michael told him how Arthur was forced out of the agency by Stansfield and ordered to cease any involvement in intelligence and national security issues. When Michael was done recounting Augie's story, he asked Coleman what he thought. The man has the power and resources to pull it off. And as I told you several days ago, whoever blew up Eric's limo has to have some real connections. They had less than a week to put that operation together. Coleman shrugged his shoulders. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if he had a hand in this, but we don't have the intel or the capability to know for sure. I know, but we have to do something. Coleman tapped the side of his mug. I really don't think it's a good idea to ask any more questions about this guy. The FBI's investigation is kicking into high gear. It's important that we act normal and don't draw any attention to ourselves. Coleman pointed at the 3 O'Rourkes. You guys can get away with a lot more than I can. They're not going to come after you, but sooner or later they're going to come knocking on my door. Seamus thought about what Coleman had said for a moment and then asked, What about taking him out? Higgins? Yes. In principle, I don't have a problem with it. From what I've heard, he's the snake of snakes. But I'd like to be a little more sure that he was behind this before we go to that extreme. Besides, I'm not even sure we could get to him. My guess is that he has some pretty tight security around him. Michael slid the dossier across the table. Augie gave this to us before we left. It's a full profile of Arthur's movements and security measures. It breaks down his estate's security system step by step and describes, in detail, the endeavors he has continued to be involved in since he was forced out of the agency. Coleman opened the file and started thumbing through the pages. After several minutes, Coleman looked at Michael. You got this from this guy that used to work at the CIA? Yes. Where did he get it? He compiled it for Director Stansfield. They were thinking about taking him out, weren't they? Yes. Unbelievable. In the back, Seamus said, there's a section describing his business dealings and continued meddling in the CIA's business. If you turn to page 4 of the section, you'll find a highlighted paragraph that you're not going to like. Coleman flipped to the back of the file and scanned the paragraph. It stated that Higgins was believed to be involved with a group of black marketers who were stealing high-tech U.S. weaponry from manufacturers and military bases and selling it abroad through a Middle East arms dealer that had known sympathies for anti-American regimes. Like any other U.S. soldier, Coleman hated the thought that he or his men might be killed by an American-made weapon, especially a high-tech weapon that wasn't supposed to be sold. Coleman finished reading the paragraph and looked up at the former recon Marine sitting across the table. "Michael, I think you and I should go take a look at his estate this evening." On the top floor of the residential side of the White House was a large room that faced south, called the solarium. The room sat above the Eisenhower balcony and had large plate glass windows running from the floor to the ceiling. Stevens liked the room because it was the brightest in the White House, and since he was starting to feel like a caged animal, he decided to move his lunch meeting up to the top floor, where he could actually see beyond the gates of the compound. He was scheduled to meet with the leaders of his party to go over the legislative agenda for Monday's reconvening of the House and Senate. Stevens looked out across the south lawn toward the Washington Monument. The large green personnel carriers and tanks were clearly visible from his panoramic perch. "God, it's only been 4 days since we got back from Camp David, and I already feel trapped." Stevens shook his head at a flight of 4 green Cobra gunships working their way eastward across the mall from the Lincoln Monument to the Capitol. The sight of all the military equipment so openly visible in the heart of Washington made him wonder if the decision to bring in the military was wise. "Stu, are you sure this is the right thing to do?" Garrett was sitting at a small desk, feverishly writing. Without looking up, he asked, "Is what the right thing to do?" Stevens waved his arm in front of him, gesturing toward the mall. "Bringing in such a strong military presence. I mean, do we really need tanks in front of the Washington Monument? It just makes me look so harsh, like I'm a dictator." "That's what we need right now, Jim. I've talked to every pollster from New York to L.A. over the last 3 days, and they're all telling me the same thing. The American people want law and order returned to their capital. The voters are scared, and they're looking to you for guidance and leadership. Bringing the military in will portray the right message. You'll be seen as a strong and decisive leader." "I know, but what about what you said initially? That we'd look like the Chinese if we brought in the tanks?" "Shit, that was before they killed the damn Speaker of the House in broad daylight and tried to blow us out of the sky. Things have gotten much more serious than they were after that first morning. The voters are scared. At first, they got off on the thrill of seeing a couple of dinosaurs like Fitzgerald and Kozlowski get assassinated. That initial thrill is gone, and they want a return to law and order. They'll turn on their TVs when they sit down to eat dinner tonight, and they'll see a stone-faced soldier sitting on the turret of a tank, and they'll be happy they have a strong president who's willing to take action in a time of crisis. Trust me, Jim, I know what I'm doing on this one." Chapter 31. Coleman and the O'Rourke stayed at the cabin until almost 10 a.m., talking about which course of action to take with Arthur. After the O'Rourkes left for D.C., Coleman spent most of the afternoon checking out the neighborhood where Arthur lived. From his SEAL training, Coleman had developed a knack for memorizing maps. He drove down every street within 5 miles of Arthur's estate, checking for unmarked service drives and paths that led from the road down to the water, making mental notes of anything and everything that might be useful. Before taking any action against Arthur, he wanted to be completely familiar with the neighborhood. The closer he got to Arthur's estate, the more details he took in. Which houses had security cameras, which ones had beware of dog signs, and which ones had guardhouses. He only drove past Arthur's gate once. Anything more than that might arouse some suspicion. Besides, he was more worried about the houses that bordered Arthur's. Augie's files stated that neither had high-tech security systems. Both had security company signs at the end of the driveway, but neither had gates or fences, which probably meant the houses were wired, but not the grounds. After his sightseeing tour, Coleman drove out to Sparrows Point, just south of Baltimore on the Patapsco River. The large industrial yard was once entirely occupied by Bethlehem Steel, but with the decline of the U.S. steel industry, it was now partitioned into extremely cheap warehouse and waterfront dock space. The Seal Demolition and Salvage Corporation was located in a dirty, dank building that faced Old Road Bay on the east end of the point. The lease was a meager $1,000 a month for 1,000 square feet of finished office space and another 10,000 square feet of bulk warehouse. Coleman pulled his Ford Explorer into the large warehouse and got out. Earlier in the day, he had called his only 2 employees and told them to meet him at the office around 4 p.m. They were standing next to the office checking diving equipment when he arrived. Dan Strobel and Kevin Hackett were also former SEALs. They had served on Coleman's SEAL team for 3 years and had left the Navy about 6 months after their commander. Since the inception of the SEAL Demolition and Salvage Corporation 4 months earlier, they had only done one job, for British Petroleum. BP had quietly contracted to have one of their abandoned oil rigs in the North Atlantic demolished. Somehow word had leaked out, and Greenpeace was mobilizing a group of protesters to occupy the rig and prevent the demolition. They wanted BP to dismantle the rig girder by girder. To the executives at BP, the decision was simple: demolish the rig at a cost of $200,000, or dismantle it piece by piece at an estimated cost of $5 million. BP scrambled to put together the demolition team and blow the rig before Greenpeace could mobilize. BP's best estimate was that they could have all of the charges in place and ready to go within 48 hours. They found out that a boat loaded with Greenpeace activists was docked in Reykjavik, Iceland, and set to leave port the following morning. The activists would arrive at the rig by noon the next day and storm the platform, creating an international media event that would bring public and political pressure down on BP to dismantle the rig. BP needed to slow the protesters down, so they would have enough time to blow the rig. The vice president of operations at BP was told to find a way to stop the activists from reaching the rig without making it look as if BP had had a hand in it. The executive made several calls to his contacts in America and Britain and found out that a new upstart company in Maryland might be perfect for the job. The man called Coleman and explained the situation to him. He had 20 hours to get to Reykjavik and stop the boat from leaving the harbor. The man didn't care how it was done, just so long as no one was hurt. Coleman had a rough idea of how much it would cost BP if they had to dismantle the rig, so he said he'd do the job for $300,000. The BP exec agreed, and Coleman, Strobel, and Hackett were on the next flight out of Dulles with their diving gear. They landed in Reykjavik just before sundown and were down at the pier by 11 that evening. During their tenure as SEALs, they had spent countless hours swimming around dirty harbors, attaching explosives to hulls, and disabling propellers and rudders. The only thing that was difficult about the mission was the temperature of the water. Even with their neoprene wetsuits, they could stay in the water for no more than 15 minutes at a time. They took turns swimming over to the ship from a berth about 200 feet away. Using an acetylene torch, they cut away at the U-joint where the drive shaft met the propeller. The boat would be able to maintain steerage and prop speed up to about 10 knots. Anything more than that, and the laws of physics would take effect. The increased torque on the propeller would cause the sabotaged joint that connected the drive shaft to the prop to snap. They sat at a cafe the next morning and wagered on whether the ship would make it out of the harbor. Coleman didn't feel guilty about the job. He'd been around the ocean his whole life and had a deep respect for and healthy fear of it. Sending a couple thousand tons of steel to the ocean floor wouldn't harm it a bit. As they drank coffee and waited for their 8 a.m. flight back to Washington, a tug moved in and towed the ship out to the main channel. The lines were released, and the ship was underway. A white froth churned up behind the stern of the boat as it headed for the open sea. It had just cleared the seawall when the frothy wake subsided and the ship stalled, turning sideways in the middle of the channel. An hour later, Coleman, Strobel, and Hackett were on their way back to Washington. Over the last month, they had received 2 more offers for jobs, but they had told their prospective clients they were too busy to take the work. Coleman slammed the door of his car and walked over to Strobel and Hackett. "How are you guys doing?" "Great, sir. How about you?" "Fine. Have you checked the messages?" "Yep," answered Strobel. "There was nothing on the machine." When Coleman asked if they'd checked the messages, he actually meant, "Have you checked the office and phones for bugs?" They knew that eventually the FBI would put them under surveillance. They needed an alibi that would explain all of the time they'd spent together while planning for their mission, so with some seed money from Seamus, they had started the SEAL Demolition and Salvage Corporation. They weren't the only retired SEALs living in D.C. who were working with each other. Coleman knew of 2 others a little older than him who ran a charter fishing operation out of Annapolis, and had a sneaking suspicion that they did a little work for the CIA on the side. There were also several other groups of SEALs that ran security firms, providing bodyguards for diplomats and corporate executives. Coleman and Seamus had agreed that the key to not getting caught was making sure they afforded the FBI no hard evidence. That meant no fingerprints, no eyewitnesses, and no ballistics that would link them to the killings. They wore gloves during every phase of the operation and kept their faces concealed. The rifles used to kill Kozlowski and Bassett and the pistol used to kill Downs were now rusting at the bottom of the Chesapeake. No real evidence linked them to the murders. If the FBI came, all they would find would be 3 former SEALs trying to launch a new business venture. Coleman went into the office and came back out saying, "Let's get the gear together. I want to take the boat down to Annapolis and do a bid on a project. If the weather stays nice, we might be able to get some fishing in on the way back. Let's pack up and shove off in about 30 minutes. While Strobel and Hackett gathered up the diving gear, Coleman topped off the tanks on the boat. Within 30 minutes, they were underway and headed for the bay. They centered their conversation on inconsequential small talk until Strobel finished going over the boat with the sensor. Coleman stood behind the wheel on the flybridge and watched the movements of the ships and small vessels around them. He feared that the FBI might try to bug the office, his apartment, or his car, but that didn't scare him. Those could be detected, and if they were dumb enough to bug him, they would tip their hand. What he feared most was the use of directional microphones. The CIA had been using them for years, and the technology was getting better and better. A person could stand over 300 feet away and eavesdrop on someone's conversation by merely pointing a microphone at them. The CIA had developed the technology to listen through walls and other hard materials where it was difficult to place a bug. As they reached the open water of the bay, Strobel and Hackett huddled next to Coleman on the flybridge. With the engines roaring, the wind rushing past, and not another ship within a mile, Coleman started to fill them in on the details of Seamus and Michael's meeting with Augie. Neither Strobel nor Hackett was surprised by the story. They'd heard the rumors about Higgins before, and it seemed well within the realm of possibilities that he was responsible for the murders of Olson, Turnquist, and their bodyguards. By the time they reached Annapolis, Coleman had given them all of the details regarding the meeting he'd had with the O'Rourkes. They cruised south past Annapolis to Tolly Point, and Coleman headed for shore. He told Strobel and Hackett to stay below until they were back out in the bay. The sun was setting in the west, and patches of gray clouds were moving in off the Atlantic. Rain would be welcomed, but not crucial. Still atop the bridge, Coleman maneuvered his boat into the marina at the end of Tolly Point. He saw someone standing next to the gas pumps on the dock and raised his hand to block the low sun. Coleman swung the boat in and came up alongside the dock. Michael jumped on board holding a fishing pole and tackle box. "Welcome aboard, Congressman. It looks like we're going to have a nice night for fishing. Stow your gear and grab us a couple of beers out of the cooler." Spinning the wheel around, Coleman headed back through the channel. Michael set his gear down and flipped open a red cooler. Grabbing 2 beers, he climbed the ladder to the bridge and handed one to Coleman. Coleman smiled and nodded. A second later, they passed the no-wake buoys, and Coleman pushed the throttles down, gunning the engines. As the noise increased, Michael whispered, "Are Dan and Kevin here?" "Yeah, they're below. I told them to stay there until we were out of sight. Did you have any trouble getting here?" "No, as far as I could tell, no one followed me." Coleman looked at his watch. It was 5:21 p.m. "The sun should be down in another 15 minutes, and then we have to stop and pick up some equipment. We should get there around 7 p.m. Coleman hugged the coast as they headed south toward Thomas Point. The bay was calm. A light breeze was coming in from the east, and the boat traffic was light. Most of the recreational boaters on the Chesapeake were done until next spring. The temperature was around 58 degrees and dropping. He continued past Thomas Point for exactly 1.3 miles and turned due east, cutting across the main shipping channel of the bay. Strobel and Hackett, in the meantime, had changed out of their clothing and put on wetsuits. Michael stood on the flybridge with a pair of binoculars and scanned their path for any ships. When they reached the other side of the channel, Coleman pulled the boat up next to one of the large red buoys that marked the shipping channel and dropped anchor. Strobel and Hackett had their diving gear on and were giving each other one last safety check, going over each other's equipment like pilots doing a pre-flight instrument check. Coleman and Michael stayed atop the flybridge and kept a lookout for the Coast Guard, while Strobel and Hackett went over the side. About 5 minutes later, they came back up with a large trunk. Michael and Coleman lifted the heavy container into the boat. It was 5 by 4 feet and about 3 feet high and was made out of dark green fiberglass. Coleman popped the hermetically sealed clasps and opened the trunk. Set in foam cutouts on the top section were 6 pairs of night vision goggles. Coleman grabbed 4 of them and handed them to Michael. Next, he grabbed 2 handles and lifted the top section out of the container, revealing a cache of weapons also set in foam cutouts. Coleman snatched 3 MP5 submachine guns and a sniper's rifle from the container, along with silencers and ammunition clips. After closing the airtight trunk, he and Michael handed it back over the side to Strobel and Hackett. They took the trunk back down to the bottom and covered it with rocks. When Strobel and Hackett were back on board, Coleman raised the anchor and headed back across the bay on a southwesterly course. Strobel and Hackett checked all of the weapons to make sure they were clean and well-oiled, and then packed them into waterproof backpacks. When they were finished, Hackett took the helm so Michael and Coleman could get ready. Everyone was fitted with a waterproof radio and headset that was worn under their wetsuits. About a half a mile from Curtis Point, Coleman took back the helm and slowed the boat to about 10 knots. He pulled to within a quarter of a mile from shore and turned south, counting the houses as he went. When they passed the 6th house in from the point, Coleman told Strobel and Hackett to put on their night vision goggles and scan the ridgeline of the cliffs and the docks for people. The entire shoreline consisted of an elevated cliff that ranged from 50 to 80 feet in height. Arthur's estate sat in the middle of a small swale. The cliff on either side of his estate was about 10 feet higher than it was in front of his. Strobel and Hackett announced that no one was in sight. Coleman continued for another 400 feet and pulled to within 30 feet of shore, cutting the engines and dropping anchor. Before leaving the bridge, he turned off all of the running lights. It was a good night for reconnaissance. What little moon there was sitting low in the night sky and partially obscured by clouds. Coleman gathered everyone close together for a radio check and quick briefing. He spoke in a low whisper. The acoustics of the water caused sound to travel much farther than people realized. "All right, I'm Zeus, Michael is Apollo, Dan, you're Hermes, and Kevin, you're Cyclops." Hackett smiled at the code name, which referred to the sight on his sniper's rifle. "Everyone check your watches. I'm reading 1908 on my mark." Coleman waited for his watch to strike 7:08 p.m. and said, "Mark." Everyone synchronized their watches. Arthur's estate is loaded with motion sensors, laser tripwires, and tremor plates. There is no way we are going to sneak in there without being noticed. What I want to do tonight is get a better look at the 2 neighbors' yards and get a general feel for the layout. Kevin, I want you and Dan to scout out the neighbors to the north. As far as I can tell, their security systems are for their houses only, not the grounds. Make sure you check out the dock and the stairs leading up to the house before you use them. When you reach the top of the cliff, check out the fence that runs between Arthur's yard and the neighbors. Kevin, as soon as possible, I want you to find a spot in one of the big oak trees that run along the property line. If anything goes wrong, I want you to be in a position to give us cover if we need to bug out." "What are my rules of engagement?" asked Hackett. "I want to get out of here tonight without anyone knowing we were here." "What if he steps out for one of his cigars and I have him dead in my sights?" Coleman pondered the question. "I'm tempted, but the answer is no. I don't want to rush into anything. We are here to gather information and get out." Michael, Hackett, and Strobel nodded. "If anything goes wrong and one of his guards opens fire, take him out. Otherwise, let's keep our fingers off the triggers. One more thing. The wind is out of the east. Keep that in mind if they start patrolling with the dogs." Everyone nodded. "All right. Be careful." Strobel and Hackett sat down on the diving platform and put on their fins and diving masks. They stuck their snorkels in their mouths and slid into the water, quietly swimming away. Before Michael and Coleman got in, Coleman asked, "Do recon Marines know how to swim?" "No," Michael smiled. "I thought you were going to tow me in." "Good one. Let's go." The 2 slid into the water and headed for shore. They sliced through the water using only a leg kick, the large black fins making the task easy. The only things showing were the thin black snorkels and the top of their masks. When they reached the dock of the neighbor to the south of Arthur, they swam ashore and took their backpacks and diving masks off. Coleman whispered into the tiny microphone hanging in front of his mouth, "This is Zeus. We're ashore, over." "This is Cyclops. We're almost there, over." Michael and Coleman knelt on the small strip of sand between the water's edge and the cliff. Craning his neck backward, Michael looked up at the dark wall of rock. It looked to be about the height of a 3-story building. Coleman tapped him on the shoulder. "Get your gear ready. I'm going to take a look at this dock and see if it has any security devices." Coleman pulled the night vision goggles down and waded out into the water. Without touching the dock, he looked underneath it to check for wires or cables. When he got out to the end, he swam under the huge yellow and white tarp where a 36-foot Chris craft was docked. After checking the entire dock, he swam back to shore and grabbed his backpack. Michael had already put a magazine into Coleman's MP5 and attached the silencer. He handed the weapon to Coleman, and the former SEAL checked to make sure a round was in the chamber and the safety on. Coleman looked at Michael with a grin. "Do you remember how to do this?" "It's coming back to me." "Good. Let's go." Michael followed as Coleman led the way up the stairs. The stairs zigzagged up the cliff, changing lateral direction about every 20 steps. Not counting the bottom and top, there were 3 landings in between. When they neared the top, Coleman held up his fist, signaling Michael to wait while he checked things out. He crawled just short of the last step and checked the posts of the railing for a motion sensor. He knew there wasn't a laser tripwire, or it would have showed up on his night vision goggles. Next, he scanned the large house for movement, and after several minutes of checking everything in and around the house, he waved O'Rourke up. They stayed low and scampered along a row of hedges that separated the lawn from the edge of the cliff. At the end of the hedges, they reached a small patio and gazebo. Just on the other side of the gazebo was a 10-foot brick fence that separated Arthur's yard from his neighbor's. Coleman grabbed one of the patio chairs and brought it around the back side of the gazebo. He and O'Rourke slung their weapons over their backs and climbed onto the roof. They lay on their stomachs and looked over the fence. The view from atop the slightly angled octagonal roof was perfect. Almost all of Arthur's backyard was visible. Coleman spoke into his mic, keeping his voice barely above a whisper. "Cyclops, this is Zeus. Are you in position, over?" "That's affirmative, Zeus. I found a nice little nest with a bird's-eye view, over." "Have you seen any guards yet, over?" "That's affirmative. I count 1 man and a canine. They swept the back side of the house about 2 minutes ago, over." "Roger. I'd like you to do a check on my position. We are directly south of you, just on the other side of the fence, over." O'Rourke and Coleman lay perfectly still for about 60 seconds, and then Hackett's voice responded. "I've got you. Just barely, though. It took me 4 passes. Make sure you keep a low profile. The sky is pretty dark behind you, but your silhouettes will still show, over." "How high up are you, Cyclops, over?" "I'm a good 20 feet up, over." "Roger. Let me know if the dog shows up along my fence line. It's my only blind spot, over." "Will do, over." "Hermes, this is Zeus. What's your position, over?" Strobel was standing on the lowest branch of an old oak tree. He hugged the trunk and peered over the fence at the front of Arthur's house. "I've got a good view of the front of the house, over." "What do you see, over?" "I've got 2 guards by the front door. Both are accompanied by a German shepherd, over." "How are they equipped, over?" "They're decked out in combat boots, dark jumpsuits, and combat vests. One of them is carrying a sidearm." "Check. Make that both of them." Strobel peered through his goggles and then lifted them up onto his forehead and grabbed his field binoculars out of his breast pocket. The guards were standing under the light of the front door. The detail was much better with the binoculars. "They are both carrying Uzis, and it looks like they're wearing flak jackets, over." "How are they set up for communication, over?" "They are both wearing shoulder mics, and it looks like their radios are mounted on their upper back left side, over." "Is one of them the guard that just finished the sweep of the backyard, over?" "That's a Roger, over." Coleman looked at his watch. "All right. You guys know the routine. Announce any movements and mark the intervals. We should have 1 more guard at the front gate and 1 more in the house. Let's see how good these guys are, over." For the next hour, they watched the 2 guards and their dogs patrol the grounds. One of them always stayed by the front door, while the other roamed the estate. There was no rhyme or reason to the intervals. A guard would leave for 1 lap around the house one time, and the next time he would wander around the estate for 10 minutes. To the common observer it looked disorganized, and in a way it was, but by design. Set patterns and predictability were liabilities in this business, not assets. These guards were professionals. Strobel was getting tired of standing, so he sat down on the large branch. He was just barely able to see over the top of the fence and into Arthur's yard, and could still see the 2 guards and their dogs at the front door. Both guards reached for their shoulder mics and said something. Then they turned and headed in opposite directions toward the sides of the house. The unusual movement caught Strobel's attention, and then without warning, bright flood lamps illuminated the tree lines to the north and south of Arthur's estate. Strobel leapt down from the tree and started running as quietly as possible for the water. He whispered into his mic, "I think they may have seen me. Over." Coleman and O'Rourke instantly crept backward when the lights came on and were huddled on the other side of the roof. Coleman asked, "Hermes, where are you? Over." "I'm making my way toward the cliff. Over." "Roger, Hermes. Stand by at the cliff and wait for Cyclops. Over." "Cyclops, I need some intel. What's going on? Over." "I've got both guards and their dogs working their way down the fence line towards the water. They are looking in the trees, but neither of them have their weapons drawn. It appears that they're doing some kind of sweep. Over." "Do you still have good concealment? Over." "That's affirmative. Over." "All right. You are going to have to give us the play-by-play because we can't see anything. Over." "Don't move or make any noise. The guard and the dog on the south side are coming up on your position. I have him in my sights." Hackett kept his voice below a whisper. "Good. Zeus, they are looking over the edge of the cliff down at the water. The guard closest to you just said something into his mic and is heading back to the house." Without warning, all of the floodlights were extinguished, and darkness returned to the landscape. "What in the hell was that all about?" asked Michael. "I don't know," whispered Coleman. "Everyone sit tight for a couple minutes and see what happens next. Don't talk unless something develops. Over." Coleman and Michael crawled back to the crest of the roof and looked over the fence. Less than a minute later, Hackett broke the silence. "I think I hear a car pulling up the driveway." Chapter 32. Nance stepped out of the back seat of his limo and held his arms straight out. A guard approached and waved a sensor over his body. After he was done, the guard spoke into his shoulder mic, telling the controller inside the house that Arthur's guest was clean. Nance's bodyguard and driver waited by the car while the National Security Advisor was escorted into the house. When he entered the study, he found Arthur in his usual spot, waiting by the fireplace. Nance strode across the room and stopped a short distance away. Arthur's lips showed the faintest hint of a smile, and he said, "I hope you don't mind standing. I've been sitting all day." "No, not at all." "Good. What is of such importance that you needed to come see me in person?" "You will have to be the judge. I just wanted to keep you abreast of some developments." Nance shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Yesterday morning, Special Agent McMahon of the FBI received a phone call from the terrorists claiming that they had nothing to do with the killing of Olson and Turnquist." "Really?" Arthur pursed his lips. "I expected them to go to the media with the story, not the FBI." "So did I. Does this worry you?" Arthur slapped the question away with the wave of a hand. "No, not really. Nothing can be traced back to us. No one other than you, Garrett, and myself know who was behind those murders. The people we used were hired very discreetly. They made no contact with anyone. They picked up an envelope that contained Olson's and Turnquist's names and an account number at a very discreet bank in the Caymans. Even if the FBI were to catch the assassins, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to us. Unless one of us talked." Arthur stared at Nance with sharp eyes. "We both know that neither you nor I would speak to the FBI, so I would have to assume you are referring to Mr. Garrett." "Yes." Arthur exhaled an even, long breath. "What has he done now?" "He has a hard time hiding his emotions. During the briefing yesterday, when McMahon played the tape of his conversation with the assassin, Mr. Garrett became very nervous and animated." "I don't see that as being a problem. Nervous and animated fits his normal profile." Nance sighed. It was often tiring trying to convince Arthur of something. "While the taped conversation was being played, he broke out in a sweat and would not stop staring at me. He looked uncharacteristically nervous and afraid." "Did anyone else notice his behavior?" "Yes." "Who?" Thomas Stansfield. Arthur grew more concerned. Are you sure? Completely. How much did he see? Everything. You know how he is, Arthur. The man is a professional. He takes everything in. What exactly did he see? He saw Garrett fidget in his chair, his brow break out in a sweat, and his eyes darting back and forth between me and the transcript of the phone conversation. I was watching Stansfield stare at Stu, and then, just like you or I would have done, he followed Stu's eyes across the table to me. He took the whole thing in. Arthur sighed. Well, I would have preferred for that not to have happened, but I don't think it will affect us. As I said earlier, there is no way they can trace this back to us. As long as Mr. Garrett keeps his mouth shut. He will stay quiet. He has strong survival instincts. I know he does. That's what worries me. What if Stansfield puts two and two together and makes a wild guess that you were the one who ordered the hit on Olson? Stansfield knows you hated him. Nance paused to let Arthur think about the scenario, and then continued. Mr. Garrett's survival instincts are so strong that he would turn on us in a second if it meant saving himself. Arthur looked at Nance and then into the fire. He watched the flames flicker while he contemplated his options, looking at every angle, trying to determine if Garrett was more of a threat or an asset. He imagined Stansfield pulling Garrett aside and catching him off guard, telling him that he knew all about his connection with Arthur and that they were behind the assassinations of Olson and Turnquist. Stansfield could easily speculate and connect the dots, but that meant nothing as long as Garrett kept his mouth shut. The motives for killing a career politician were abundant. They could prove nothing without one of them talking, and as he and Nance had discussed earlier, the odds of that happening were 0. Arthur concluded that they would have to head this one off before Stansfield had the chance to act. I think we need to be proactive on this and let Mr. Garrett know what the consequences would be if he talked. Arthur ran one of his thin fingers over his bottom lip. Tell Mr. Garrett that I have made arrangements to have him dealt with if he ever whispers a word of this to anyone. Tell him that even in the event of my death, the order will be carried out. I think that is a wise decision. I know just how to handle it. Good. I'll leave the details up to you. Arthur walked over to the coffee table and grabbed 2 cigars. Let's step outside. I have some other things I would like to discuss with you. Nance followed his mentor across the room and out into the cool night air. O'Rourke and Coleman were concentrating on the guard who was standing watch at the edge of the cliff when Hackett came crackling over their earpieces. Zeus, this is Cyclops. I just spotted 2 men in suits that walked out of the house and are standing on the patio. Do you copy? Over. O'Rourke had his night vision goggles flipped up and Coleman had his down. Both of them looked toward the house. Coleman saw them right away, the goggles illuminating them in a clear green and black picture. O'Rourke could see the bright red tips of the cigars, but nothing else. It was hard to make out their silhouettes in the dark. Coleman whispered into his mic. I copy, Cyclops. I see 2 men. I think one of them is our boy. I can't tell who the other guy is, over. Coleman flipped his mic up and said to Michael, It's nice to know Augie was right about this cigar thing. O'Rourke quietly pulled his goggles down and peered toward the house. He adjusted his goggles and brought the 2 men into focus. Being careful to keep his voice down, he said, The guy on the right is Arthur, but I can't see who the guy on the left is. I can't either, responded Coleman. Cyclops, we can't see who the other guy is. Can you, over? Yes, he looks familiar, but I haven't got a real good look at him, over. O'Rourke was watching Arthur talk, and then the other man turned his face toward them, exhaling a puff of smoke. O'Rourke squinted and tapped Coleman on the shoulder. I think that's Mike Nance. Are you sure? I'm almost positive. Michael pulled his mic down. Cyclops, this is Apollo. Is the other man the President's National Security Advisor, Mike Nance? Over. Cyclops moved his rifle sight from Arthur to the other man. Nance removed the cigar from his mouth, and Cyclops got a full shot of his face. That's a Roger. The other man is Mike Nance. Over. What in the hell is Mike Nance doing here? Asked O'Rourke. I have no idea, said Coleman as he peered back toward the cliff to see what the guard and dog were doing. Are you sure it's him? Yes. O'Rourke continued to stare at the 2 men standing on the veranda. Augie told me that Stansfield ordered Arthur to cease all dealings with his contacts from the intelligence community. Well, he's obviously ignoring the order. Coleman pulled his mic back down in front of his mouth. "All right, everybody, this is Zeus. Listen up. We are going to wait until these two finish their cigars, and then hopefully they'll go back inside, and the guard by the cliff will head back up to the main house. Then we will finish our recon and head back to the boat. Until then, we sit tight. I don't want them to have any idea we were here. Over." Irene Kennedy was having a difficult time staying awake. The human body needs more than 2 hours of sleep in a day. Kennedy had only slept 2 hours in the last 3 days, and her body was about to shut down. She was sitting in the midst of stacks of green personnel dossiers. 94, to be exact. Kennedy was methodically picking through each file, reading every boring line of black print. Military personnel dossiers were not intriguing reading. Kennedy had already read 52 of the files and was coming to the realization that she would not finish tonight. It was almost 11 p.m., and her ability to analyze the tedious information was diminishing. She decided to read 2 more files and call it a night, leaving herself an even 40 to finish in the morning. She was impressed with the job that Naval Intelligence had done in keeping tabs on their former SEALs. Even the CIA was interested. Kennedy had found 5 SEALs who were now on the CIA payroll. The files didn't say they worked for the CIA. Kennedy recognized their employers as companies that were either fronts for the agency or companies that did a lot of work for the agency. Kennedy opened the next file and looked down at a picture of Scott Coleman. Beneath the photo was his date of discharge, a little over a year ago. She continued reading the file, noticing nothing unusual. Any one of the 94 files alone would be impressive, but after reading 50 of them, they all kind of blended together, and the superhuman feats these men performed started to seem normal. Kennedy noticed that Coleman's IQ was near the genius level. Flipping to the last several pages, Kennedy read a list of covert missions that Coleman had participated in. It was long and impressive, starting in the early 80s and finishing about a year and a half ago. The missions were all listed by code names. Because of Kennedy's security clearance and her background in terrorism, she recognized almost half of the missions. She got to the last mission Coleman had participated in, and an empty feeling crept into her stomach. The code name for the mission was Operation Snatchback. Snatchback was something few people knew about, and something that no one wanted to talk about. The only thing listed after Operation Snatchback was Coleman's date of discharge. Next to the date in parenthesis was the comment, "Early discharge granted." "I haven't seen one of those yet," Kennedy commented to herself. As her curiosity grew, Kennedy felt less tired. She flipped to the last page and found that Coleman was living in Adams Morgan and had started a company called SEAL Demolition and Salvage Corporation. Kennedy immediately wondered who the other employees of the SEAL Demolition and Salvage Corporation might be. Grabbing the file, Kennedy stood and walked briskly down the hall toward General Heaney's office. A young ensign was the only person left in the main office area. "Is the general still in?" asked Kennedy. "Dr. Kennedy, he said goodbye to you almost 3 hours ago. Remember? He said he'd be back at 0600. Kennedy frowned. "Damn it. Ma'am, if you don't mind me saying, you look like you could use some sleep." Kennedy shook her head and looked down at the file. She stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what to do next. "Is there anything I could help you with, ma'am?" Kennedy looked at the young officer and was about to ask him what his security clearance was, and then thought better. At his age and rank, there was no way he was cleared to discuss this information. "No, thank you for offering, though." The paper-thin Kennedy turned to walk away and then stopped. "Ensign, how unusual is it to get an early discharge when you're in the Special Forces?" "It's not that unusual. We have guys blowing out knees every other week. We get at least one broken back a year, and a whole lot of other injuries. A lot of these knee injuries take a year to rehab, so if a guy is due to get out in a year and he blows his knee, we let him go early." Kennedy accepted the explanation and said, "Thank you." Again, she turned to walk away and again stopped. Turning back to the ensign, she said, "If that was the case, wouldn't their file say medical discharge?" "Yes, that is correct." Kennedy opened Coleman's file and found the page where it said, "Early discharge granted." She pointed at the last line and showed it to the ensign. "This is different than a medical discharge, is it not?" "Yes, it is. I've never seen one of those before." Well, I shouldn't say that. With the budget cuts, it's fairly common in the regular Navy, but not in the Special Forces. Kennedy wavered for a moment, wondering if she should have the ensign call General Heaney at home, but knew the general needed sleep as much or more than she did. She decided it could wait until morning. Kennedy asked the ensign for a piece of paper and wrote a note for the general. She paperclipped it to the top of the folder and handed it to the ensign. "Would you please put this on the general's desk for me?" Kennedy gathered her things and decided to let the rest of the files wait until morning. She had to be in Skip McMahon's office at 8 a.m. for a meeting. Arthur and Nance stood outside talking and smoking their cigars for about 40 minutes. During that time, O'Rourke and Coleman speculated as to why the National Security Advisor would be talking to Arthur. From their spot atop the gazebo, they became more and more curious. Finally, Arthur and Nance went back inside. Several minutes after that, they heard a car drive away. Shortly after that, the guard standing watch by the cliff took his dog and headed back for the house. Coleman scanned the entire yard thoroughly and told everyone to sit tight for a couple more minutes to make sure they hadn't missed anything. When he felt comfortable, he lowered his mic and said, "All right, let's work our way back to the boat. Sound off if anything comes up, over." Coleman slid off the roof first and lowered himself down onto the chair. O'Rourke followed and put the chair back at the table where they'd found it. They both huddled next to the row of hedges and looked at each other. For at least the 10th time in the last 45 minutes, O'Rourke said, "God, I'd like to know what in the hell those two were talking about." "So would I." Coleman looked around the yard and grabbed his mic. "Cyclops and Hermes, this is Zeus. Do you read, over?" "Yes, we read you, over." "Where are you, over?" "We're getting ready to go down to the water, over." Coleman looked across the yard. "I've got something I want to check out. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. We'll meet you back at the boat, over." "That's a roger, over." "What's up?" asked O'Rourke. "When I was driving around today, I noticed that there was a big place for sale several doors down. It looked kind of run down, like no one was living there. As long as we're here, I want to look around. Let's stay low and keep quiet." They ran toward the other side of the yard, crouching next to the hedges. No fence separated the 2 yards, only a tree line, but Coleman and O'Rourke stopped anyway. They scanned the yard with their goggles and looked for motion sensors. They found none, and all of the lights in the large house were off. Crossing the yard, they reached an old wrought-iron fence and stopped. "This is it," said Coleman. "Let's walk the fence line and see if we can find a gate." They walked away from the bay and toward the house, their goggles lighting the way for them. They'd only walked about 30 feet when they found a hole. 2 of the wrought iron bars were missing and a gate had been created. They stepped through the opening and onto a thinly worn path that moved through the trees and weeds. After about 30 feet, it opened into a huge, wild yard the size of a football field. The grass was almost up to their waist. Looking up toward the house, they studied the dilapidated mansion. All of the windows on the main floor were boarded up, and the surrounding vegetation looked as if it was attempting to swallow the house. "This place has been empty for quite a while," said Coleman. "They can't sell homes like this anymore. The taxes alone have to be $500,000. Follow me. I think there's a service drive over here." They trudged through the tall grass, staying by the trees. Adjacent to the main house and behind a row of tall hedges, they came across a small shed and a dirt road. They followed the path to the main road and stopped at the service gate. Next to the gate was a good-sized servant's house. The windows were also boarded up. They heard a car approaching and ducked down behind some bushes. The car grew louder and louder, and then its headlights lit up the night air. The undergrowth and trees were thick, and with their dark clothing they were not in danger of being seen. A Mercedes passed and continued around the turn. Coleman rose from the bushes and inspected the gate. It was a smaller version of the large wrought iron gate for the main drive to the mansion. It swung open from the middle and was chained and padlocked. Coleman inspected the lock briefly and then checked the hinges. Turning to O'Rourke, he said, "I've seen all I need. Let's go." "Would you mind telling me what you're thinking?" "I'm not sure yet. I'm just trying to get a feel for things. Let's go." With Coleman in the lead, they worked their way quietly down the service drive through the tall grass and back to Arthur's neighbor's yard. From there, they descended down the steps to the bay, where they repacked their gear in the waterproof backpacks and swam back to the boat. Strobel and Hackett were waiting for them. As soon as Coleman and O'Rourke were on board, they raised the anchor and headed back out into the bay. Once they reached the other side, they turned north for Baltimore. All 4 of them were gathered on the fly deck. The wind screen shielded them from most of the breeze, but the night air was still frigid. Hackett was telling them that he didn't think it would be difficult to take Arthur out. "I can't believe that a guy who's that paranoid about security is dumb enough to step out in the open like that just to smoke a cigar." "They're all alike, all over the world," scoffed Strobel. "They all have a weakness, some little habit that they won't let go of." "How hard do you think it would be to kidnap him?" asked O'Rourke. "A lot harder than shooting him in the head from 150 feet, responded Hackett. "You're not really considering that as an option, are you?" "I would like to get inside his head and find out what in the hell he and Mike Nance were talking about." O'Rourke looked at Coleman, who was concentrating on the water ahead of them. He knew Coleman was thinking the same thing. Without taking his eyes off the water, Coleman said, "It can be done, but we'll have to take the guards out." "Why?" "Those guys are not your average security guards. If they're guarding Arthur, that means they're good." "How good?" "Good enough that if we try to sneak up on them, one of us will end up dead." "What about shooting them with a tranquilizer gun?" Coleman thought about it for a second and asked Hackett, "Any chance we could take them out with tranquilizers?" Hackett shook his head. "Too much wind coming off the bay, and the distances are too far. It looked like the guards were wearing body armor, so we'd have to hit them in the neck. From the distances we'd have to shoot, I wouldn't give us better than a 50-50 chance of hitting the mark." O'Rourke thought about killing the guards. He had killed several Iraqis during the war, but this would be more personal. "What type of men are they? Do they work for CIA?" "No. They're professional mercenaries. Probably men who have worked for him in the past." Coleman scanned to the port and starboard sides, checking for any other vessels in the area. "Michael, the only way we can do it is to take the guards out. We can either take Arthur out without knowing what's going on, or we can grab him and find out what he and Nance are up to. I say we grab him, but the decision is yours." Chapter 33. Irene Kennedy was sound asleep. After arriving home from the Pentagon late the previous evening, she didn't even have the energy to take off her clothes. She plopped down on the covers and was out in seconds. Through her deep sleep, she sensed that she wasn't alone in her bedroom. Someone was watching her. She opened her eyes and saw the intruder. Looking back at her were a pair of little brown eyes. They belonged to her 4-year-old son, Tommy. He was staring at her with a frown on his face and a juice box stuck in his mouth. Irene blinked her eyes several times and tried to rub the sleep out of them. Tommy pulled the juice box away from his lips and asked, "Why are you sleeping in your clothes?" Irene ignored the question and held out her arms. "Give Mommy a hug." Tommy set his beverage down on the nightstand and jumped up onto the big bed. Irene gave him a warm hug and kissed his forehead. "How have you been?" she asked, as she rubbed her hand through his blonde hair. "Good." Tommy liked to give one-word answers. "How have you and Mrs. Rosensteel been getting along?" "Fine. She told me to let you sleep." "She's here?" "Yep." Irene bolted upright. "What time is it?" She looked at the bedside clock and suppressed the urge to swear. She jumped off the bed and picked up Tommy. "Mommy's late, honey. Go ask Mrs. Rosensteel to make me a cup of coffee, please." Irene patted him on his little butt and headed for the bathroom. She showered in under 3 minutes and got dressed. Today would be a pants day, no time to shave the legs. With her hair still wet, she shoved her makeup kit in her purse and headed for the kitchen. Tommy's nanny handed her a cup of coffee in a large to-go mug, and Irene thanked her. She dropped down to one knee and kissed Tommy on the forehead. "I'll call you from the office." Standing, she added, "I love you." "I love you too." Tommy waved as she ran out the door. Minutes later, Irene was battling traffic on her way downtown. She reminded herself to call her mother and ask her to stop by and see Tommy. Since these assassinations had started, she'd been working some horrible hours and her time with her son had suffered. She violated a half-dozen traffic laws on her way to the Hoover Building and had still managed to put on her makeup. She appeared in Skip McMahon's office less than 30 minutes after Tommy had awakened her, feeling better than one would have expected. "Good morning, Skip." "Good morning, Irene. How are you doing?" "Pretty good. I finally got more than a couple hours of sleep last night." "Good, because we've got a full day ahead of us. I just got out of a meeting with Harvey Wilcox and Madeline Nanny. They have solid surveillance set up on 10 of the 14 suspects and are hoping to have the last 4 taken care of by this evening. How are you and your people coming along?" "Good. As of 10 p.m. last night, we had visual and phone surveillance initiated on all 45 suspects. Kennedy took a sip of coffee. McMahon tapped his foot under the desk and looked at Kennedy, waiting for the good doctor to crack a smile and tell him she was joking. Kennedy gave no response, and McMahon realized she wasn't kidding. McMahon wondered how in the hell the CIA could initiate surveillance on 45 people in less than 36 hours. He was sure that however they did it, civil rights were being trampled left and right. The investigative side of McMahon wanted desperately to know how it was done, and the law-abiding federal agent side wanted to be kept in the dark. After a brief internal struggle, the investigative side won. "Irene, I have a hard time believing that you have the manpower to watch 45 people around the clock." "We don't." "Then how in the hell are you keeping an eye on all of these people?" "It's not about manpower, Skip. It's technology." "What do you mean, technology?" Kennedy grinned. "I'd like to tell you, but it's probably best if you don't know. Just trust me that we can, and that we'll pass whatever we learn on to you as quickly as possible." McMahon leaned back in his chair and frustratedly accepted Kennedy's answer, understanding that it was probably best that he didn't know. "I was thinking about your SEAL theory last night. The more I mull it over, the more intrigued I am. If these guys are as smart as we think they are, they would have tried to do something along the way to throw us off their trail." Kennedy set her coffee cup on the edge of the desk and stood. "I'm glad you brought that up. I need to call General Heaney and ask him about something. Would you dial his office and put it on speaker?" While McMahon dialed the number, Kennedy continued, "I was reviewing those personnel files last night and came across something a little unusual." One of the general's aides answered, and a moment later Heaney was on the line. "Good morning, Skip. What can I do for you?" "General, I've got you on speakerphone. Irene is here with me, and she has a question for you." McMahon looked at Kennedy. "Good morning, General. Did you get a chance to look at the file I left on your desk last night?" "Yes, I read it over first thing this morning." "Did you know Commander Coleman?" "Yes, I did. He was top-notch." "I noticed last night that out of all the files I reviewed, Coleman was the only SEAL who had been granted an early discharge. Is that uncommon?" The general hesitated for a minute. "It is not a common practice, but the brass has been known to make exceptions." "Do you know why he was granted an early discharge?" Again the general paused, this time for a long enough period that Kennedy knew she had touched on something more than routine. General Heaney cleared his throat and asked, "Irene, are you familiar with Operation Snatchback?" "Yes, I helped put the pre-mission intel together." For a long period, no one talked. McMahon had no idea what was being discussed, but by the tone of Heaney's and Kennedy's voices, he could tell now was not the time to ask. "Did you receive a post-mission briefing?" Heaney asked. "Not a formal one. I only heard rumors." "Coleman was the commander of the SEAL team we sent in." "His discharge was granted about a month after the mission?" "Yes." "Did he crack up?" "No, not really." "Did he request the early discharge, or was it offered to him?" "I'm not aware of the exact circumstances. Admiral DeVoe, the force commander of the SEALs, and the Secretary of the Navy signed off on it." "Was Admiral DeVoe Coleman's immediate superior in the chain of command?" "Yes." "Do you think you could track the Admiral down and call us back? I'd like to ask him some questions about Coleman." "I'll get him on the line and call you right back," responded Heaney in his quick, efficient military tone. McMahon looked up at Kennedy, who was still standing over the phone. "What was that all about?" Kennedy sat down in a chair and closed her eyes. "Do you remember the Pan Am flight that was blown up over Lockerbie, Scotland?" "Yeah." "About 15 months ago, the agency located the whereabouts of the 2 terrorists responsible for the bombing. They were at a small military base in northern Libya. We sent a SEAL team in to take them out. I'm not sure what happened. All I know is that we lost part of the team." "How many men?" 10. The phone rang, and McMahon grabbed the receiver. "Hello." "Skip, General Heaney. I've got Admiral DeVoe on the line." McMahon hit the speaker button and placed the receiver back in the cradle. "Good morning, Admiral. This is Special Agent McMahon with the FBI, and I have Irene Kennedy from the CIA in my office. We'd like to ask you a few questions." With a noticeably unenthusiastic tone, the Admiral said, "Shoot." Kennedy stood placing both hands on Skip's desk and leaning over the phone. "Admiral, has General Heaney told you why we want to talk to you?" "Yes." "Good. Would you explain to me the events surrounding your granting of an early discharge for Commander Coleman?" Before I answer that, I'd like to know why you want to know." Kennedy looked at McMahon, and Skip leaned forward. "Admiral, this is Special Agent McMahon. We are involved in a very important investigation." "Is Commander Coleman a suspect?" "No," answered McMahon. "Is that no or not yet?" "General Heaney, can you help me out here?" asked McMahon. "Bob, this is some pretty serious stuff. I've been working with Skip and Irene for the last 5 days. They're straight shooters." DeVoe thought about it and responded, "I will answer what I can." Kennedy rephrased her question. "Admiral, did Commander Coleman ask you for an early discharge, or did you offer it to him?" "He asked for it." "Why?" "He was unhappy about a certain issue." "Did that issue have anything to do with Operation Snatchback?" asked Kennedy. "I'm not at liberty to discuss that subject." This time it was Kennedy's turn to ask Heaney for help. "General?" "Bob, Irene did the pre-mission intel for Snatchback. She has a higher clearance than you or I do." Kennedy repeated the question. "Did that issue have anything to do with Operation Snatchback?" "Yes," answered DeVoe. "Did he want out because the mission was a failure?" "Not exactly. He was more upset about something that happened after the mission." "What?" After a reluctant pause, DeVoe said, "Listen, I know where you're headed with this, and I know the type of pressure you're going to be under to make some arrests. I can tell you right now, Scott Coleman has nothing to do with these assassinations. None of my boys do. I've been having nightmares about this ever since I heard you showed up at JSOC 5 days ago. If you dig, you'll find enough motive to indict every single one of my SEALs. None of them are really enamored of the behavior on Capitol Hill. Most of them have voiced opinions on the subject of who they think is fucking this country up, excuse my French, but that doesn't mean they killed anyone." "Admiral, we understand that," said McMahon. "We have already discussed this universal dislike of politicians with General Heaney, and we respect the sacrifice these men have made for America. I am running this investigation, and I'm not going to arrest anyone unless I have some solid evidence to back me up." "Special Agent McMahon, pardon my candor, but you are fooling yourself if you think you've got the final say in this investigation. You have another month at the most before those peacocks on the Hill start screaming for hearings, and when that happens, they'll make the people in my profession look like a bunch of crazed killers." "Admiral, I don't give a crap about what the politicians want." McMahon's voice grew louder. "I'm trying to find out who in the hell is behind these murders. We have a very strong reason to believe the assassins are American commandos. General Heaney, will you back me up on this?" "He's telling the truth, Bob." Kennedy placed a hand on her hip. "Admiral, why did Commander Coleman ask for an early discharge?" "Is this conversation being taped?" "No," answered McMahon. "I'll tell you why, but this is completely off the record. If this thing turns into a circus trial, I'll deny I ever said it." "It's off the record, sir," said Kennedy. McMahon looked up at Kennedy and mouthed the word no. Kennedy shushed him with a wave of her hand. "Are you familiar with the objective of Operation Snatchback?" They answered yes, and DeVoe continued. "We sent in a SEAL team. Coleman was the commander. He took half the team and went in first. They were inserted about 2 miles out from the camp, and they moved in and set up perimeter positions. They were to take out the sentries and provide cover for the second group that was to be vertically inserted by helicopter into the camp. The second group's responsibility was to take the terrorists alive if possible. Coleman moved into position and then ordered the second group in. The choppers came in low and quiet. Right before they reached the camp, Coleman's men took out the sentries as planned. The Black Hawk stopped above the camp, and before the second group could rappel to the ground, the chopper was blown out of the sky by a barrage of rocket-propelled grenades. 8 men and the 2 pilots, just like that. Coleman and his team were extracted, and during their debriefing, every one of them stated that they thought the Libyans were waiting for them. They said everything looked good, and then within the blink of an eye, a dozen ragheads appeared with RPGs. Coleman took it harder than the rest of us because he ordered the second team in. He blamed himself for their deaths. We weren't convinced the mission had been blown until several weeks later, when I received word that the FBI had discovered a leak. I told Coleman the news, thinking it would help him put the blame elsewhere, but it didn't work. He wanted to know where the leak came from, and I told him I didn't know. A couple weeks later, he came to me and said he wanted out. I asked why, and he said he'd lost faith. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. Scott was a good officer.
He'd been a SEAL for almost 15 years. I figured he'd given more than enough to the Navy, so I got him the early discharge.
Admiral, who told you that the FBI found a leak? Asked McMahon.
I would rather not say.
Did this person say where the leak came from?
They said it was a prominent politician.
Did they tell you who that politician was?
No.
Did you tell Commander Coleman that the leak came from a politician?
There was a moment of silence, then the Admiral answered, yes. McMahon and Kennedy looked at each other. Both were thinking the same thing. McMahon looked back at the phone.
How did Coleman react to the information?
Like all of us did, he was pissed. But, gentlemen, I can assure you Commander Coleman is not your man. Kennedy raised her eyebrows in a doubtful manner, and McMahon said,
Admiral, that's all the questions we have for now. I'm going to ask that you not tell anyone about our conversation, especially Mr. Coleman. I promise that either myself or General Heaney will keep you informed about any part of the investigation that may involve you. General Heaney, we have a meeting with Director Roach that should last an hour or so. Could you meet Irene and me in my office around 10 a.m.?
I'll be there.
Thank you, gentlemen.
McMahon hit the speaker button and disconnected the line. He looked up at Kennedy, who was still standing, and asked,
How many prominent politicians would have known about Operation Snatchback beforehand?
Kennedy shrugged her shoulders. The way those guys gossip, you can never be sure. But according to law, the President and a ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee must be informed before we run a covert operation.
Who were the two ranking members of the Senate Intelligence Committee a year and a half ago?
Eric Olson and Daniel Fitzgerald.
Isn't that a coincidence? They're both dead.
McMahon stood and put on his jacket.
Let's go talk to Brian and see if we can find out who this mystery politician is.
I think I already know who it is, Kennedy said with a glum look on her face.
Who?
Fitzgerald.
Why?
He resigned from the Intelligence Committee about a year ago, claiming that he needed to focus more of his energy on the Finance Committee. McMahon led the way down the hall and up the 2 flights of stairs. Skip greeted Roach's assistant and told her that he needed to see the boss immediately. She buzzed Roach, and a minute later McMahon and Kennedy were let in. Roach was sitting at his conference table, surrounded by the usual stacks of files and papers. He stood and greeted the visitors, professional as always.
How's the investigation going?
We may have come across a break.
McMahon looked over his shoulder to make sure the door was closed, and then asked,
What do you know about a covert mission called Operation Snatchback?
Roach looked more than a little surprised.
Where did you hear about Operation Snatchback? That's classified.
Roach turned to Kennedy.
Did you tell him?
Not in the way you're thinking. We stumbled across it in our investigation.
How?
Irene was looking into the file of a former Navy SEAL and the name came up.
In what way did it come up?
Kennedy stepped forward. About a month after the mission, one of the SEALs involved in the operation received an early discharge. We talked to his commanding officer and found out some interesting things.
Go on, commanded Roach.
Admiral DeVoe, the force commander for the SEALs, told us that the officer in question, Commander Scott Coleman, was in charge of the SEAL team that participated in Operation Snatchback. After the mission, Coleman stated that he thought the Libyans had set a trap. He also blamed himself for the loss of his men, because he ordered them in. A couple of weeks after the mission, Admiral DeVoe finds out that the FBI has identified who leaked the mission. The Admiral passes the information on to Coleman, telling him that he doesn't know who leaked the mission, only that it was a prominent politician. Shortly after that, Coleman demands an early discharge and gets it. So far, none of this adds up to anything hard, but if the prominent politician who leaked that mission happened to be Senator Daniel Fitzgerald, then we have a possible motive. Roach looked more than a little surprised and asked,
What makes you think it was Fitzgerald?
An educated guess, said Kennedy.
Was it Fitzgerald?
Yes. Both of you take a seat. This is more complicated than it looks.
McMahon and Kennedy sat in the 2 chairs in front of Roach's desk, and the director sat on the edge of his desk.
What I'm about to tell you does not leave this room. Fitzgerald was the one who leaked the mission. He didn't do it intentionally, and that is why he was never prosecuted. In fact, we stumbled across it in an unusual way. Our counter-espionage department regularly reviews the tax returns, asset portfolios, and credit history of certain people that, by the nature of their jobs, come in contact with government employees that have access to sensitive information.
People like journalists, attorneys, secretaries, lobbyists, even waitresses and bartenders. Last year, one of our agents was reviewing the tax returns for all of the employees that worked at a local restaurant. She discovered that one of the bartenders had purchased a $200,000 condo in Georgetown. The guy only makes about $30,000 a year, so a red flag pops up. She calls the mortgage company and finds out the person in question put down $60,000 for the down payment on the condo. A little more investigating, and she rules out that the money came from his parents. We think the guy is probably selling drugs, but there's an outside chance he may be talking to people we don't want him talking to. A lot of big hitters frequent the establishment where he works, and after a few drinks, these politicians and their staffers have been known to discuss things they shouldn't in public. We decided there was enough to put this bartender under surveillance. We wired the bar, his condo, and tapped his phone. Roach shook his head. 2 days before Operation Snatchback was to commence, Fitzgerald gets done with work and stops by for a couple of drinks. The nightly news is on, and they run a segment on the anniversary of the downing of the Pan Am flight over Lockerbie. The reporter ends the segment saying that the 2 men suspected of planning the bomb are believed to be hiding in Libya. Fitzgerald responds out loud, "Not for long," and the bartender asks what he means. Fitzgerald says, "Between you and me, kid, those 2 bastards are going to be sitting in a U.S. jail in about 48 hours. The kid asks how if they're in Libya, and Fitzgerald tells him he can't go into it. At the same time, this meant nothing to our people that were on the case, but after Snatchback failed, the CIA gave our counterintelligence people a heads-up warning that the mission may have been compromised. One of the names on the list of people that knew about the mission beforehand was Senator Fitzgerald. Our agents put 2 and 2 together and hauled the bartender in for a shakedown. They told him he was either going to spend the next 20 years in a federal pen or he could spill the beans. He spilled the beans. The guy thought he was passing the information on to a reporter. It turns out the reporter is a former KGB agent who is now operating for himself and selling his secrets abroad. The rest of the story is highly classified, and I can't go into what we found out. It's an ongoing operation." "You're using the kid to feed him misinformation, aren't you?" Kennedy waited for an answer. Roach shrugged his shoulders and said, "Director Stansfield knows all about it. We're working in cooperation with the agency." Roach walked around to the other side of his desk and sat. McMahon sat forward and said, "I'm going to have to talk to everyone who was involved in this." "No, you're not," answered Roach.
"Brian, if this Coleman is our guy, all of this information about Fitzgerald is going to have to come out in the indictment."
"We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But for now, I don't want Fitzgerald's name and Operation Snatchback mentioned in the same sentence. Do what you have to do to investigate Coleman, but keep Fitzgerald out of it. I assume I can get a hold of Admiral DeVoe at the Pentagon?"
"No, he's down in Norfolk."
"All right, I'll talk to him personally. And you'd better put a list together of all the people that know Snatchback was leaked. Madeline Nanny is going to want to talk to you about this." Mike Nance took the short walk from his corner office to Stu Garrett's. Passing Garrett's secretary, he smiled and said hello. The door was open, and Nance closed it behind him. Nance sat in one of the armchairs and crossed his legs. "How is the president today?" Garrett finished what he was writing and pushed himself away from the desk. Taking his cigarette out of his mouth, he blew a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling and said, "He's doing great. We just got the results back from the most recent Times CNN poll, and almost 70% of the people surveyed are behind his decision to get the military involved." Garrett shoved the cigarette back in his mouth and took a deep drag. "He's very happy, much more relaxed." "Good." Nance looked down and flicked a speck of lint from his wool pants. "How are you doing?" "Fine. I could use a little more sleep, but otherwise I feel pretty good." "Are you more at ease than you were yesterday?" "Yes." Garrett was slightly embarrassed by the question. "I had a meeting with our friend last night." "How is he doing?" "Not well. He's very uneasy about your lack of emotional control." Garrett's face went flush, and he stabbed his cigarette out in the ashtray. "Why?" "He heard about your demeanor in the meeting the other day." "What meeting?" "The one where Special Agent McMahon played the tape of his conversation with the terrorist." "Why did you have to tell him about that?" "I didn't. Someone else did." "Who?" "One never knows with Arthur, Stu. He has a lot of contacts." "What did he say?" "He's concerned that you won't be able to keep your mouth shut." "Who am I going to tell?" Nance turned his palms upward and raised his eyebrows.
Come on, Mike, I'm not that stupid. If I talk, I go down too.
I agree, but he doesn't.
Why? I haven't done a fucking thing to make him think I would say anything. Why in the hell would I say anything? I'd be cutting my own throat.
I agree, but he seems to think that you might fold under pressure. He thinks if someone were to put the screws to you, you'd talk in order to save yourself.
That's ludicrous. Garrett grabbed his pack of Marlboros with a shaky hand and fished out a fresh cigarette.
He wants me to give you a message. Nance rose from his chair and walked around the desk. Leaning into Garrett's ear, he whispered, Arthur says if you breathe a word of this to anyone, he will have you killed.
Garrett dropped his cigarette and stood. Why?
Nance put a hand on his shoulder. Just calm down, Stu, and you'll have nothing to worry about. Chapter 34. Michael O'Rourke and Scott Coleman were running a couple of minutes late. They had met at the cabin earlier and finalized the plans for the mission. Because of the lack of preparation time, they had decided to keep things as simple as possible. If Arthur stepped out to smoke a cigar, they would grab him. If he didn't, they would have to try again the next night. Storming the house was out of the question. The sun had set at about 5:40 p.m., and the rural Maryland roads were crowded with commuters going home after work. The black BMW cruised along with traffic and then turned off the busy country road and onto one of the narrow and quiet streets of the Curtis Point neighborhood. Coleman was driving and had his night vision goggles perched on his forehead. He reached up and pulled the microphone from his headset down in front of his mouth.
Hermes and Cyclops, this is Zeus. Come in, over.
He kept his eyes fixed on the road and waited for the response.
This is Hermes, over. Are you in position, over? That's affirmative. We're in position, over.
We're about 3 miles out, have the gate ready to go, and I'll give you the word right before we round the corner. Check the road for foot traffic, and let me know if there are any cars coming from the other direction, over.
Roger, over.
Michael opened the glove box and pulled off the cover to the fuses. Holding a small penlight in his left hand, he located the fuse for the car's exterior lights and got ready to pull it. They continued to wind down the curvy road, passing the large houses. When they were less than a mile from the old estate, Coleman spoke into his mic again.
Hermes, how does everything look, over?
The coast is clear, over.
Open the gate. Coleman looked at O'Rourke and nodded. O'Rourke pulled the fuse and the headlights and rear running lights were extinguished. The thick cloud cover overhead, combined with the lack of street lights on the narrow wooded road, cut the visibility to nothing. Coleman pulled down his night vision goggles and quickly adjusted his eyes. He took his foot off the gas and coasted. They passed the main gate of the old estate, and Coleman put some pressure on the brakes. About 150 feet later, they reached the service drive, and Coleman turned hard. The black car slipped into the overgrown drive and squeezed through the encroaching trees and bushes, disappearing from sight. Strobel quickly closed the gate and wrapped the chain around the post. He stood guard for a minute, looking up and down the road, waiting to see if anyone else approached, and then went down the path to join the others. When he arrived at the small shed, Coleman had already turned the car around in the tall grass so it was pointing back toward the road. Coleman, O'Rourke, and Hackett were standing by the open trunk. Hackett handed them their MP5s, and Coleman and O'Rourke checked to make sure a round was chambered. When Strobel joined the group, Coleman checked his watch and brought everyone in.
What did you do with the Zodiac?
We sank it about a mile offshore and swam in, responded Strobel.
Good. Let's go over this thing once and then get into position. We don't want to miss him. Stop me if you have any questions. What's the status on the boat next door?
It has a full tank of gas, and the battery is fine, said Hackett.
Are you going to have to hotwire her?
No. We found an extra set of keys under the seat cushions.
Good. Okay, once from the top. Coleman pointed at Hackett and Strobel. You two move into position on the north side of the house. Kevin, you're in the same tree you were in last night. From there you can cover the entire backyard. Dan, you are in your spot by the front of the house, and Michael and I are just opposite the patio on this side of the fence. When we get into position, the first thing all of us do is make sure our ropes are secure. Then we sit tight, watch the guards, and wait. There's surveillance reports that Michael got say he steps out for a cigar almost every night unless it's raining. Sometimes he stays out there for hours, sometimes for only a couple of minutes. The point being, if he shows, we move fast. Coleman looked up at the dark sky. The forecast calls for possible showers, so we'll have to wait and see. If he comes out,
We wait for him to move to the edge of the patio, as far away from the house as possible, and then, depending on what the guards are doing, we make our move." "What if he's not alone?" asked Hackett. Coleman looked to Michael, who thought about it, and answered, "I'll make the call on the spot." "Back to the guards," said Coleman. "If they stick to their routines, one of them will stay by the front door and the other will patrol the sides and rear of the house with the dog. There's another one at the front gate, but I don't think he'll leave the guardhouse. That leaves one more in the house, and after we take the cameras out, he'll be blind. Assuming everything goes right and Arthur steps out, I will ask the two of you if you have a clear shot. Kevin, you've got the guard in back, and Dan, you've got the one by the front door. As soon as I get a positive answer from both of you, I'll say bingo. Shoot the guards first, and then the dogs. At that point, Michael and I swing over the fence in the backyard, and Dan comes over in the front. The second we hit the ground, the security control board inside the house is going to light up. I don't know for sure, but it's my guess that the guard inside will hit those floodlights that we saw last night. Don't worry about them right away. Take the cameras out first. There are 2 sets of cameras mounted on each of the 4 corners of the house. Dan, you take out the ones in front, and then take out the floodlights closest to the house. While you're running from one side of the house to the other, I want you to fire some shots at the windows. It'll set off more alarms inside and keep that 4th guard busy." Coleman turned to Hackett. "There are 4 floodlights in the backyard. I want you to pop them ASAP and then cover us." Looking back at Strobel, he said, "Now for the tricky part. The surveillance report says that Arthur is outfitted with a homing device and alarm. He has a lot of secrets in his head, and the CIA doesn't want someone getting a hold of them. I don't know if this homing device is sewn into his clothes or in his shoe or in his watch, so Michael and I have decided not to take any chances. We're going to strip him naked and put everything in a bag. Dan, when you reach the patio, we should have everything ready to go. Michael will give you the bag, and then I want you to get down to the boat as fast as possible and get the engines warmed up." Coleman pointed at Hackett. "Kevin, you stay in the tree and cover Michael and me until we are over the wall with Arthur. The second we're clear, get the hell out of the tree and down to the boat." "What do I do if the owner of the house hears the engines start and comes out to see what's going on?" asked Hackett. "Scare him away with a couple of warning shots." "What if he has a gun?" "If he keeps coming at you, kneecap him. Once both of you are on the boat, I want you to head straight out into the bay. No one is going to be around to cover you, and I don't want one of the guards taking pot shots at you from the cliff. When you are about 300 yards from shore, head south. Run at full throttle and keep your running lights off. I'm estimating that you should be able to do about 70 knots in that boat. If the CIA is on the ball, I'm estimating that the quickest they could get a chopper up to intercept you would be 15 minutes from the time the alarm is sounded. Kevin, after you're done taking the guard out, mark the time. At 70 knots, it should take you approximately 15 minutes to reach Cove Point. 17 minutes after we go over the wall, I want both of you out of the boat. Even if you haven't made it to Cove Point, jump ship. I don't want you on board a second longer. Tim O'Rourke will be waiting to pick you up. He has a radio and a red filter light. When you go over, ask him to give you a signal for bearing." Coleman paused and looked all of them in the eye. "I know we're not as prepared for this as we'd like to be, but we don't have the time. Just stay cool and everything will be fine. Any questions?" They all shook their heads, and then Coleman went to the trunk of the car. He grabbed 4 bundles of rope and handed one to each man. "Let's get moving. Be careful and stay cool." Coleman patted each of them on the shoulder as they started down the path. The former SEAL Team commander took up the rear and fell in step. The 4 dark figures moved one by one into the black night. 6 floors beneath the main level of the Central Intelligence Agency was a room that never slept. The operations center of the CIA was the agency's version of NASA's mission control. But instead of monitoring space missions, these men and women monitored spy missions. They were in constant contact with every U.S. embassy and consulate around the globe. The men and women who worked in the operations center were not in charge of running spy operations. Their function was to serve as the main communications link between the field and the rest of the agency. Information was what the agency was all about, and disseminating it in a quick, secretive, and orderly fashion was crucial to the overall mission. The operations center was divided into 4 separate clusters of desks. In the front of the room, beneath 3 12 by 12-foot computer projection screens, was the European section. The section had 1 supervisor and 3 operators who handled Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and the former Soviet republics. The next section handled the Middle East and Africa. The third section monitored Asia and the South Pacific, and the last section handled Central America, South America, and the United States.
In the rear of the room, elevated and watching over the section supervisors and operators, were 2 watch officers. Just behind them, elevated still farther and behind a wall of plexiglass, was the Operations Center's watch commander. The room was softly lit and comfortable. Every operator had 3 monitors on his or her desk and multiple phone lines. To battle boredom, they were encouraged to read or play computer games while on watch. If they received any flash traffic, their computers would beep, letting them know it was time to pay attention. The supervisors and watch commanders often kept the operators on their toes by running drills. Day to day, the Operations Center was one of the most boring places in the agency to work, but when a crisis erupted, it was one of the most exciting. Charlie Dobbs sat behind the plexiglass wall of the watch commander's office and looked at the computer monitor to his far left. A chessboard was on the screen. Charlie was 16 moves into the game at the Grandmaster level and was holding his own. The computer monitor to the right beeped once, and his eyes jumped from one screen to the other. A routine message was coming in from the Tokyo embassy. Charlie noted that it was on time and went back to calculating what the computer's next move would be. 5 computers were on Dobbs's desk, and at any time he could check on his operators and see what they were doing. He could do this manually or let the system run on automatic. Messages came in off their satellite system and were encoded by a number designating their importance. Routine traffic came in preceded by the number 1, and emergency traffic came in preceded by the number 5. The computer prioritized these messages and queued them according to their importance. Level 5 traffic was not uncommon during a crisis in a given region, but since the global scene had been pretty quiet for the last several weeks, Dobbs was expecting a slow night. When they reached the large yard to the south of Arthur's estate, Strobel and Hackett headed for the stairs that led down to the water. Michael and Coleman watched from the trees with their night vision goggles. Michael kept an eye on the neighbor's house, and Coleman watched his 2 men. Strobel and Hackett disappeared down the stairs. From there, they were to get in the water and swim past Arthur's to the neighbor's just to the north, where the cigarette boat was docked. Coleman and Michael ran across the open lawn to the brick wall that separated Arthur's compound from the neighbor to the south. They found the large oak tree that they had scouted out the night before and climbed it in silence. Stopping at the first rung of branches, they pulled their night vision goggles back down and surveyed Arthur's estate. The wall was 10 feet high, and the base of the tree was about 6 feet away from it. No one was in sight, so Coleman climbed another 10 feet up the tree and scooted out onto a thick branch that hung just over the wall. He tied both ropes around the branch and carried the remainder of the bundle back down. Michael stood on the east side of the base of the tree, and Coleman stood on the west side. Both of them hung onto branches that jutted out from overhead. Michael was just about to comment on how difficult it was going to be to hang out in this tree all night when a guard and dog came around the side of the house. Michael and Coleman moved as close to the main trunk as possible. The old oak still had most of its leaves, although they had turned to a dry, dark maroon. They would be safe unless the guard got close and shone a light on them from underneath. The guard continued his walk past the patio and down toward the water. Coleman spoke into his mic. "Hermes and Cyclops, this is Zeus. Where are you, over?" Coleman watched the guard while he waited for the reply. Hackett and Strobel were on the narrow shoreline next to the dock unpacking their weapons when the call came over their headsets. Hackett responded, "We just got out of the water and are getting ready to move up the stairs. Over." "You've got a guard and a dog approaching the cliff. You have about 10 seconds before he gets there, so hurry up. Over." Without hesitation, they grabbed their waterproof backpacks and scurried up the steep zigzagging flight of stairs. The whole time they looked to their left, waiting for the guard to appear a mere 100 feet away. They reached the top with seconds to spare. While Coleman was watching the guard, Michael kept an eye on the house. He listened to Coleman give Hackett and Strobel a second-by-second update of what the guard was doing. Seconds after Coleman announced that the guard had reached the edge of the cliff, the French doors of Arthur's study opened, and the owner of the estate strode out onto the brick veranda. Michael felt his heartbeat quicken as he watched Arthur approach the far edge. As quietly as possible, he whispered to Coleman, "Our target has appeared. I repeat, our target has appeared. Over." Coleman turned around just in time to see the bright orange flame of Arthur's lighter licking away at the tip of the cigar. Hackett and Strobel were asking for a verification, and Coleman gave it to them. "Hermes and Cyclops, our target is in sight, and I have no idea how long he's going to be there. Move into position as quickly as possible, and give me the play-by-play. Over." Hackett and Strobel ran toward the tree where Hackett had sat the night before and stopped at the base. Hackett whispered into his mic,
"How many guards in the backyard? Over."
"One guard, over," answered Coleman. Coleman leaned around the backside of the tree and whispered to Michael,
"You keep an eye on Arthur, and I'll watch the guard."
O'Rourke nodded. Strobel and Hackett quickly affixed the silencers to the end of their weapons and put on their backpacks. Strobel slung his MP5 over his shoulder and clasped his hands in front of his stomach. Hackett slung his rifle over his back and put his right foot in Strobel's clasped hands. Strobel boosted Hackett up, and he grabbed the first branch, pulling himself quietly into the tree. Not wasting any time, Strobel turned and ran along the wall toward the front of the house. When he reached the tree where he had been the night before, he stopped and checked for noise. Then, pulling himself up into the tree, he looked for the guard standing by the front door. He peered over the top of the wall and saw nothing. Quietly, he swore to himself, and then called Coleman.
"Zeus, this is Hermes. I've got a problem. The guard by the front door is not at his post. Over." "Can you see him anywhere in the front yard? Over." "That's a negative. Over." "Get your rope set up, and we'll wait as long as we can. Over." Coleman stayed calm, telling himself these things never went exactly as planned. "Gentlemen, let's be patient. Get ready to go on a moment's notice. As soon as the other guard appears, we'll move. Over." Now that Hackett was in position, Coleman could watch Arthur. He judged the distance between Arthur and the house to be about 40 feet. There was no way he could beat him to the door, so he would have to fire some warning shots in his path. He'd thought about shooting him in the leg, but the old man might bleed to death before they found out what they needed to know. Strobel's voice came over their headsets. "The missing guard just appeared from inside the house. Over." Coleman took a deep breath and stared at Arthur, who was puffing away on his cigar. "Do we have any other surprises? Over." One by one they responded that they were ready to go. Coleman gave Michael the thumbs-up signal, and they grabbed their ropes. "Cyclops, do you have a clear shot? Over." "That's a Roger. Over." "Hermes, do you have a clear shot? Over." "That's a Roger. Over." Coleman took one more deep breath and said, "On my mark, boys. 3, 2, 1. Bingo." Hackett squeezed the trigger and sent a bullet smashing into the head of the guard by the cliff, and then pumped a quick round into the dog. Out in front of the house, Strobel fired 3 silent shots at the head of the guard by the front door. The first one hit him in the temple, killing him instantly. Grabbing the rope, Strobel swung from the tree and landed just on the other side of the fence. Strobel dropped to one knee and searched for the dog. It was nowhere in sight. Without hesitation, he snapped his gun up toward the roof and squeezed off a dozen shots. The bullets thudded into the metal casings that covered the cameras, sending sparks flying. He heard a growl to his right, and the thick black muzzle of the silencer snapped back to a level position, sweeping from left to right. The dog was closing fast, growling as he ran. Strobel sent one bullet into the snout of the dog, and the creature skidded to the ground. Slamming a fresh magazine into his gun, Strobel rose and ran for the other set of cameras, firing bullets into the windows as he went. Coleman hit the ground a second before Michael, and as he sprinted for the patio, he could hear the bullets from Michael's gun striking the cameras above and to his left. The noise of the bullets hitting the cameras must have caught Arthur's attention, because he looked in their direction. Coleman thought he was reaching for a gun at first, and then he noticed that it was his watch. Arthur broke into a decrepit run for the house, and Coleman laid down a wall of bullets that sent chips of brick flying into the air. Arthur stopped in his tracks. As Coleman closed on him, he screamed for Arthur to put his hands in the air while he unleashed a volley of bullets at the second set of cameras. Just as he got to Arthur, the floodlights came on. Coleman brought his boot up and kicked Arthur in the stomach, sending him to the ground. Coleman wheeled, firing at the floodlights hanging from the gutter of the house. Michael did the same, and within seconds darkness was restored. Arthur was curled up and holding onto his stomach with both hands, gasping for air. Michael pulled a chloroform patch from his thigh pocket and ripped it open. Shoving his gloved hand into Arthur's face, he forced the old man to breathe in the fumes. After about 10 seconds, Michael tossed the patch to the side and went to work on getting Arthur's clothes off. Less than 30 seconds had passed since they'd gone over the fence. Strobel approached a moment later and helped Michael finish the job. Before leaving, he made sure everything was in the bag and then sprinted for the north wall. All that remained on Arthur were his boxers. Michael threw the skinny old man over his shoulder and ran for the south wall with Coleman covering the way. When they reached the wall, Coleman jumped up, sat on the top of the wall, and pulled Arthur up by his arms. Michael went up and over, and then Coleman dropped Arthur into Michael's arms.
Coleman jumped down, and the three of them disappeared into the darkness and onto the grounds of the old estate. Hackett watched from the tree and made sure Michael and Coleman got over the wall safely. As soon as they were over, he fired 3 shots into the door of Arthur's study and rappelled down the tree. He landed like a cat and turned for the cliff. By the time he reached the top of the steps, he could hear the twin engines of the cigarette boat revving. He bounded down the steps, taking them 3 at a time. When he hit the dock, he broke into a dash for the boat. Strobel already had the boat turned around and pointing toward the open water. Hackett leapt through the air and landed on the cushioned pad that covered the engines, and then he jumped into the cockpit. Both engines roared to life as Strobel punched the 2 black throttles all the way down. The boat rose out of the water as the props forced the boat forward. Hackett turned and scanned the cliff for any movement. The long, sleek boat quickly gained speed and planed out. Strobel checked his watch. 1 minute and 43 seconds had elapsed since they'd gone over the wall. Chapter 35. Charlie Dobbs was contemplating his next move when the monitor to his right started beeping. Dobbs glanced over his shoulder after the second beep and moved his chair. The monitor beeped 3 more times, and the information came up on the screen. Flash traffic, level 5, type, personal alarm, subject code name, Red Coyote. Dobbs stared at the code name and tried to match it with a face, but couldn't. These personal alarms had become kind of a pain in the ass for the operations center. They were receiving more and more false alarms. Dobbs punched in his password so he could access the real identity of Red Coyote. A second later, the name Arthur Higgins appeared on the screen. That's a first for him, Dobbs thought. No need to get excited yet. He probably hit it by mistake. Dobbs looked through the plexiglass and watched the operator for the United States work to verify the alarm. The home phone number for Red Coyote came up on the screen along with several others. Dobbs tapped in a keystroke so he could listen to the operator handle the situation. Their system told them that the alarm was coming from his estate, but no one was answering. He listened to the phone ring. After about 30 seconds, Dobbs started to get nervous. The file on Red Coyote said that he had around-the-clock security. Someone should have been answering the phone. A second later, a frantic voice did. Director Stansfield was sitting at his desk reading a report on the mental stability of North Korea's leadership. Because of the recent flurry of assassinations, his regular work was suffering. He didn't like falling behind. There were too many potential problems just over the horizon. As director of the agency, Stansfield saw it as his job to know and understand who the players were in each country that had an adversarial relationship with the United States. When things turned sour, he wanted to be able to predict the behavior of the men he was up against. The phone rang and Stansfield removed his spectacles, rubbed his eyes, and then picked it up.
Hello.
Thomas, it's Charlie. We've got a major problem. Someone just grabbed Arthur Higgins. Stansfield sat up straight.
How long ago?
His personal alarm went off about 4 minutes ago. We called his estate, and one of the security guards verified that they'd been hit.
I'm on my way down.
Stansfield hung up the phone and headed for the door. When he reached the outer room, his bodyguard looked up from behind a desk, and Stansfield said,
Come on, we're going downstairs.
The director continued into the hallway and shoved his ID card into the slot next to the elevator. 5 seconds later, the doors opened and they stepped in. While the elevator descended, Stansfield battled to suppress the hope that Arthur had been killed. He hoped so for 2 reasons. The first, which embarrassed him, was personal. Arthur had ignored Stansfield's warnings to cease his activities in the intelligence community. He was a growing security risk and a thorn in Stansfield's side. The second reason was purely professional. If Arthur was dead, he couldn't be interrogated. He had more damaging secrets in his head than any other person in the agency. Arthur had conducted unofficial operations that no one else knew about, and his knowledge of official CIA operations was thorough. If he was taken alive and interrogated, the agency would be compromised at every level. The damage would be unimaginable.
Side 23.
The elevator opened and Stansfield approached the door to the operations center. He placed his hand on a scanner, and a second later the door opened. Charlie Dobbs was standing with his watch officers conferring on the crisis. Stansfield approached.
Give me the rundown.
We're tracking his homing signal right now. Dobbs pointed at the big screen in the front of the room. A detailed map of the Chesapeake was on the screen, and a slow-moving red dot. It appears they've got him on board a boat and are making a run for the open sea.
Do we know how it happened?
We've talked to the guard who was running the control room inside Arthur's house. He says Arthur stepped outside to smoke a cigar, and then they came over the wall. He isn't sure how many of them there were because they shot his cameras out. 2 of the guards are dead, and there is no sign of Arthur.
What procedures have we put into effect?
We've scrambled 2 Cobra gunships out of Quantico, and an AWAC was on patrol when the whole thing went down. The AWAC has confirmed our bogey and has classified it as a small watercraft moving at a speed of 62 knots. I have also notified the Coast Guard, and they are moving to set up a picket at the south end of the bay.
How long will it take for the choppers to intercept?
If there is no course change, they should intercept in about 10 minutes. They all looked at the big board and watched the moving red dot. I also activated 2 of our security details. I'm sending one to the estate to investigate, and the other will be airborne within the next 2 minutes. I'm sending them after the boat. Stansfield shook his head.
Charlie, do whatever it takes to get him back.
Strobel peered over the top of the windscreen, his night vision goggles helping slightly, but not much. The stars and moon were blocked out by the thick clouds and the water was black. He kept the boat just to the west of the channel markers. The Chesapeake was notorious for unmarked sandbars, and now would not be a good time to run aground on one. Hackett came out from the small cabin and announced that the charges were set. He kept his night vision goggles up on the top of his head and checked the sky and water behind them. They were less than a minute away from their demarcation point. Hackett threw their weapons and equipment over the side, everything except their fins and mask. Taking 2 short pieces of rope, Strobel tied the steering wheel down so the boat would stay on a straight course. He looked at his watch and gave Hackett a thumbs up. Hackett got on top of the engine cover and without hesitation dove off the back of the boat, curling into a ball. As soon as Hackett was away, Strobel flipped on the running lights, grabbed his fins and mask, and ran for the back of the boat. He leapt clear of the propellers and also tucked into a tight ball. He hit the water and skipped several times, rolling as he went. Their bodies stung slightly from the initial impact, but otherwise they were fine. Hackett appeared at Strobel's side, and they paused for a second to watch the boat rumble away. They put on their fins and masks and started swimming as fast as they could for shore. They had a little over a mile to go. Before leaving the boat, Hackett had placed a series of small, timed charges that would rip holes in the bottom of the boat's hull. They pumped their arms powerfully through the water, their fins doing most of the work. Shortly, they were within 200 yards of shore. Hackett stopped, and so did Strobel. Sticking his hand into the neck of his scuba suit, Hackett pulled out his radio headset. Without putting it on, he held the unit next to his ear and said, "Mercury, this is Cyclops. Come in. Over." "I read you loud and clear, Cyclops. Over." Hackett and Strobel bobbed up and down in the water, staring at the dark shoreline. "Can you give us a mark on your position? Over." They both saw the flicker of red light. Marking the position with a dip in the tree line, Hackett responded, "I've got a fix. We'll be joining you in a couple of minutes. Over." Hackett shoved the headset back under his suit and was getting ready to swim again when he heard an all-too-familiar noise. Strobel heard it too, and they both sank a little deeper in the water. The chopping sound grew, echoing off the water. It was hard to get a fix on where it was coming from, but there was no doubt what it was. It was getting louder. They turned in the water, looking skyward. The noise increased markedly, and then without warning 2 helicopters screamed over treetops above where Tim O'Rourke was waiting. For a brief second, both former SEALs thought they had been discovered, but the choppers didn't stop. They kept going, racing overhead, out into the bay, and then turning south. Strobel and Hackett looked at each other quickly, and then sprinted for shore. Back in the operations center, the tension was mounting. Stansfield watched the chase unfold on the big board. The display from the AWAC was up on the screen. Arthur's homing signal hadn't changed course. It was still headed south. The position of the 2 Cobra gunships was marked by a duo of green triangles on the screen. The radio communication between the pilots of the choppers and the airborne controller on board the AWAC was being played over the loudspeaker. The choppers were closing quickly. Dobbs turned to Stansfield and said, "I have to tell the pilot what their rules of engagement are." Without pause, Stansfield replied, "If they are met with the slightest resistance, they are free to use whatever force they deem necessary. I want that boat stopped." The small charges exploded, ripping 3 holes in the bow of the boat and 2 more next to the engines. The holes in the bow acted as scoops, funneling water into the cabin. In the stern, water rose rapidly.
the engines straining with the extra weight and the loss of a smooth hull. The engines revved louder and louder until they were smothered by the water. All forward movement stopped, and the expensive boat slipped beneath the surface of the dark water. The controller on board the AWAC announced the decrease in speed before it was noticeable on the big board in the operations center. He continued to read off the decreasing speed until the boat had stopped. Stansfield, along with everyone else in the room, watched the helicopters rapidly close the gap. The green triangles inched closer and closer to the stationary red dot. The AWACS controller vectored the choppers right in on top of the mark, and then came the surprise. The pilots announced no boat was in sight. The black BMW weaved through the busy Friday night traffic of Georgetown. As Coleman drove, he told Michael that his former boss, Admiral DeVoe, had called to tell him the FBI was snooping around asking questions. A pensive O'Rourke asked, "Did he say why they are interested in you?" "Only that they wanted to know why I was discharged early." O'Rourke stared out the window and said, "That means they know about Snatchback." "Did the Admiral tell you who called him?" "No. All he said was that they were from the Bureau." "Michael, I wouldn't get too worried yet. They might just be going down a list of former SEALs." "I doubt it. The FBI is looking for someone who had motive enough to do this, and when they find out Fitzgerald was the one who leaked Snatchback, they're going to be all over you." O'Rourke nervously tapped his fingers on the dashboard. "And then they're going to find out about Mark's death, and they're going to get real interested in you." "Let them look. They're not going to find anything. They can't prove I knew squat about who leaked Snatchback. I found out from you, and you weren't supposed to know." Michael thought about it. "If all they have is Fitzgerald's connection to Snatchback and your brother's death, that won't be enough to indict. But it will be enough for them to assign a couple dozen agents to watch you around the clock. You are going to have to lay really low for a while. Dump the car as soon as we're done tonight, and don't go back to the garage." Coleman agreed, and several minutes later he turned onto Michael's street. They stopped in front of Michael's house, and O'Rourke jumped out. Flipping up the black cover on the security pad, he punched in the code for the garage door, and it opened. Coleman backed the car into the tight garage, and Michael followed, closing the door behind him. At first, they were going to bring Arthur into the cabin, but since it was only 14 miles from the estate, they thought it would be best to bring him back to the city where they could use the busy traffic and people for cover. Before opening the trunk, Michael and Coleman pulled their mesh masks down over their faces. Coleman inserted the key into the lock and pushed in. The trunk opened, revealing the bony white body of Arthur. His eyes were glassy, and his wrists and ankles tied together with rope. A blue racquetball was shoved in his mouth. Michael dug the ball out, and Arthur moved his jaw. With a deep look of confusion, he stared up at the two dark figures. Michael almost felt sorry for Arthur, and then remembered who he was. Coleman grabbed him under the armpits, and Michael grabbed his ankles. Together they hoisted him out of the trunk and brought him into the house. The ground level of O'Rourke's brownstone consisted of a single-car garage on one side and a utility and washroom on the other. They brought Arthur to the corner of the washroom and set him on the floor with his back against the wall. Coleman went out to the car and came back with a small black case. He set it on top of the dryer and opened it. Inside were 2 clear liquid vials and several syringes. Coleman grabbed the vial labeled sodium pentothal, tilted it upside down, and stuck the tip of the syringe through the rubber top. Pulling the plunger back, he filled the syringe about halfway. After putting the vial of truth serum back in the case, he let the bubbles rise to the top of the syringe and squeezed some of the fluid out. Arthur mumbled something, and Coleman ignored him. The chloroform was wearing off. Coleman grabbed a stick of smelling salts and broke it open. He stuck it under Arthur's nose, and the pungent smell forced the old man to yank his head away. Coleman did it several more times, and Arthur responded verbally. "What are you doing? Where am I?" Coleman ignored him and grabbed the syringe from atop the dryer. Arthur looked up at the needle and realized what was going on. "Before you use that, let's talk for a second." Coleman kneeled down and grabbed Arthur's arm. Arthur's eyes shot frantically back and forth between the head of the masked man and the tip of the needle. "I don't know who's paying you, but I'll double it." Coleman found a blue vein just under the surface of Arthur's thin, dry skin. He slid the needle in and depressed the plunger. Arthur watched with a panicked look on his face. "You have no idea what you're doing. My people will come looking for me. They will find you no matter what it takes." As Arthur shouted, Coleman walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. Michael came down the stairs with a tape recorder, video camera, and a set of small speakers. He handed them to Coleman and went into the garage to grab the mobile scramble phone. When Michael got back, he asked Coleman how long it would take for the drug to take effect, and Coleman told him about another 5 minutes. Both of them went back into the washroom. The second they opened the door, Arthur began pleading, his voice growing more placid by the minute. Michael and Coleman ignored him while they set up the equipment. O'Rourke plugged the 2 speakers into the mobile scramble phone and attached the voice modulator to the mouthpiece of the handset. Coleman took the video camera and mounted it on top of a tripod. They did a quick test to make sure everything checked out. Michael waved for Coleman to follow him, and they stepped out into the hallway. "Remember, I'll ask the questions. If you want to say something, turn off the tape recorder and camera first. If we end up using this tape, the CIA and the FBI will analyze every little noise." "Understood." "Is there any chance he'll be able to lie to us?" asked Michael. "No, I've used this stuff in the field before, and you can't fight it." Michael nodded, and they went back into the room. Arthur sat in the corner, staring up at the light in the middle of the ceiling. Coleman approached, grabbed Arthur's jaw, looked into his heavily dilated eyes, then told Michael Arthur was ready. Coleman turned on the camera, and Michael hit the record button on the tape recorder. Speaking into the modulator, Michael asked, "What is your name?" Director Stansfield stared at the big board on the front wall of the operations center and noted the running time since Arthur's personal alarm had been sounded. They were approaching the 40-minute mark, and things were not looking good. With each tick of the clock, the odds of getting him back got worse. They were still getting a signal from Arthur's beacon, but the Cobra gunships had found nothing. Navy frogmen were on the way from Norfolk to find out what was beneath the water. At first, they thought Arthur's alarm might have been thrown overboard by his abductors, but the AWAC operator told them the bogey had stopped dead in the water. The quick reaction team had arrived at Arthur's estate and was assessing the situation. Only one thing was certain. Arthur was nowhere to be found. Stansfield watched as his people in the operations center alerted the Coast Guard, local law enforcement agencies, airport officials, and U.S. Customs agents to be on the lookout for anything suspicious. For security reasons, they didn't tell anyone the real reason for the alert, only that they were looking for a fugitive. They didn't want the story ending up in the press. Stansfield knew if they were to get Arthur back at this point, it would take luck, and to get lucky, they had to hustle. For every minute that expired, their chances of getting him back decreased. Stansfield also had procedure to follow. He picked up a secure line and dialed the number for the National Security Desk at the White House. "National Security Desk, Major Maxwell speaking. Please identify yourself."
"This is Director Stansfield of the CIA. Is the President on premise?"
"Yes, sir."
"Alert the National Security Council and bring them in. We have a potential crisis in the making. Tell the President I'll be there in 15 minutes.
"Yes, sir." Stansfield hung up the phone and told his bodyguard to get the chopper warmed up. The director then turned to Dobbs.
"Charlie, hopefully we'll get him back. But we have to start preparing for the worst. Get everyone in here. I want damage assessment reports as quickly as possible. We need to know what current operations might be in jeopardy, and how many of our agents' covers could be blown if Arthur is interrogated."
"Do you want me to alert our friends overseas?"
"Don't tell the embassies yet. We'll wait another hour or so."
"What about the Brits? Arthur did a lot of work with them." Stansfield hadn't even thought of that yet. Their allies would be extremely upset.
"Hold off on that for another hour or so. I'll have to make those calls personally. If any further developments arise, call me immediately."
Arthur answered the last question of his life. Michael looked at Coleman in complete disbelief and hit the stop button on the tape recorder. As Michael rose, he pointed toward the door and Coleman followed. When they got into the hallway, they took off their masks and stared at each other. They could not believe what they had just heard. Michael spoke first, through clenched teeth. "This is unbelievable." "It's more than unbelievable. It's enough to bring a whole government down. Do you know what would happen if we released this tape to the press?" "We'll be the bastards of the international community," said O'Rourke. "It'll rip the country apart. If Watergate tarnished the presidency, this will destroy it forever." Coleman pointed toward the room. "Do you want to ask any more questions?" O'Rourke thought about it for a second and said, "No. We found out what we wanted." Michael looked at his watch. "The sooner we get rid of him, the better." "I agree. Make a copy of the tape and I'll take care of Arthur." They both went back into the room. Michael grabbed the tape and went upstairs.
Coleman grabbed the empty syringe from atop the dryer and pulled the plunger back, filling it with air. Bending down, he looked into Arthur's glassy eyes for a second, and then with utter disdain he stuck the needle into Arthur's arm. Coleman depressed the plunger, sending thousands of lethal air bubbles into Arthur's bloodstream. Coleman had no desire to watch him die and went to the garage to find something to wrap the body in. Michael came back downstairs several minutes later and helped Coleman wrap Arthur in green trash bags. They placed the corpse in the trunk of the BMW and covered it with some blankets. Coleman looked at O'Rourke and asked, "What are you going to do with the tapes?" "I'm not sure. Are you thinking about releasing them to the media?" "I'm not so sure it would be a good idea." Coleman nodded. "I think it would set us back 100 years. "I agree." "Well, whatever you decide to do, you're going to have to do it without me. I don't think you and I will be able to see each other for a while. If you're right about the FBI, I'm going to have to lay low." "I've been thinking about that. This tape might come in handy." "How?" asked Coleman. Michael shook the tape in front of Coleman's face. "This little confession would topple the entire government if it was released. Whether Stevens was involved or not, he would be implicated. He would be willing to do almost anything to keep this from being released, and the CIA, they stand to lose the most. If this thing went public, the entire agency would be shut down within a week. They would do almost anything to keep it quiet. Yeah, like putting a bullet in the back of our heads. Not if we do it right. Let's talk about it in the car." "You're coming with me to dump the body?" asked a surprised Coleman. "Yeah, I know the perfect place." Chapter 36. Director Stansfield's helicopter flew up the Potomac, its bright spotlight shining off the dark water below. It banked to the east, passing over the Lincoln Memorial, and continued up the Mall. The strobe light fluttering near the White House alerted the pilot to his exact landing area on the south lawn. The small chopper came in and set down gently on the grass. Stansfield opened the door and got out, bending at the waist as he walked clear of the blades. 2 Secret Service agents approached and escorted him through the Rose Garden and into the west wing of the White House, where they were greeted by one of Stu Garrett's aides. Stansfield started for the stairs that would take him to the Situation Room, and the aide said, "Excuse me, sir, I was told to bring you to the Oval Office." With a look of surprise, Stansfield asked, "Why?" "I don't know, sir. I was only told to take you to the Oval Office." Stansfield followed the aide down the hallway and into the empty presidential office. The aide left, and Stansfield stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. As the minutes mounted, so did his blood pressure. He looked at a Secret Service agent standing watch at the door and asked, "Where is the president?" "He's attending a state dinner, sir." Stansfield looked down at the floor and then back at the agent. For the first time in a long while, he thought he might lose his temper. The complete lack of professionalism by the Stevens administration was wearing on him. Instead of yelling, he turned and walked over to the president's desk. Picking up the phone, he told the operator to get him the National Security Desk. Several seconds later, there was a click on the line and a voice said, "National Security Desk, Major Maxwell speaking. Please identify yourself."
CIA Director Stansfield. Have the members of the National Security Council been told that I've called an emergency meeting?
"No, sir."
Why?
"I was told to wait until you arrived, sir."
By whom?
"Chief of Staff Garrett, sir." Stansfield's voice stayed even, but gained a slight edge.
Major, is Chief of Staff Garrett in the National Security Chain of Command?
"No, sir."
Listen to me carefully. We have a level 4 national security crisis on our hands. I am giving you a direct order to send out an alert immediately. I want the NSA, the SOD, the SOS, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs here within the next 10 minutes. Am I understood?
"Yes, sir." Stansfield hung up the phone and dialed the number for the CIA's Operations Center. Charlie Dobbs answered, and Stansfield asked him for an update. The divers found a boat sunk at the spot where the beacon was last marked. They also found a bag on board with Arthur's clothes and watch. It looks like a diversion.
Anything else?
Stansfield looked up from the desk as Garrett strutted into the room wearing a tuxedo. Before Dobbs could answer, Stansfield said,
I have to go, Charlie. I'll call you back.
Stansfield hung up the phone and watched Garrett approach in his black tuxedo. Garrett pulled a cigarette out of his mouth and said, "This better be good, Tom. This is the first time the president has had a chance to relax in over 2 weeks.
Where is Mike Nance?
He's at home. What's so important?
Stansfield was almost distracted by the anger he felt for Garrett, but forced himself to stay focused on the crisis.
A high-level CIA official has been kidnapped.
How high? Asked Garrett, as smoke billowed from his nostrils.
I'll tell you as soon as you get the president down in the Situation Room where he should be.
Stansfield's frustration was becoming evident. Hey, take it easy, Tom. You can't expect us to drop everything we're doing every time you call over here. Stansfield shook his head and walked toward the door.
This is not a game, Mr. Garrett. I expect to see the president down in the Situation Room immediately.
Coleman was back behind the wheel of the BMW and was less than excited about Michael's dumping spot. Originally, Coleman had planned on taking Arthur's body out to sea. He thought they had pressed their luck enough for the evening, and Michael's idea was far from cautious. Michael wanted to leave Arthur's body where it would be found, where they could send a message. Burning Tree Country Club was less than 10 minutes from Michael's house. As they neared the golf course, Coleman said for the third time, "You know, the Secret Service will be watching his house."
"I know. I'm not planning on leaving him at the front gate. He has a corner lot. We can leave the body around by the side. We'll drive by the house once and check out the security."
"You've been in the house before?"
"Yes. Senator Mutzel used to live there. After Mutzel lost in the last election, Garrett bought it from him."
Michael looked over at Coleman and said, "I want to show these bastards that we're willing to go to the media with this thing. If we end up releasing the tape, leaving Arthur's body at his house will give it more meaning. Besides, it'll make Garrett and Nance sweat."
"That's true."
They reached the ritzy neighborhood several minutes later, and Michael directed Coleman to the house. It was a large Tudor with a wrought iron fence that ran across the entire yard. They drove slowly past the front gate, where a Ford sedan was parked across the driveway. 2 men were sitting in the front seat, and 1 camera was over the gate. Coleman took a left at the end of the property and turned down the next street. On this side of the house, the fence was lined with trees and bushes.
"What do you think?" asked Michael.
"I think it's doable." Coleman pulled a U-turn in the middle of the road and stopped the car on the same side of the street as Garrett's house. He turned off the lights and looked down the tree-lined side street. Michael tugged on his thin leather gloves and said, "I'm ready when you are." Coleman took his foot off the brake and the car slowly rolled forward. When they reached the back of the property line, Michael pulled the fuse so the dome and brake lights wouldn't come on. Coleman told Michael to pop the trunk, and he did. While the car was still rolling, Michael jumped out and opened the trunk. He tossed the blankets to the side and scooped the dead body out of the trunk. The fence was only 15 feet from the curb. Michael ran the short distance and set Arthur down, propping him up against the wrought iron bars. Yanking the green garbage bag off his head, Michael threw it on the ground and jumped back in the car. Coleman spun the car around and sped away. Grabbing the mobile scramble phone out of the back seat, Michael punched in the phone number for the local NBC affiliate. After several rings, someone answered on the other end. "Newsroom." "Listen to me carefully," Michael spoke in a slow, precise tone. "This is not a prank. There is a dead man at Stu Garrett's house. The man's name is Arthur Higgins. He is a former employee of the CIA. The body can be found by the fence on the north side of the house. The address is 469 Burning Tree Lane."
"Who is this?" asked an eager voice.
"How do I know this isn't a prank?" "You don't. But you'd better get one of your news crews out there as quick as you can, because I'm calling the other 2 networks right now." Michael pushed a button ending the call and immediately dialed the next number. The next 2 calls went about the same as the first. The more Michael thought about it, the more he knew the news directors couldn't resist investigating. A dead former CIA employee found on the property of the President's Chief of Staff would make for juicy news. The only catch was that the news crew had to get there before the Secret Service found the body. As they neared Georgetown, Michael said, "Things are going to get really hairy. This might be our last chance to talk for a while. If the FBI is on your tail, call my pager and punch in 9 7 times.
"What are you going to do with the tape?"
"I'm not sure. I'll figure something out. Pull over up here." Coleman pulled over and offered his hand. Michael took it and said, "Lay low until things cool down." Michael slammed the door, and the car sped off. The Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State were also attending the state dinner. So as not to raise too much attention, they left the room in intervals, the President being the last.
When Stevens arrived in the Situation Room, Director Stansfield was on the phone and the Secretaries of State and Defense were standing off to the side talking to Garrett. The President approached his Chief of Staff. "Stu, what's this all about?"
Stansfield says a high-level CIA official has been abducted.
"How high?"
I don't know. He hasn't told us. He's been waiting for you.
The thought of Arthur being the official in mind was something that Garrett hadn't considered. Arthur was, after all, a former CIA employee and lived in the United States. Garrett assumed the CIA employee in question must be someone stationed abroad. Stansfield hung up the phone and approached the group.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm sorry to interrupt your party, but something very serious has come up.
What's the problem?
The agency's former director of Black Ops, Arthur Higgins, was abducted from his home in Maryland at 7:06 this evening.
Garrett's cocky attitude vanished instantly. His mouth fell open and his face turned white. Stansfield noticed the change in the Chief of Staff's demeanor and focused in on him while he continued.
Right now we have no idea who has taken him or why, but we have to assume the worst if we don't get him back soon. Higgins is in possession of a vast amount of highly sensitive information. If he is interrogated, our intelligence apparatus will be affected on a global scale.
Garrett's reaction was so out of character that Stansfield paused for a second and then asked,
Mr. Garrett, I didn't know you knew Arthur.
Garrett stammered briefly and said, I didn't. I've just heard his name mentioned before. Stansfield crossed his arms. He knew Mike Nance and Arthur had a professional relationship, but he found it hard to believe that Nance would talk to Garrett about Arthur.
What have you heard about him?
Nothing, really. I just know he used to work for the agency. Stansfield stared suspiciously at Garrett. It was obvious that he was lying. Garrett was acting far too strange over something that shouldn't affect him. Instead of speaking, Stansfield let the silence build, increasing the tension and turning everyone's focus on Garrett. "Do we have any idea who would have taken him?" asked the President. Without looking away from Garrett, Stansfield answered,
My people are putting together a list right now. Arthur has been retired from the agency for almost 2 years, but he has continued to use his international contacts to conduct quasi-legitimate business endeavors. We have kept tabs on him and even warned him several times to keep his nose out of official agency matters.
"What are we doing to get him back?" asked the President.
We have contingency plans in place for something like this. We've faxed photos of Arthur to all of the airports and police departments on the Eastern Seaboard. We are telling people that he is wanted for questioning in a murder and that he is to be approached with extreme caution. The Air Force had an AWAC on patrol when he was kidnapped, and they have launched another. They are looking for any small plane traffic that may be trying to fly under our conventional radar systems. As time elapses, we will alert our people overseas and have them meet incoming flights from the U.S.
The phone that Stansfield had been talking to Charlie Dobbs on earlier started to ring. Stansfield excused himself and grabbed it.
Hello.
"Thomas, we found him," exclaimed Dobbs. Stansfield breathed a huge sigh of relief and asked,
Where?
"You're not going to believe this. He's at Stu Garrett's house."
What?
"He's dead. I'm watching it on the damn news. His body is propped up against Garrett's fence. All 3 networks are at the scene, filming live. The cops aren't even there yet."
How did they get there so fast?
"We don't know."
Do we have our people on the way?
"Yes." Stansfield's mind raced to try to make a connection between Arthur and Garrett.
Charlie, hold the line for a minute.
Stansfield lowered the phone to his side and looked at the group.
We found him.
Stansfield paused to read Garrett's reaction and then said,
He's dead.
Garrett looked like a murderer who had just received a not guilty verdict from a jury. He exhaled deeply and asked, "Where?"
At your house.
The look of panic and fear returned to Garrett's face instantly. "What?"
The media is at your house right now broadcasting the entire story.
"At my house?"
Yes.
Stansfield studied the frazzled Garrett and asked,
Why would someone dump Arthur's body on your lawn?
While Garrett stumbled for an answer, the President grabbed the master remote and turned on the entire bank of television sets. Garrett responded to Stansfield's question with wide eyes. "I have no idea. Absolutely no idea." Cocking his head in a doubtful manner, Stansfield said,
I'm afraid you're going to have to do better than that.
Garrett shook his head emphatically. I don't know. I really don't even know the guy. Stansfield looked at him pensively. There was no doubt Garrett was hiding something. Stansfield brought the phone back to his mouth.
Charlie, I'll be there in about 30 minutes. I want a complete update as soon as I land.
Stansfield hung up the phone and checked his watch. He thought about asking Garrett to come with him so his people could debrief him, but knew Garrett would never go for it. Besides, he needed to do some checking first. Stansfield looked over at the president, who was staring aghast at the TVs.
Sir, this is a potentially embarrassing situation for you, but all in all, we are very lucky. Whoever took Arthur didn't have enough time to interrogate him, so it looks hopeful that we haven't been compromised in any way. I have to get back to Langley and start working on damage control. Our allies are going to want some answers. I will call you as soon as I find anything out. Otherwise, I think we should plan on meeting in the morning.
That sounds like a good plan, responded a confused President Stevens. Stansfield gave Garrett one more questioning look and left. As soon as he was out of the door, Stevens pulled Garrett aside and said, "Stu, what in the hell is going on?" Garrett shook his head sideways and asked himself where in the hell Mike Nance was. Chapter 37. Coleman found a poorly lit parking lot downtown and left the Beamer unlocked with the keys in the ignition. From there, he walked the 2 miles to Adams Morgan. It was a good night for clear thinking. The cool air helped sharpen his senses. He was out of the game, and knew it. The FBI would be waiting for him. It was only a question of where and how many agents. If he really had to, he could lose them and go underground, but that would only make him look guilty. For now, the game plan would be to act normal. As Coleman neared his apartment, he became more aware of his surroundings, looking for things he hadn't seen before. The call from Admiral DeVoe had raised his level of paranoia significantly. By measuring his difficulty in detecting the surveillance, Coleman would be able to tell how interested the FBI was. If he passed a van with dark-tinted windows or a 4-door sedan with a driver slouched behind the wheel, he would know the FBI thought him no more important than the other 100 or so former commandos they were investigating. Coleman walked like a predator, his eyes taking inventory of everything around him. He was loose physically, but tight mentally. Turning onto his street, he scanned the row of cars from beginning to end. Nothing. No vans, no trucks. They might be parked on one of the other streets. He would have to check them in the morning when he went for a jog. Turning up the steps to his apartment building, he opened the first door and then used his key to get through the second one. He climbed to the second floor and stopped in front of his door. Bending over, he checked the lock for any signs of its being picked. There were none, but that didn't mean it hadn't been done. There were professionals who could do it without leaving a mark. Coleman opened the door and entered. After turning on the lights, he grabbed the remote control off the coffee table and turned on the TV. With the remote control in hand, he closed the shades and turned up the volume. Coleman set the remote down and grabbed a small black sensor about the size of a garage door opener out of his pocket. Starting by the TV, he worked his way around the room, running the box over and under every piece of furniture. The sensor didn't detect a single listening device in the room. Without turning any lights on, Coleman checked the kitchen, bathroom, and his bedroom. Again, he found nothing. Instead of becoming less tense, he grew more nervous. Not finding any bugs didn't mean he wasn't under surveillance. It could also mean that whoever was watching him was good. Coleman grabbed a small flashlight out of the top drawer of his dresser and crawled under his bed, where he kept a box of interesting but legal items. The box was always lined up the same way, the front edge directly under the center bar of his bed frame. He turned on the flashlight and eyeballed the edge of the box. It was off-center. Someone had been in his apartment. Coleman crawled back out and brought the box with him. Staying on the floor, he put the flashlight in his teeth and opened the box. Inside was a legally registered Glock semi-automatic pistol, 3 clips, a box of ammo, a knife, a pair of night vision goggles, and a variety of other things that wouldn't be that unusual for a former Navy SEAL to own. Coleman grabbed the night vision goggles and went into the bathroom, where he whistled out loud and turned on the shower. Sitting on the toilet, he took off his boots and then walked to the front door. As quietly as possible, he opened the door and slid into the hallway. Staying on the balls of his feet, he ran up the carpeted steps to the top floor. Someone had been in his apartment, and they had been smart enough not to leave any electronic listening devices behind. They weren't down on the street.
So that meant one thing. They were in one of the nearby buildings. Coleman reached the top floor and opened the service door that led to the roof. Inside was a black metal ladder with a hatch door at the top. He climbed the ladder and slowly opened the hatch. As he climbed onto the roof, he was careful to keep his silhouette beneath the 3-foot flange that ran along all 4 sides of the roof. Coleman crawled to the front of the building and peeked over the edge. 1 month earlier, he had checked to see which apartments were vacant in the surrounding buildings. Coleman started with the building right across the street. He counted up 3 stories and in 2 windows from the left. Pushing himself up just a little farther over the edge, he stared intently at the black hole and watched for movement. It was too dark to see more than a foot or 2 into the apartment, so he put on his night vision goggles. Black turned into green and white, and after several adjustments, the goggles penetrated the dark, empty room. There they were, a cluster of long, black objects. He could plainly see the row of directional microphones lined up along the bottom edge of the windowsill, all of them pointing across the street at his apartment. Behind them on tripods were several cameras, and then something moved. Coleman squinted, and it moved again. A man was standing a ways back from the window, drinking something. Coleman slid under the wall and crawled back to the hatch. When Coleman got back to the apartment, he analyzed the situation. As a SEAL, he'd been trained in counter-surveillance tactics and knew what represented good surveillance. The people watching him from across the street were good. Coleman grabbed his jacket and brought it into the bathroom. Holding the digital phone by the rushing water of the shower, he punched in the number to Michael's pager and entered 9 7 times. McMahon stood in the middle of the empty apartment. A pair of large headphones covered his ears. He took a big gulp of coffee and glanced over at the other 2 agents sitting at the table in the dining room. A small red filter light illuminated their game of gin. They were on a 20-minute rotation. Every noise in Coleman's apartment was taped, and everyone who left or entered the building was photographed. More than a dozen tail cars of assorted makes and models were strategically positioned around the city, and a chopper was on 24-hour standby, its engines warm and pilots waiting. Michael was sitting upstairs in his den holding a mug of hot coffee when his beeper went off. He picked it up and looked at the small display. All 9s. Michael set it down and thought about Coleman. Next, he looked at the tape of Arthur's confession, and a plan started to form in his head. Going to the media would cause more harm than good, but Nance and Garrett had to pay. They were going down, one way or another, whatever it took. Stansfield climbed wearily into the back of his limo. The night had been one of many questions and no sleep. The large door at the end of the executive parking garage at Langley opened, revealing the early morning sun, and Stansfield lowered his tired eyes. The director had spent the entire night in the operations center trying to piece together the events surrounding Arthur's abduction. 2 important facts had been brought to Stansfield's attention. First, strong traces of sodium pentothal had been found in Arthur's blood. Second, a fact discovered while his people were reviewing Arthur's security tapes: Stu Garrett and Mike Nance had visited Arthur the previous week. Garrett had lied. Stansfield found out about the sodium pentothal just after midnight, but the security team that had been dispatched to Arthur's estate didn't discover the videotape of Garrett and Nance until 6:45 a.m. He had an 8 a.m. meeting at the White House, but instead of going straight into D.C., his entourage was taking a slight detour. He had to pick up an uninvited and, he was sure, unwanted guest. Stansfield's limousine, along with its lead and chase cars, cut through the light Saturday morning traffic. At about 7:35 a.m., they arrived at Director Roach's house. Roach climbed into the limo and the group of cars pulled away. As the director of the FBI settled into the back seat, he asked, "I assume this has something to do with Arthur turning up dead on Stu Garrett's lawn?" Stansfield shifted so he could face Roach.
Yes, it does.
What is Mr. Garrett doing associating with someone like Arthur?
I don't know.
Stansfield shook his head and frowned. I would imagine you want this to be kept as quiet as possible. Stansfield's face hinted that he was struggling between doing what was comfortable and trying something new.
At this point, I'm undecided. Our 2 agencies have worked in the past to keep things like this quiet, but I'm not so sure I wouldn't prefer you to raise hell on this one. There's no doubt this is your jurisdiction. Arthur was kidnapped, transported across state lines, and murdered.
Stansfield bit his lip and shook his head.
Brian, Arthur was not the most law-abiding person we had at the agency. Most of that had to do with the type of things we expected him to do. But he also did a lot of things that were not approved through the proper channels. That's why he was forced out 2 years ago. We had lost control of him. To be blunt, his death is a blessing. He was a walking time bomb with enough secrets in his head to do an incredible amount of damage, to not only our country, but quite a few of our allies.
So, you would like me to sit on it?
Yes and no. I do not want what Arthur did for the agency to become public, but there is an issue I need resolved, and to do that I think I'm going to need you to threaten an all-out investigation.
This is where Garrett comes in?
Yes. Arthur was not dumped on his lawn without reason. He and Nance were involved in something with Arthur.
Are you sure?
As sure as I can be at this point. Last night, after Arthur was kidnapped and before his body was discovered, I went to the White House to brief the National Security Council. When I told them that Arthur had been abducted, Garrett became noticeably agitated. So much so that I had to stop in mid-sentence and ask him if he knew Arthur personally. Garrett said no, that he had only heard of him through Mike Nance.
Stansfield frowned.
You know as well as I do, Stu Garrett doesn't show concern for anyone unless he stands to lose something. Later, when I told him that Arthur's body had been discovered on Garrett's lawn, he almost had a nervous breakdown.
Did he admit to any involvement with Higgins?
No, he still denied it.
What did Nance say?
He wasn't at the meeting. He was tied up somewhere else. I left the White House a little more than suspicious. Garrett was hiding something, and my suspicion was soon backed up by 2 disturbing facts. Arthur's autopsy revealed sodium pentothal in his blood. He was interrogated, but whoever did it must have only wanted a specific piece of information. There wouldn't have been time for more. We also have a surveillance video from Arthur's security room with Garrett and Nance on it. They visited him last Saturday, and Nance also came alone on Thursday, which means Garrett lied to me about not knowing Arthur.
So what role would you like me to play?
I need you to threaten a full-scale investigation. We'll give them 2 options. They can either sit down with my people and tell them everything they know under the protection of the National Secrecy Act, or they can give a deposition to you and your agents and risk prosecution.
Roach thought about it for a minute. As you said earlier, this case is under the jurisdiction of the FBI. What if at some point I decide to pursue the investigation regardless of any deal you may have struck with Nance and Garrett?
That's entirely up to you.
Stu Garrett paced frantically behind his desk with a cigarette in hand. Mike Nance sat stiff and upright on the couch. He'd been watching Garrett for the last 10 minutes, waiting for the Valium to kick in, straining to control the urge to bash Garrett over the head with a lamp. He had to stay calm. Above everything, he had to stay calm. Garrett stopped and pointed his cigarette at Nance. I can't believe I let you talk me into this. I must have been out of my fucking mind when I agreed to get into bed with Arthur. Nance bit down on his lip and said, Stu, do you think your emotional tirades are doing us any good? Hey, don't give me that cool-as-ice attitude. You deal with it your way and I'll deal with it my way. Fuck. Garrett took a vacuum-like pull off his cigarette and his face turned bright red. Nance stood abruptly and raised his voice. All right, I'll do things your way. Sit down and shut up. We have a meeting with Stansfield in 10 minutes, and we are going to have to come up with some answers as to why Arthur's body ended up on your lawn. And if you don't get control of your emotions, Stansfield will tear you to shreds. Nance stared hard at Garrett. Garrett exhaled and his shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, Mike. I just can't believe all of this is happening so fast. What in the hell are we going to do? Stansfield is going to want to know why Arthur was found at my house. He knows I was lying to him last night when I told him I'd never met Arthur. What in the fuck am I going to tell him? What am I going to tell the press? What am I going to tell the cops? They're going to want to talk to me too. Nance put a hand on his shoulder. Stu, one problem at a time. Don't worry about the cops and don't worry about the press. For the next hour, I need you to stay calm and keep your mouth shut. Stansfield is our main problem. Now, just sit down and relax while I tell you what we're going to do. Garrett sank into the couch and stuck a cigarette in his mouth. Nance paced slowly across the room. I have a good idea for damage control. With his hands on his hips, he turned and said, We tell Stansfield the truth. Garrett blurted out a loud cackle. Have you lost your fucking mind? Yeah, sure. Let's tell him the truth. Nance stuck his finger in Garrett's face. Stu, this is the last time I'm going to tell you to stay quiet and get control of yourself. Don't forget, Arthur put a price tag on your head before he was killed, and I'm the only one who can rescind the order. Nance stared as hard and as deep as he could into Garrett's eyes, making sure there was no doubt that he was serious. Garrett tried to speak, but Nance cut him off. Shut up, Stu. Just shut up for the next 5 minutes. Garrett bit down on his tongue and nodded. We are going to tell Stansfield about our recruitment of Arthur to help get the president's budget passed. We'll tell him that Arthur helped blackmail Congressman Moore. It is simple, it is the truth, and Stansfield will buy it because we can prove it. We admit to some wrongdoing, and Stansfield goes away satisfied. What about the press? I can't tell them that. Stu, I'm not going to say it again. We are talking about Stansfield right now. We'll talk about the press later. Should we tell Jim? No. That way he'll have complete deniability. We can tell him after the meeting that we wanted to protect him. Just let me do the talking, and whatever you do, don't lose your cool. Nance finished filling Garrett in on the plan, and when he was done, they went down to the Situation Room. Nance stopped when he entered the room and looked for Stansfield. He wasn't there yet, but the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense were. Nance quickly realized they could not be present when he gave Stansfield their excuse. Nance walked to the far end of the room where the President was sitting and whispered into his ear. Sir, for reasons I can't discuss right now, I need you to excuse the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State from the meeting. Won't that look rather unusual? Please, trust me, sir. We need to talk to Director Stansfield alone. It's for the best. I'll explain later. Stevens hesitated for a second, and then looked at Garrett and made the connection. Clearing his throat, he said, Gentlemen, there has been a slight change of plans. I'm going to need to talk to Director Stansfield alone. If the rest of you could wait for us in the cabinet room, we'll join you just as soon as possible. The generals and admirals all stood and gave Garrett a look as they headed for the door. They all knew who Arthur Higgins was and wanted to know why he had been found dead on the Chief of Staff's lawn. They continued out the door, and Nance closed it behind them. Stevens asked, Are you two going to tell me what the hell is going on? Mr. President, sir, I think it would be best if we waited for Director Stansfield to get here, replied Nance in his cool and detached voice. Why? You are going to want complete deniability on this one, sir. Stevens frowned. What in the hell have you two been up to? The President looked to Garrett for the answer, but Nance gave it. Sir, this will not affect your presidency. You are just going to have to trust me that it will be best if you look surprised when we tell Director Stansfield what our connection with Arthur was. Chapter 38. Michael sat above the rest of the morning traffic as he rolled through downtown D.C. in his forest green Chevy Tahoe. He was tired and nervous. His nerves were shot from a lack of sleep and too much coffee, not to mention the little excursion involving Arthur. When he was about 4 blocks away from the Hoover Building, he dialed the phone number for the main switchboard. After several rings, a woman with a pleasant voice answered. Federal Bureau of Investigation, how may I help you? Special Agent McMahon, please. Just one moment. The phone started to ring again, and then another person answered. Special Agent McMahon's office. Special Agent McMahon, please. Special Agent McMahon is away from his desk right now. May I ask who is calling? Is he in the building this morning? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to answer that. May I ask who is calling? Michael hit the brakes to avoid ramming a cab that pulled out in front of him. This is Congressman O'Rourke, and I need to speak with him. It's extremely urgent. Special Agent McMahon is very busy right now. It would help if I could tell him what it is that you wanted. I don't want anything. I need to give him something that I think he will be very interested in. What is it regarding? Michael let out an audible sigh. Listen, I know you're only trying to do your job, but this is something that I can't talk about over the phone. You said your name was Congressman O'Rourke? Yes. I'll see if I can track him down, but it would help if I could give him even the slightest hint as to what you wanted. He has been getting a lot of phone calls from congressmen and senators lately. I don't want anything from him. I want to give him something. Something that will have an enormous impact on his investigation. Just 1 minute, Congressman. I'll see if I can track him down. With his digital phone clutched to his ear, O'Rourke circled the Hoover Building. Several minutes later, McMahon answered the phone. Congressman O'Rourke, sorry to keep you waiting. How are you doing? I've been better.
Sorry to hear that. What can I do for you?
I have something that I need to give you.
What is it?
I don't want to talk about it over the phone.
All right, let me get my day timer and see when I have an opening.
This can't wait.
Congressman, do you have any idea how busy I am right now?
Yes, I do. Believe me, it won't be a waste of your time. McMahon paused.
When do you want to meet?
I'm down on the street, in my truck.
I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you give me an hour?
Michael tried to sound as relaxed as he could. Special Agent McMahon, do you want to know who killed Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist? There was a moment of silence on the line, and then McMahon responded,
All right, I'll be down in 5 minutes. Pick me up at the south entrance.
O'Rourke completed one more circle and pulled up to the curb. McMahon came out of the building a moment later and approached the truck with someone Michael didn't recognize. Michael rolled down the passenger window, and McMahon leaned in, sticking his hand out. Michael grabbed it and said, Who is she?
This is Irene Kennedy. She works for the CIA and has been helping out with the investigation.
Get in, replied O'Rourke. McMahon climbed in the front seat and Kennedy got in back. Michael put the car into drive and pulled back out into traffic. Looking in the rearview mirror, Michael asked, What do you do for the CIA, Dr. Kennedy?
I'm an analyst.
What do you analyze?
Terrorism is my specialty.
Are you familiar with a guy by the name of Arthur Higgins? Kennedy moved forward.
Very. What do you know about him?
Michael reached down and grabbed a letter-sized manila envelope from the center console and handed it to McMahon. I found this on my doorstep this morning along with a tape, and you're not going to believe what's on it. Michael put the tape into the cassette player. Stansfield and Roach entered the Situation Room and sat across the table from Nance and Garrett. Both directors said hello to the president, but ignored his national security advisor and chief of staff. Nance hadn't planned on Roach coming. He forced a slight smile onto his face and said, Director Roach, we weren't informed that you would be joining us this morning.
I asked him to come, replied Stansfield. Arthur was transported across state lines and killed. The investigation falls under the jurisdiction of the FBI.
What investigation? Asked Nance.
The investigation into his death.
Surely you aren't serious. We can't have what Arthur did for the CIA brought under public scrutiny.
That will be up to Director Roach and the Justice Department.
Stansfield looked at the president.
Sir, may I be blunt?
I would prefer it, responded an aggravated Stevens.
Arthur Higgins was privy to a rather large amount of highly classified information. My foremost concern is to identify the correlation between his being taken from his estate and being left at Mr. Garrett's house. I have to know what Arthur's relationship was with Mr. Garrett so I can assess any possible damage to the agency. We can go about this one of two ways. Mr. Garrett can either tell me and my people everything he knows under the protection of the National Secrecy Act, or he can tell his story under deposition to the FBI.
The president looked at Garrett and said, Stu? Garrett turned to Nance for direction. Nance cleared his throat and said, Director Roach, would you excuse us for a minute? Roach didn't say a word. He looked to Stansfield, who nodded, telling him it was all right. Roach got out of his chair and left the room. As soon as he was gone, Stansfield zeroed in on Garrett.
What was your relationship to Arthur?
Again, Garrett glanced at Nance for support. Nance looked back across the table and said, Arthur was helping us with a little project that had nothing to do with the CIA or the intelligence community.
What was the project?
I would rather not say. Nance didn't want to give in too quickly.
That's not how this is going to work, Mike. You either tell me or the FBI starts digging, and neither of us want that.
It was purely a domestic issue, political in nature.
All the more reason that the FBI should be involved, responded Stansfield.
Thomas, I'm telling the truth. What we were doing with Arthur had nothing to do with the agency. He was simply doing some freelance work for us that was political and nothing else. Stansfield looked at his watch and then at Garrett.
Do you want me to bring Director Roach back in?
The speechless Garrett had beads of sweat forming on his forehead and upper lip. He was so flustered all he could do was shake his head from side to side. What in the hell is going on here? Asked the president. A former employee of the CIA shows up dead on your lawn, Stu, and you look like you're about to have a nervous breakdown. I want some answers.
Sir, as I said earlier, responded Nance, for your own protection, I think it would be best if you remained in the dark on this.
For my own protection, I want to know what in the hell is going on.
Stevens's complexion reddened. Nance took a deep breath and paused as if gathering his thoughts.
We recruited Arthur to help aid in the passage of your budget through the House. How? Asked the President. He did some background checks on several congressmen.
Stansfield shook his head sideways, knowing full well what background checks really meant. The President asked, "What do you mean by background checks?"
Arthur gathered some information for us that we used to convince some of the more reluctant congressmen to vote for your budget.
You did what? Asked an exasperated Stevens. Stu, was this your idea? No. Well, kind of. Stansfield watched the President grow irate and decided that he had likely been kept in the dark. Kennedy was too engrossed in Arthur's taped confession to do anything but listen. When it was over, it dawned on her that she needed to get a hold of Stansfield immediately. Grabbing the digital phone from her pocket, she dialed the direct line to her boss's office. After 6 rings, it rolled over to his secretary. "Director Stansfield's office, how may I help you?" "Pat, this is Irene. Where is Thomas?" "He's at the White House. Get a hold of him immediately," said Kennedy tersely. "It's very important." McMahon was in the front seat doing the same thing, but trying to get a hold of Roach. Michael continued to drive and prepare himself for the inevitable landslide of questions. Back in the Situation Room, Stansfield waited for the President to stop yelling and then asked, "Who did he blackmail?" "I think we have cooperated more than enough," responded Nance. "You don't need names."
"Yes, I do, because I am going to have to talk to them."
"Thomas, I would prefer to let this thing die," said Nance.
"I'm sure you would, but I'm not going to let it. Whoever killed Arthur also interrogated him. The pathologists told me he was loaded with sodium pentothal. If you two think you're out of the woods by telling me you blackmailed several congressmen, you're wrong. Whoever took Arthur got some information out of him, and it obviously had something to do with Mr. Garrett."
A look of sheer panic flashed across Garrett's face, and he shouted, "They interrogated him?" Nance stayed calm and smiled. "You're bluffing, Thomas."
"I'll show you the toxicology reports if you'd like."
"Don't insult me." Nance smiled with a wide grin and said, "You could doctor them to say anything you wanted."
"Come now, Mike, who is insulting who? Look at your friend, Mr. Garrett. He's wound up so tight he's about to snap. You're not telling me everything there is to know about your dealings with Arthur, and that's fine."
Stansfield held his hands up.
"I'm sure Director Roach and his people will have more success in finding out what really happened."
"Enough!" snapped the President. "Stu and Mike, I want to hear the whole story right now. No more games." There was a knock on the door, and a Secret Service agent entered. "Director Stansfield, your office is on the line. They say it's an emergency. You can take the call right here." The agent pointed to a phone on a table by the door. Stansfield walked over to the phone and grabbed it.
"Hello."
Kennedy sat in the back of O'Rourke's truck and spoke rapidly into her phone. "Thomas, this is Irene. Where are you?"
"I'm in the Situation Room."
"I have something that you are going to want to hear immediately."
"What?"
"I can't say. Just trust me. Leave there immediately and get back to Langley as quick as you can." Stansfield looked over his shoulder at the President, who was yelling at Nance and Garrett.
"Irene, I'm in the middle of something really important."
"Thomas, I have a taped confession from Arthur, and you're not going to believe what's on it." Stansfield hesitated for a second and replied,
"I'll get there as quickly as I can."
After hanging up, Stansfield walked back to the table and looked at the President.
"I'm sorry, sir, but something very important has come up. I'm going to have to head back to Langley."
Stevens shook his head. "What could be more important than this?"
"I don't know, but I'll call you as soon as I find out. We'll have to continue this later."
Adjacent to Director Stansfield's office was a soundproof conference room. Kennedy, McMahon, and Michael sat at the conference table and waited for Director Roach and Director Stansfield to arrive. Michael kept wondering when the questions would start. He knew that eventually McMahon would ask why the assassins chose him to be their courier. Michael would play dumb and profess his hatred and open contempt for Washington politics. The tape was his trump card. As long as the FBI and the CIA thought that hundreds of copies could be mailed to the media at any moment, they would watch where they dug. Even if they did find something, where could they go with the information? The door flew open and Stansfield and Roach entered, agitated and out of breath. Stansfield yanked off his overcoat and said to Kennedy,
"Irene, this had better be for real. You just pulled me out of a huge meeting."
"Don't worry. It won't be a waste of your time." Kennedy pointed at Michael. "Thomas, this is Congressman Michael O'Rourke. He came to us with some information that you're not going to believe." Kennedy looked back at O'Rourke and said, "Congressman, this is Director Stansfield and Director Roach." Michael rose and shook both of their hands.
McMahon pointed at Michael.
"When the congressman awoke this morning, he found a package on his front step. It was from the assassins. Inside was a taped confession of Arthur Higgins."
McMahon held up the tape and shook it.
"It contains some disturbing information. Along with the tape is a list of conditions the assassins want met."
Stansfield gestured for Roach to take a seat and said,
"Let's hear it."
McMahon inserted the tape and pressed play. Some static began hissing from the small tape player, and then Michael's computer-altered voice asked, "What is your name?"
"What?"
asked Arthur's drugged voice.
"What is your name?" "Arthur Higgins."
Stansfield's eyes closed.
"When were you born?" "February 13th, 1919.
Who were your parents?
Arthur and Mary Higgins."
Who do you work for?
"I don't work for anyone. Why don't you take those masks off and we'll talk? I'm a very wealthy man."
Who did you used to work for, Mr. Higgins?
"The CIA."
What did you do for the CIA?
"A lot of things. Why don't we talk about releasing me before you find out something that you don't want to know?"
When you were at the CIA, which directorate did you work in?
Operations.
Specifically, what part of the Operations Directorate?
Black Ops. I did a lot of stuff.
What did you do for the Black Ops?
I ran it.
Why did you leave the CIA?
I quit.
Did you quit or were you forced out?
I was forced out.
Why were you forced out?
They were afraid of me.
Who was afraid of you?
Everyone.
Specifically, who was afraid of you?
Stansfield and Olson.
Stansfield didn't bother looking up. He kept his eyes closed and listened.
Mr. Higgins, were you the author of a covert operation back in the early 60s that resulted in the assassinations of several French politicians?
Stansfield felt a sharp pain shoot through his forehead.
Yes,
responded Arthur's thick voice.
Who were you working for at the time?
The CIA.
Irene Kennedy looked to her boss. She had never heard of the covert operation, but it was long before her time.
How many French politicians did you kill?
2.
Who were they?
Claude Lapointe and Jean Bastruau.
Stansfield gripped his forehead and squeezed hard, wondering how the interrogators had managed to find out about one of the most classified operations in the history of the agency. The generic computer voice continued.
Why were they killed?
Because they were ungrateful bastards.
Could you be more specific?
They were the leaders of a movement within the French Parliament that wanted all U.S. nuclear weapons removed from French soil.
Did anyone in the French government know that the CIA had killed 2 of their elected officials?
No.
How did you kill them without getting caught?
We made it look like French revolutionaries did it.
While you were with the CIA, did you conduct other operations similar to this?
Yes.
Since you left the CIA, have you conducted any operations similar to the one that you ran in France?
Yes.
Have you ever conducted an operation like this in the United States?
Stansfield's eyes opened with the realization of where the confession was headed.
Yes.
Did you use the recent string of assassinations as a cover to kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist?
Yes.
Roach shook his head and said, "Oh my God."
Why did you kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist?
I had Olson killed for my own personal reasons, and Turnquist, we killed him to confuse the FBI and the CIA.
Why did you kill Senator Olson?
I hated him. He was a weak man who had no business interfering in the operations of the agency.
Why did you hate him?
He blocked my nomination for director of the CIA. I should have been the next director, but instead Stansfield, that weak imbecile, got it, and it was all Olson's doing.
Who else was involved in your plot to kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist?
Mike Nance and Stu Garrett.
Roach shook his head and said, "Unbelievable."
Why did they want Olson killed?
Olson was going to announce that the new coalition was a sham, that their proposed budget cuts were fake.
Garrett and Nance wanted to have him killed for that?
It was my idea, and Nance brought Garrett in on it because we knew how desperate he was to get control of the situation. Besides, we knew if we killed some federal agents, it would undermine the public support for the terrorists.
What were you getting out of the deal?
Garrett said he would get the president to force Stansfield out and replace him with me. With Olson gone, no one would block my nomination.
Did the president know about your plans?
I don't know.
After several tense moments of static, the tape ended. Roach and Stansfield shared a long, shocked look. Michael watched them from the other end of the table. O'Rourke knew that Stansfield was taking the new information the hardest. It was his agency that would suffer the most if the tape became public. Roach leaned over and whispered in Stansfield's ear, "Is there any truth to the story about the CIA assassinating 2 members of the French Parliament?" Not wanting to give a verbal response, Stansfield nodded his head yes. Roach took a deep breath and said, "We've got some major problems."
There's more.
McMahon held up a white piece of paper covered in plastic.
This is addressed to the 2 of you.
McMahon looked at Roach and Stansfield and started to read aloud.
After hearing the tape, it should be painfully obvious to you why we left Mr. Higgins's body at Stu Garrett's house. If we were the crazed terrorists that the President and his people have portrayed us to be, we would release this tape to every media organization in the world. The damage to America would be devastating. We would become the pariahs of the international community. The office of the presidency would be ruined, the American people's faith in the system would be destroyed, and the CIA would be shut down within 24 hours. We do not want to see America torn apart over the selfish and evil actions of a select few. But the actions of Mike Nance and Stu Garrett cannot go unpunished. In exchange for not releasing Mr. Higgins's confession, we demand the following. Mike Nance will announce his resignation by noon tomorrow and retreat permanently from public life. 30 days from now, Stu Garrett will also announce his resignation and cease any involvement in the American political process at any level. Within 6 months, both Nance and Garrett will be expected to convert half of their net worth and donate it anonymously to the families of the 8 federal law enforcement officers they killed. None of this is negotiable. If at any point Nance and Garrett attempt to renege on this arrangement, we will hunt them down and kill them. We are unsure as to what involvement President Stevens had in this plot and for now are willing to allow him to stay in office if he meets the following conditions. He will act as a bridge between the 2 parties and cease all partisan politics. He will put together a balanced budget for the next fiscal year, and he will meet all of our previous demands regarding a national crime bill and a national sales tax to retire the national debt. If these demands are met, we will allow Stevens to run for re-election. If the president wavers at any point, we will release the tape to the media. The second part of our demands involves the FBI. Director Roach, we do not expect you to condone what we have done, but you must at least recognize the difference between what we did and what Mr. Higgins, Mr. Nance, and Mr. Garrett did. We murdered 4 corrupt politicians in an attempt to restore some integrity and common sense to a political system that has none. Mr. Higgins, Mr. Nance, and Mr. Garrett murdered 2 of the only honest politicians in Washington and 8 federal law enforcement officers, all for their own perverted self-interests. If you agree not to prosecute Mr. Nance and Mr. Garrett, you must also agree to never bring forth any indictments regarding the assassinations of Senator Fitzgerald, Congressman Kozlowski, Senator Downs, and Speaker Bassett. We understand the compromising situation this puts you in, but considering the piece of information in our possession, we think it a reasonable trade-off. For your own safety and the integrity of the FBI, we would also suggest that the President, Mr. Nance, and Mr. Garrett be kept in the dark about your knowledge of our deal. It would be best for all if Director Stansfield handled the negotiations with the White House. We will await the announcement of Mr. Nance's resignation. If it is not made public by noon tomorrow, we will be left with no other option than to release the tape."
McMahon set the letter down. Director Stansfield closed his eyes and gently shook his head. Everyone waited for him to speak. He rose and said,
"Please excuse Director Roach and me for a moment."
Stansfield walked to the side door that led to his office, and Roach followed. Stansfield closed the heavy, soundproof door and walked over to the large picture window.
"Well, that's one hell of a confession."
Roach looked at Stansfield's back and asked, "Do you believe it?" Stansfield nodded.
"Unfortunately, yes."
His answer was followed by more silence. Roach placed a hand under his chin. "I'm not sure it would be admissible in a court of law." Stansfield shook his head and waved his hand as if batting the idea out of the air.
"Let's not even entertain that line of logic. If they release that tape, we are in serious trouble, and I mean the entire country. Arthur's body has been identified by the media, and they have footage of him lying propped up against Garrett's fence. Those two French politicians were in fact killed back in the early 60s, and the CIA was behind it."
Stansfield pointed toward the conference room.
"Brian, everything those assassins said is true. That tape will tear America apart."
"What do we do then?"
"We have to take the deal. And we have to work fast."
Roach sighed. "Can we trust these assassins?" Stansfield turned around with hatred on his face.
"Apparently we can trust them a hell of a lot more than the National Security Advisor and the President's Chief of Staff."
What in the hell were they thinking?
"I have no idea."
"Do you think the President knew what they were up to?"
"My gut tells me no, but I haven't had enough time to thoroughly analyze the situation."
Stansfield looked at his watch.
"Brian, we have to move on this. A lot has to happen between now and noon tomorrow. My decision is a foregone conclusion. We have to do everything in our power to make sure that tape never goes public."
Roach paused. "I don't want that tape to go public either, but I sure as hell don't like the idea of Nance and Garrett just walking away."
"Brian, I have a feeling that within the next year these assassins will take care of Mr. Garrett and Mr. Nance. And if they don't, I will have them taken care of. That is between you and me, friend to friend, not director to director."
Roach looked into Stansfield's eyes and reminded himself that his friend played by a different set of rules. "We really don't have much of a choice, do we?"
"No." "So, you agree to meet their demands?"
"Yes, but I'm not sure I can guarantee that no indictments will be brought forth. What if Skip finds out who these assassins are?"
"I'll gladly deal with that problem if it ever happens. But something tells me we'll never know who was behind this. They were right about another thing. You have to be left out of the loop. If this blows up in our face, the FBI must have complete deniability. The American people are going to have to turn to something for hope, and if the FBI is implicated in the cover-up, it will really look bad."
"I suppose you're right." Roach considered his options for a minute and then said, "Let's go talk to the others." Michael, sitting next to McMahon, was trying to stay in character. Acting mad was not hard, but acting naive was. He kept reminding himself what he should and shouldn't know. Fortunately, everyone was so shocked by Higgins's confession that they'd been too preoccupied to ask him questions. Roach took a seat and Stansfield remained standing. The director of the CIA crossed his arms and said,
"It goes without saying that this is a very difficult situation. For reasons that we are all aware of, Brian and I have decided to try and meet the demands of the assassins. If you have any opinions, now is the time to voice them."
Stansfield looked to Irene Kennedy first. Kennedy glanced up at her boss and shook her head no. Kennedy knew full well that they were boxed in. The only reasonable action was to take the deal. McMahon was next. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
"I understand that our options are limited, but I think Garrett and Nance are getting off way too easy. I think they should be strung up by their balls and left for the vultures.
"I can relate to your desire for retribution," said Stansfield. "As I was just telling Brian, I would be surprised if these assassins let either of them live for more than a year."
"What about my investigation?" asked McMahon.
"If you catch them, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Do you have it in you to let them go if it comes to that?"
asked Stansfield. McMahon glanced over at Roach while he thought about the question. From the very beginning, he'd had a gnawing respect for the unknown group.
"If they turn out to be the type of people I think they are, and they really do have patriotic motives," McMahon paused, "I'll look the other way."
"Congressman,"
asked Stansfield. Michael leaned back and said, "I'm not crazy about the cover-up, but given the situation, I don't see any other alternative." Stansfield nodded.
"We are all in agreement, then. Before we proceed, I need to know if anyone else knows about this tape. Congressman?"
Stansfield looked to Michael for an answer. With a calm face, Michael replied, "I haven't told anyone."
"Skip?"
"No. As soon as Congressman O'Rourke played the tape for us, we came straight here."
"Irene?"
"No."
"Good."
Stansfield looked at his watch.
"I am going to the White House alone to handle the negotiations."
Michael cleared his throat and got Stansfield's attention. "Sir, I would like to come along." Stansfield studied O'Rourke briefly and replied,
"I think it would be best if I handled it alone."
"I'm sure you do, but Senator Olson was a very good friend of mine. I want to see the look on their faces when they realize they're not going to get away with this." Chapter 39. It was Mike Nance's turn to be nervous, but you wouldn't know it by looking at him. He sat with his perfect posture and minimal movement. Underneath, however, he wasn't so composed. Stu Garrett was pacing back and forth in front of Nance's desk with an optimistic smile on his face, even though they had just spent the last half an hour getting yelled at by the president. Stevens was irate that he had been left out of the loop and that Garrett and Nance had been involved in a scheme that could get Stevens impeached or worse. Nance was worried about other things. He tried to ignore Garrett as he blabbered on. "I think we're going to be okay. I really think everything is going to work out. Stansfield bought the whole blackmail story. Jim will calm down in a couple of weeks and realize that we were only trying to protect him, and I know Arthur was a friend of yours, but Jesus, he gave me the creeps. I have to admit I feel a lot better knowing that he took what he knows to the grave." Without turning his head, Nance looked up at Garrett out of the corner of his eye and said, "Shut up, Stu." "Hey, I'm only trying to lay everything out so we know where we're at." "I know where I am, and I don't need you to point out the obvious. So kindly keep your mouth shut for several minutes. I'm trying to think." Garrett sat down on the couch and mumbled to himself. Nance turned his chair around so he wouldn't have to look at him. Why had Stansfield left the meeting so abruptly, just when things were heating up? They weren't out of the woods yet. He thought of mentioning that fact to Garrett, but knew he preferred Garrett's current obnoxious state to his frantic, panicked one. Michael sat in the back of the armor-plated Cadillac with Stansfield. He was somewhat relieved that Director Stansfield was not a big talker. O'Rourke guessed correctly that Stansfield was preparing for his confrontation with Nance and Garrett. Stansfield had almost called the White House to schedule the meeting, but at the last minute, he decided it would be better if they surprised Garrett and Nance. When they were less than a mile from the White House, Stansfield picked up the secure phone and dialed the number for Jack Warch's office. Warch answered, and Stansfield said,
"Jack, this is Director Stansfield. I need an emergency meeting with the President, Mike Nance, and Stu Garrett. I'm about to enter the underground parking garage of the Treasury building. Please alert your agents that I will be coming through the tunnel."
Stansfield glanced over at Michael.
"I have a guest, Congressman O'Rourke. I'll vouch for him. Jack, this is very serious. Please get them down to the Situation Room immediately."
Warch got the point, and Stansfield hung up. The limousine pulled into the underground garage of the Treasury building, and Michael and Stansfield were escorted by 4 Secret Service agents down a narrow cement tunnel. When they reached the other end, they stopped at a thick steel door that the Secret Service referred to as the Marilyn Monroe door. They held their identification up to a camera, and Stansfield asked,
"Are you nervous?"
"No, I'm too mad to be nervous."
"Congressman, would you do me a favor?"
Michael nodded yes, and Stansfield said,
"When I play the tape, please keep an eye on the President. I'm going to be busy watching Mr. Nance and Mr. Garrett."
I would like your opinion as to whether or not the President is genuinely surprised by the tape.
Michael nodded and asked, "Is it safe to play the tape at the White House? I mean, won't the Secret Service be monitoring the meeting?"
No, the Situation Room is secure. It's swept daily for bugs and is completely soundproof. The Secret Service is not allowed to monitor the room because of the classified information that is discussed.
The 6-inch thick steel door swung open, revealing Jack Warch. Stansfield introduced Michael to Warch while they continued down the hall. They entered a large room, and Warch escorted them past the National Security Desk to a door in the far corner. Stansfield and Michael entered the room, and Warch closed it behind them. President Stevens was standing at the far end of the table. His suit coat was off and draped over the back of the high-backed leather chair in front of him. Nance and Garrett were seated. It was obvious that the president was unhappy with his two confidants. Stansfield and Michael walked around the left side of the long table and stopped behind the last two chairs.
"Mr. President," said Stansfield, "this is Congressman O'Rourke."
Out of habit, Stevens extended his hand, and then a strange look appeared on his face as he remembered his phone conversation with the young congressman some 2 weeks earlier. Michael shook the president's hand, and the three of them sat. "I assume whatever this is about has something to do with why you were called away so abruptly this morning?" asked the president.
"Yes, something very serious has been brought to my attention."
"What is the congressman doing here?" asked Garrett in his usual impatient tone.
"He is here at my request."
Michael moved his eyes from Garrett to Nance and stared at him with pure hatred. Stansfield's answer wasn't good enough for Garrett, so he redirected his question to Michael. "Congressman O'Rourke, why are you here?" Michael looked back at him and replied, "You'll find out soon enough."
"Mr. President,"
Stansfield pulled the tape from his pocket and held it for everyone to see.
"Someone left this tape on Congressman O'Rourke's doorstep this morning."
Stansfield looked at Garrett and said,
"Before I play it, Mr. Garrett, would you like to tell us the real reason Arthur Higgins was dumped at your house last night?"
Garrett shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "I have no idea." Mike Nance leaned back in his chair and stared at Stansfield like a cat. "What is on the tape?" asked Stevens. Stansfield walked to the other end of the table and inserted the tape in the cassette player.
"It is a recording of a confession by Arthur Higgins before he was killed."
Stansfield hit play and walked back to his seat. Just as he sat down, Michael's electronically altered voice came over the speakers. "What is your name?"
What?
"What is your name?"
Arthur Higgins.
Garrett shot forward in his chair, covering his face with both hands. Reaching forward, Nance grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back, whispering in his ear, "Stay calm." As Nance tried to keep Garrett from losing it, the tape continued, with the generic computer voice asking Arthur about his past and what he had done for the CIA. Director Stansfield had given up on watching Garrett and was locked in a stare with Nance as the tape played on. "Mr. Higgins, were you the author of a covert operation back in the early 60s that resulted in the assassinations of several French politicians?"
Yes.
Who were you working for at the time?
The CIA.
How many French politicians did you kill?
2.
Who were they?
Claude Lapointe and Jean Bastroureau.
Barely able to contain himself, the president shouted, "What?" He looked to Nance for a full 30 seconds as the tape continued to describe the interrogation between Arthur and his captors. And then the more pertinent question was asked of the deceased Higgins. "Did you use the recent string of assassinations as a cover to kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist?"
Yes.
Garrett yelled, "It wasn't my idea! I swear it wasn't my idea!" Nance ripped at his arm and pulled his face close. "Shut your mouth!" The president stared at his close advisors, frozen in disbelief, and then the other shoe dropped. "Who else was involved in your plot to kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist?"
Mike Nance and Stu Garrett.
Garrett tried to say something, but Nance pulled him back into his chair before he could. Stevens closed his eyes and lowered his head, while Nance stared unflinchingly back at Stansfield.
"Did the President know about your plans?" asked the cold, sterile voice. The President looked to Stansfield.
"I had nothing to do with this."
Stansfield ignored him and continued to stare at Nance. Arthur's final words rang out.
I don't know.
The tape ended, and the room was filled with an awkward silence. A slight smile creased Nance's lips, and he said, "Nice try, Thomas." With a placid expression, Stansfield asked,
"What do you mean, nice try?"
"All of that is a lie. So I have to assume you either tortured Arthur into making those bizarre accusations, or you electronically altered the tape." Stansfield stared at Nance unflinchingly.
"Congressman O'Rourke received this tape earlier today, along with a letter from the assassins that were responsible for killing Senator Fitzgerald, Senator Downs, Congressman Kozlowski, and Speaker Bassett. They are the ones that took Arthur, not me."
"What in the hell is going on here?" asked the President. "I'm not sure, sir," replied Nance, "but I think Director Stansfield is trying to blackmail us with this tape. I can assure you, and so can Stu, that we never discussed assassinating Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist with Arthur. The entire idea is preposterous." "Stu?" asked the President. Garrett saw another chance to weasel his way out. "That's right, Jim. I don't know what in the hell any of this is about. The only dealings I had with Arthur were about your budget." Michael slid forward to the edge of his chair and placed his hands flat on the table. His movement into the arena caught everyone's eye except that of Nance, who continued to stare at Stansfield. Michael stuck a hand in front of Stansfield's face and snapped his fingers, drawing Nance's attention to him. "Senator Olson was a very good friend of mine, and I'm not in the mood to play these little games." Michael pointed a finger at Nance's face. "You, Garrett, and Arthur Higgins conspired to kill Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist. No one made a fake tape, and Director Stansfield didn't force a false confession out of Higgins. Let's cut the crap and get down to business." "Mr. O'Rourke," replied Nance, "you are a very young man, and you do not fully understand the lengths to which some people are willing to go to get what they want in life. Do you think Mr. Stansfield rose to be the director of the world's premier spy agency by being a Boy Scout? No. He will go to almost any length to get what he wants. Congressman, you are out of your league on this one. Maybe it would be best if you stepped outside and let us talk to Director Stansfield alone." Pain began shooting through Michael's temples as his anger grew. He fought to suppress it as he rose to his feet. Slowly, he took off his jacket and laid it over the back of his chair. Michael leaned across the table and stuck his hand in front of Nance's face, his forefinger and thumb separated by less than an inch. "Mr. Nance, I have about this much patience with you right now. You can either cut the shit and admit that you had Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist killed, or I am going to walk out this door right now and hold a press conference." "Congressman O'Rourke, that would be a direct threat to the national security of the United States of America, and I would be forced to stop you by whatever means necessary. Now, if you would please step outside, we would like to speak to Director Stansfield alone for a minute." Michael took off his watch and placed it on the table. After tucking his tie into his shirt, he pointed at Nance and said, "You are going to keep your slick mouth shut for the next 2 minutes while I talk to Mr. Garrett, and I swear if you utter a single word, I'm going to come over there and knock your fucking head off." Michael turned immediately to Garrett. "All right, you've got one chance. I know you were involved, you know you were involved, and Director Stansfield knows you were involved." Michael walked toward the far end of the table and continued talking. "You can either admit to what you did and live the rest of your life in relative comfort, or you can stand trial and spend the rest of your life rotting in jail." Michael rounded the end of the table and started down the side where Garrett and Nance were sitting. Of course, that's assuming the assassins don't get to you first. Garrett was sitting closest to him. Michael grabbed Garrett's chair and turned it toward him so Garrett couldn't look at Nance. "You see, the assassins also wrote in the letter that if you and Nance tried to squirm your way out of this, they would hunt you down and kill you." "Mr. President," shouted Nance, "this behavior is entirely unacceptable." Before Nance could get his next sentence out, Michael shouted, "I told you to keep your mouth shut. That's my last warning." Garrett began shaking, and Michael leaned in closer, placing his hands on the armrests and bringing his face within inches of Garrett's. "What's it going to be?" "The choice is simple.
Either you admit to what you did and walk away from this with your life, or you deny it, and the whole country comes crashing down on you. Those assassins will release that tape if Nance doesn't announce his resignation by noon tomorrow." Michael screamed, "Now tell the truth!" I... Garrett started to stammer. "Stu, don't answer him." Nance reached for the phone to call for the Secret Service agent standing watch outside the soundproof room. "I don't know who in the hell you think you are." Michael saw Nance reach for the phone, and with both hands on the armrests of Garrett's chair, he jerked it out of his way. The chair, with Garrett in it, slid across the floor and bounced into the wall. Michael took one step forward, raising his clenched left fist to his shoulder. Nance had just got the phone to his ear when he looked up to see the looming O'Rourke. Michael's fist came crashing down like a piston, smacking Nance square in the nose and sending the National Security Advisor back in his chair and then springing him forward, his head thumping off the solid oak table. The only thing that kept Nance from falling to the floor was that his chin was stuck on the edge of the table. His arms dangled at his sides, and a small pool of blood formed under his nose. Neither Stansfield nor the president moved. Michael turned to Garrett with his fist still cocked. Lunging forward, he grabbed Garrett by the tie, yanked him to his feet, and slammed him against the wall. Michael released the tie and grabbed him by the throat. Garrett reached up with both hands and pawed at Michael's fist. O'Rourke's hold was too strong. Michael squeezed harder, cutting off Garrett's windpipe. In a voice loud enough so only Garrett could hear, Michael said, "If I had it my way, I would kill you right now. You've got one more chance to come clean and admit to what you did. If you don't, I'm going to grab you by the hair and slam your face off that table until your head splits in half." Michael let go of Garrett's throat and took a hold of the small patch of hair on the back of his head. Swinging him around, he presented the shaking chief of staff to Stansfield and the president. O'Rourke growled, "Tell them the truth." Garrett began whimpering. "It wasn't my fault. It was Mike and Arthur's idea." The president looked at Garrett in utter shock. He couldn't believe any of this was happening. "It wasn't my fault, Jim. I swear it wasn't my fault," pleaded Garrett. Garrett's denial come admission brought a second wave of uncontrollable anger rising up from within O'Rourke. He tossed Garrett to the side, and as he bounced off the wall, he was met square in the jaw by O'Rourke's fist. Garrett's upper body twisted briefly in the direction of the blow, and then his knees buckled, bringing his body crashing to the floor. Michael stood over Garrett for several seconds, adrenaline rushing through his veins, fighting the urge to kick his teeth in. He took several deep breaths and got control of himself. Turning, he looked at a wide-eyed and stunned President Stevens. Michael ignored him and walked back to where he had been sitting. As he put on his watch, he said, "Director Stansfield, I'll leave you and the president alone to work out the rest of the details. Call me later and we'll talk." Grabbing his suit coat off the back of the chair, he walked to the door. Neither Stansfield nor the president said a word. Chapter 40. The northwest wing of Mike Nance's rural Maryland horse ranch was decorated in a turn-of-the-century Western decor. The large room was 40 feet long and half as wide. Dark oak paneling covered both the walls and the ceiling. 3 antique brass and wood ceiling fans helped partition the room into thirds. On the right was an ornate wood bar that looked as if it had been plucked out of an old Western saloon. The middle of the room was dominated by a stone fireplace with a buffalo head mounted above the mantel, and the far end was occupied by a billiards table. The walls were adorned with expensive oil paintings of Western landscapes and U.S. cavalry troops and Indians in the throes of battle. The owner of this expensive collection of American art had never learned to appreciate the beauty and history of the room. His input into its decoration was limited to writing the check to the interior decorator. Mike Nance stood in front of the bar with a glass of scotch in his hand. It was his third in less than an hour. Nance stared at his reflection in the mirror that adorned the wall behind the bar. The white bandage over his nose made his 2 black eyes look worse. With a tense restraint, he reached up and carefully pulled off the bandage. He set the blood-soiled bandage on the bar next to his drink and decided to leave the 2 pieces of crimson-colored cotton in his nose. Looking into the mirror, he could see over his shoulder that the sun was floating downward in the western sky.
Nance turned and walked to a set of French doors that looked to the west and over his estate. The soon-to-be former National Security Advisor judged that in another hour it would be dark. He took a drink of scotch and again asked himself if there was a way out. He was not ready to give up. His resignation did not have to be announced until noon tomorrow, and until then, he wasn't done. Nance heard the clamor of frantic footsteps coming down the hall, and a moment later the door sprang open. Stu Garrett entered wearing a tan trench coat and -2 of his upper front teeth. Garrett approached with his hands thrust outward in an apologetic fashion. "I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't want to talk, but I didn't see any other way out." Nance had not seen Garrett since he'd been knocked unconscious earlier in the day. An hour earlier, Nance had called the loose-lipped chief of staff and summoned him to his ranch. Garrett continued to blab, but Nance wasn't listening. As soon as Garrett came within striking distance, Nance reached out in a wide arc and slapped him in the face. The sound of skin on skin rang out through the long room. Garrett immediately stepped backward and clutched his cheek. With his eyes opened wide, he screamed, "What in the hell did you do that for?" Nance felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He smiled ever so slightly at Garrett. "That is for not keeping your mouth shut." While rubbing the sore spot on his face, Garrett shot back, "This whole thing wasn't my fucking idea, Mike. I can't believe I let—" Nance raised his hand in preparation to strike again and took a step forward. Garrett cowered backward and put his hand up to block the blow. Nance did not hit him. Instead, he kept his hand above his head and said, "I am the only thing standing between you and your grave, Stu. Lest you've forgotten, Arthur took out a contract on you before he died, and I'm the only one who can rescind it." Taking another step backward, Garrett said, "Well, why in the hell don't you call it off?" "It's not that simple, Stu, and besides, I'm not so sure I want to." "What do you mean you don't want to?" asked a panicked Garrett. Nance finally lowered his hand and took a deep breath. "If you could have kept your mouth shut, we wouldn't be in this mess." "What about the fucking tape?" asked Garrett with bugged eyes. "They had that damn tape of Arthur admitting everything. That wasn't my fault." "I knew I should have never listened to Arthur." Nance glanced upward and shook his head in frustration. "I told him you didn't have the stomach for this." "Hey, I was fine until that madman O'Rourke started flexing his muscles." "You were cracking long before he entered the picture." Nance turned and looked out the window for a moment. His thoughts settled on O'Rourke. "I wonder if Mr. O'Rourke knows more than he was letting on." "What do you mean?" "I think it might be worth our while to have a little chat with the young congressman." Nance looked past Garrett and honed in on his own reflection in the mirror behind the bar. He reached up and gently touched his swollen purple nose. "Besides, I'd like the opportunity to give him a little payback." "Mike, are you fucking crazy? We've been given a chance to walk away from this whole mess. Let's take the deal and cut our losses." Nance wheeled toward Garrett, causing the chief of staff to abruptly step backward. "I have worked my whole life to get where I am." Nance stepped closer and Garrett retreated, matching his strides. "I am more than willing to gamble on the fact that O'Rourke might know more than he claims. We have nothing else to lose thanks to you and your lack of composure." Nance turned away from Garrett and walked toward the door. "Wait right here, Stu. I'll be back in a minute." Nance walked to the opposite end of the 4,000-square-foot Rambler. He stopped at the door to his private study and punched in the 8-digit code for the security lock on the door. The light turned from red to green, and he twisted the handle. After he entered the room, the door closed behind him and automatically locked. Walking around the desk, Nance turned on his computer and sat in front of an old wooden swivel chair. He rocked back and forth and waited for the program manager to come online. He went into his personal database after entering his password, then pulled up the file manager. Pressing down on the mouse, he scrolled through a list of files until he found the one he was looking for. Nance double-clicked the mouse, and the system asked for another password. Nance entered it, and a moment later he was staring at the name he needed. Nance reached down and opened the right drawer of the desk, revealing a secure phone. He picked up the handset and punched in the number. After several whirling noises, a curt voice answered on the other end, "Hello." Jared, this is Mike. I need you to do a little job for me. There was a slight pause.
How difficult?
In a calm voice, Nance replied, No danger to you. The job is rather delicate, though. Why don't we say an even 50? Michael O'Rourke was sound asleep. The events of the last 3 days had left him exhausted. After his meetings earlier in the day at the White House and Langley, Michael made a brief appearance at a private visitation for Senator Olson and then went home to sleep. He had just enough energy to make it up the stairs to his bedroom before falling face down and passing out. O'Rourke had lain in this position without moving for almost 5 hours. Michael stirred slightly at the noise of someone in his room. He was deep in a dream, and at first he couldn't decide if someone was really in his room or if it was part of his dream. He made an effort to roll over, but his arms were pinned underneath him and asleep. The next thing he knew, he felt a hand on his head. His heart began to race, and his eyes popped open. It took a moment for his eyes to come into focus, and when they did, they revealed a concerned Liz Scarlatti hovering over him. O'Rourke rolled onto his side and freed his rubbery arms. He reached up for Liz and pulled her close. Scarlatti smiled and kissed his ear. "I've been calling you all afternoon. Where have you been?" O'Rourke rubbed his eyes and let out a big yawn. Then, looking toward the window, he asked,
"What time is it?"
10 after 6. "Wow." O'Rourke stretched and twisted his body, letting out a groan.
"That was the nap of the century."
"How long have you been asleep?" Scarlatti asked, running her fingers through his thick black hair.
"I'm not sure. I think since around 1.
O'Rourke squeezed Liz tight and kissed her neck. You feel good." "So do you. I haven't seen enough of you lately."
"We're going to have to rectify that."
Rolling over, Michael pinned Liz underneath him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his broad back and pulled him close, kissing him. O'Rourke's midsection growled loudly, and Liz froze her kiss. "Was that your stomach?" O'Rourke nodded. "What have you eaten today?" O'Rourke looked up at the headbed while he tried to remember what he had eaten.
"I'm not sure. It was a pretty hectic morning."
"Are you going to tell me about it?"
"Honey, I don't think you'd believe me if I told you."
With a cautious tone, Liz asked, "Did you find out who was behind Eric's death?"
"Yep."
"Who?"
"I'm not sure you want to know."
Liz pushed him off her and sat up. "Yes, I do." Michael was on his back looking up at her. She had that serious, stubborn look on her face.
"Honey, this is some pretty serious shit. I honestly think you would be better off not knowing any of it."
Liz poked him in the chest. "Do you remember when you told me the other day that if I ever divulged that Scott Coleman was behind the first 4 assassinations, you would walk out of my life and never talk to me again?" Michael nodded yes. "Well, I can't live the rest of my life with this big secret hanging between us. If you don't trust my word that I will keep your secret, then maybe I should consider walking out of your life." The comment stung, and Michael propped himself up on his elbows.
"It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that the information could be dangerous."
"I'm a big girl," Liz said in a patronizing tone. "If you don't trust me enough, then we have some problems." She stared unflinchingly at him. Michael struggled with what to do. He was tired, he was sick of the entire mess, and he just wanted the whole thing to be over. He rubbed his eyes for a second and then sat up.
"All right. Here is what happened, and it goes without saying that you can never repeat any of this."
Michael started to recount the events of the last 24 hours. Again, he omitted Seamus's involvement with Coleman and failed to mention how they had found out about Arthur. He also neglected to tell her that he had knocked out Stu Garrett and Mike Nance. When Michael had finished telling his edited version of the story, there was a brief silence while Liz gathered her thoughts. With a look of deep concern, she asked the question that hit closest to home. "Who killed Arthur?"
"Scott."
"Do you think the president was involved?"
"I'm not sure. Stansfield doesn't think so, but he's going to look into it."
Liz bit her lower lip. "I can't believe the FBI is going along with this."
"They have no other choice. If Nance and Garrett's involvement in this were to be made public,"
Michael shook his head, "the whole country would erupt." Scarlatti didn't respond. She had a far-off look in her eye. Michael grabbed her by the cheeks and said, "Don't even think about it, Liz. This story can never go public." She pulled his hand away. "It's not right, Michael. The people deserve to know. It's not acceptable to have the CIA and the FBI running around behind our backs conspiring to cover up murders that were committed by the president's top advisors."
If this story were to get out, Michael held up a finger. Number one, we would lose all credibility in the international community. Number two, the CIA would be shut down for good.
That might not be such a bad thing.
O'Rourke shook his head. The CIA does more good for this country than you will ever know. The only time we ever hear about them is when they screw up. Their successes far outweigh their failures. It's not like they can hold a press conference and announce that they've recruited one of Saddam Hussein's top generals to spy for us.
I don't like the idea of all this secrecy. It's wrong. It's the people's right to know.
In a soft voice, Michael asked, "Even if it tears the country apart?" Liz silently struggled with the question for a moment.
"I gave you my word, and I'm not going to go back on it. I might not like this whole mess, but I'm just happy it's over and you're safe."
"Thank you." Michael's stomach growled again, and Liz said, "I guess someone's hungry."
"I'm starved. How about I make us a nice, quiet dinner for two, and then we spend the rest of the night right here in bed?"
Michael grinned. "What's in it for me?"
Scarlatti laughed. "Oh, you'll see."
Liz grabbed him by the arm and led him toward the bathroom.
"You take a shower and get cleaned up. I'll go to the store and get some stuff for dinner."
She smacked him on the butt and pushed him toward the bathroom. Scarlatti then headed downstairs and grabbed Duke's leash off the coat rack. The yellow lab, upon hearing the familiar jingle of his leash, appeared excitedly at Liz's side, and a moment later they were out the door and on their way to the Georgetown Safeway. Director Stansfield looked around the conference table in his office and noted how tired the other attendees were. FBI Director Roach sat slouched with his chin resting on his chest, his eyes open but red. Skip McMahon was yawning, and Irene Kennedy was taking her glasses off so she could rub her eyes. It had been a long day, and none of them had gotten much sleep the night before. Assessing that any further work would be useless, and that he didn't have the strength to argue anymore, Stansfield decided it was time to wrap things up.
"Skip, I apologize for putting you in this situation, but there is no other option. If we call off the investigation, too many people will want to know why."
McMahon shook his head. "It's a waste of manpower. I have over 200 agents working on these assassinations, and they sure as hell could be used on other trials. Cases we can eventually bring to trial."
"It's not an entire waste,"
stated Stansfield, in his most conciliatory voice.
"It's very important that we find out who these assassins are, even if we can't bring them to trial."
"I'll give you that. I just don't want this manhunt to turn into a 2-year ordeal and cover-up, with hundreds of agents wasting their time." "I agree with you, Skip," replied Roach, "but there is no other way to do it. It's important that we find out who the assassins are, and we have to keep the investigation going or the press will go nuts. When the timing is right, I'll transfer you and put you in charge of something else." McMahon nodded his acceptance. "I know that we have no other choice. But what I can't accept is Nance and Garrett getting away with this scot-free. God, I'd love to get my hands on them." The senior agent's face was twisted with anger. Stansfield smiled and stood. McMahon's honesty had grown on him over the last several weeks. The CIA's top spook walked over and patted McMahon on the shoulder.
"I wouldn't worry too much, Skip. If they step out of line, I'm sure our mystery assassins will give them a call. It's been a long day. Let's get some sleep, and we'll talk in the morning."
Everyone nodded in agreement and rose to leave. Stansfield walked them to the door and then asked Kennedy to stay behind for a minute. Stansfield closed the door, and he and Kennedy walked over to the director's desk. Stansfield began placing several files in his briefcase.
"Irene, what is your read on Congressman O'Rourke?"
"How do you mean?"
"Do you think he knows more than he's telling us?"
Irene pursed her lips while she pondered the question. "I suppose it's a possibility."
Stansfield turned and placed a single file in his safe.
"I think we should run a check on him, but do it quietly. He's not the type of person we want to upset, but all the same, I think we need to see if he has any ties to these assassins."
Kennedy nodded. "I'll handle it personally." Chapter 41.
The maroon Audi drove casually down the streets of Georgetown. The 54-year-old man behind the wheel was a former U.S. intelligence operative turned freelance operative, or utility man, as he was referred to by his fellow spooks. He had received a call from a man for whom he had done a lot of lucrative work over the years. If his old acquaintance was telling the truth, and there was no security, the job would be simple. The unimpressive gray-bearded man drove past the house twice and parked. For several minutes he pointed a directional microphone at each room of the house. When he was relatively certain that only one person was home, he put away the equipment and got out of the car. He walked to the trunk to make sure it was unlocked, and while he did so, he did a quick check of the street. After looking up at the lit windows of the house in question, he patted his pockets to make sure he had everything and then put on a pair of black leather gloves. Michael felt 10 times better after his long, hot shower. He dried off as best as he could in the mist-filled bathroom and then tried to wipe the steam off the mirror. He cleaned off a small patch and noticed that although he felt better, he still had dark marks under both eyes. After pulling on jeans and a well-worn gray sweatshirt, he heard the doorbell ring. As he bounced down the stairs, he wondered briefly who it could be and then realized Liz had probably forgotten her keys. Michael hit the landing with a thud and grabbed for the doorknob. Yanking the door open, he said, "You forgot your keys again, huh?" When the door opened fully, O'Rourke froze for an instant. He didn't recognize the gray-bearded man wearing an olive trench coat and a brown fedora. Before Michael could think, the fatherly individual smiled and asked, "Congressman O'Rourke?" Michael looked down at the older man and replied, Yes." With the smile still on his face, the visitor retrieved his right hand from his pocket as if to shake Michael's hand. In a smooth, nonchalant motion, he extended a taser stun gun and squeezed the trigger. A metal and plastic dart streaked out of the end of the electric shotgun and embedded itself in Michael's stomach. O'Rourke went rigid as 200,000 volts of electricity shot through his body. He took 2 steps backward and then collapsed. As he fell to the ground, he landed on a thin wooden table in the entryway, shattering the fragile piece of wood beneath him and sending several framed photos crashing to the floor. Michael lay clutching his stomach, unable to move. The not-so-harmless visitor moved with precision. Before Michael hit the floor, the man had already stepped into the foyer and closed the door. Next, he pulled a syringe gun from his left pocket and held it to O'Rourke's neck. He depressed the trigger and sent enough muscle relaxant into the congressman's system to keep him nice and docile for the next hour. Plastic handcuffs were quickly fastened to both O'Rourke's wrists and ankles, and a strip of duct tape was placed over his mouth. Next, the intruder moved to the window and looked outside. He extinguished the light over the front door and also the one in the hallway. After scanning the street, he returned to O'Rourke and with amazing ease hefted the much larger O'Rourke over his shoulder. One more quick check of the street, and the man was out the door and down the steps. He carried O'Rourke to the rear of his car, where he lifted the already unlocked trunk and deposited O'Rourke like a sack of potatoes. Michael hit with a thud, and the older man checked to make sure his hostage's arms and legs were out of the way, then closed the trunk. He climbed behind the wheel of his car and pulled away from the curb. 1 block away, he grabbed his secure digital phone and punched in a number. After 1 ring, Mike Nance answered. "Hello. I've retrieved that package for you. I should be at your place in less than 30 minutes. Any problems?" "None. I'll be waiting." The former intelligence operative hung up the secure phone and sped off in the direction of Maryland. He smiled briefly at the thought of collecting $50,000 for such an easy job, and then began to wonder what Mike Nance wanted from the congressman in his trunk. Scarlatti walked down the tree-lined street with a bag of groceries in one hand and Duke's leash in the other. Autumn-colored leaves dotted the sidewalk and curb. A chilling breeze kicked up as she turned onto O'Rourke Street. She looked forward to spending the night with Michael, and there would be next week. They were scheduled to leave on Sunday afternoon to go back to Minnesota for Senator Olson's funeral. She didn't relish the somber occasion, but it would be nice to get out of D.C. for a while. Northern Minnesota was beautiful this time of the year. Duke made the turn up the steps to Michael's house, and Liz followed with an outstretched arm. She fished for her keys and after finding the right one, opened the door. Duke ran inside, and Liz let go of the leash. She could take it off after she got rid of the groceries. She turned on the light and went to set the groceries down, but froze. The table she wanted to set them on was lying on the floor in a half-dozen pieces. Liz called out Michael's name. She listened intently for a reply, then yelled his name louder. Duke came back down the hallway and rubbed his neck against her leg. Scarlatti reached down and patted his head. She set the groceries on the floor and headed for the stairs, calling Michael's name again. Her heart began to quicken, and she called for Duke to follow. Once upstairs, she inspected the steam-streaked mirror in the bathroom and then checked the den before heading back downstairs, all the time calling Michael's name more frantically. She flew down the stairs to the basement and threw open the door to the garage. His truck was there. She turned and sprinted back up the stairs to the kitchen and checked to see if his keys were on the hook. They were. Scarlatti bit her lip while she thought of all the things Michael had just told her. She couldn't help but think the worst. I was only gone for 30 minutes, she thought to herself. She took a deep breath and tried to think of where he could be, but her mind kept coming back to the broken table in the front hallway. Her hand sprang for the phone on the kitchen wall, but she stopped short. "Should I call the police?" she asked out loud. She willed herself to calm down and not overreact. "I'll call Tim. Maybe Tim and Seamus stopped by, and they went to pick me up at the store." Scarlatti quickly punched in Tim's phone number, and after several rings, Michael's brother answered. "Tim, this is Liz. Do you know where Michael is?" Tim paused for a second. "I think he's at his house." "No, he isn't." Liz's voice grew more frantic. "I'm here right now." She spoke at a rapid pace. "I came by an hour ago and he was napping. I got him up and he got in the shower while I went to the store. I just got back and he's nowhere in the house, and that little table by the front door is smashed, like someone fell on it. Something isn't right, Tim." "Calm down, Liz. Is his truck gone?" "No, his truck is here. His keys are here. I was only gone for a half hour. He knew I was coming right back. Something bad has happened. I'm calling the police." "No," yelled Tim. "Seamus and I will be over in less than 5 minutes. Try to stay calm, and don't call the police until we get there." Liz hung up the phone and paced. She asked herself, who would take him, and why? Could it be Coleman? No. What about Stansfield? Michael had said it himself. If the story were to get out, the CIA would be shut down immediately. Liz looked at the phone again and hesitated for only a second. She called information, got the general number for the CIA, and hit the connect button. A man answered on the third ring, and Liz said, "Director Stansfield, please." The operator remained professional despite the fact that someone was calling the agency's general number on a Saturday evening and asking to talk to the director. "The director isn't in right now. May I take a message?" "Yes. I assume you have a way to get a hold of him in an emergency?" There was a pause, then a hesitant, "Yes, if the message warrants it." "Believe me, it does. Tell him Liz Scarlatti from the Washington Reader wants to talk about the events surrounding Arthur Higgins, Mike Nance, Stu Garrett, and Congressman Michael O'Rourke. Give him that message immediately and have him call me back at the following number in the next 5 minutes, or I'm going to press with what I have." Liz gave the man Michael's number and hung up. The day had been long, and it was time to go home and get some sleep. Kennedy and Stansfield exited the director's office, and the door automatically locked behind them. Stansfield transferred his briefcase from his right hand to his left and went to shake Kennedy's hand. Before he could complete the gesture, his bodyguard approached from behind a desk in the reception area with a deeply concerned look on his face. "Sir, I just received a strange call from our operator." The man looked down at a piece of paper. "A Liz Scarlatti from the Washington Reader called. She would like to ask you about the relationship between Arthur Higgins, Mike Nance, Stu Garrett, and Michael O'Rourke. She left a number and said if she doesn't hear from you in 5 minutes, she's going to press with what she has." Stansfield's tired shoulders slumped another several inches as he reached for the paper. Without saying a word, he turned to go back to his office, and Kennedy followed. Stansfield dropped his briefcase and his jacket on the nearest chair and walked behind his desk. "How in the hell could this get out so fast?" asked Kennedy. Stansfield shook his head. "It's either O'Rourke or the White House." He set the piece of paper down and pointed to a second phone on the credenza. "If you would please, Irene, call down to Charlie and have him run a trace on this call." Stansfield began dialing the number. The startling ring of the phone caused Liz to jump. She snatched the phone off the wall and said, "Hello?"
Miss Scarlatti?
asked Stansfield. "Yes, this is she."
This is Director Stansfield. I just received your message and I'm a little confused.
Liz clutched the phone tightly and tried to stay calm. "I know everything. I know all about how Higgins and Nance and Garrett were behind the—" Stansfield cut her off.
We don't need to get into specifics, Miss Scarlatti. Where are you calling from?
Stansfield had no desire to discuss this issue on an open line. "What does that matter?" Liz heard a click at the front door, and her heart leapt. She looked down the hall hoping to see Michael, but instead Tim and Seamus came through the door.
I need to know if you're on a secure line, said Stansfield.
Liz looked at the phone and said, "I doubt it, and I really don't care." Tim and Seamus entered the kitchen and listened to Liz talk. "Congressman O'Rourke is missing from his house, and if he isn't returned within the next hour, I am going to wire every news service on the planet the real story about what has been going on in Washington over the last week." Seamus's eyes opened wide.
Who are you talking to?
Liz turned her back on Seamus and Tim and covered her other ear.
Hold on a minute, continued Stansfield. How do you know Congressman O'Rourke is missing?
"I'm standing in his kitchen with his brother and grandfather," shouted Liz. "He is gone, and if you don't return him within the hour, your little secret is going to be on the front page of every paper tomorrow morning."
I have no idea where Congressman O'Rourke is, protested Stansfield.
"Well, you'd better find him. You have 1 hour." Liz slammed the phone back into its cradle. Stansfield stared at the receiver and shook his head. Kennedy pressed a button and spoke briefly into the phone. When she was done, she looked at her boss and said, "The call was made from O'Rourke's house." Stansfield pinched the bridge of his nose.
It has to be Nance and Garrett.
Stansfield slowly shook his head from side to side as he continued to keep pressure on his nose.
What in the hell are those two idiots up to?
"Any chance the call was a fake?" asked Kennedy.
I doubt it.
Stansfield looked at Kennedy and grabbed his phone.
I'm going to call the president and find out if he knows where his chief of staff and national security advisor are.
Stansfield punched in the number for the Secret Service command post at the White House. After several rings, an agent answered, and Stansfield identified himself.
I need to speak to the president immediately.
Stansfield tapped a pen on a pad of paper while he waited to be connected. After several clicks, the president answered, "Thomas, what's wrong?"
We seem to have a problem, sir.
Stansfield relayed the pertinent facts of his conversation with Scarlatti, but referred to her only as a reporter. The president let out a loud sigh and said, "For Christ's sake, why would anyone want to take O'Rourke?" Stansfield did not respond. He instead chose to put the pressure on the president and see just how genuine his reaction was. "I can't believe this. I thought this mess was over." "Who would take him?" repeated an exasperated Stevens.
We're not sure.
"Thomas, you have my authority to do whatever it takes to get Congressman O'Rourke back and make sure that tape isn't released." Stansfield paused for a moment and then asked,
Sir, do you know where your national security advisor and chief of staff are?
President Stevens didn't answer immediately. The connection between O'Rourke's disappearance and Stansfield's question was obvious. "No, but I'm sure as hell going to find out. I'll call you back." The president slammed the phone down and screamed for the nearest Secret Service agent. Stansfield put the phone down and tried to gauge the president's reaction. Stevens seemed genuinely surprised, and there was no need for him to take a chance, unless Nance had threatened to drag him down. Stansfield pondered the possibility and decided that until he knew more, he couldn't trust the president. He picked up the phone and dialed Charlie Dobbs's extension in the operations center. Dobbs answered on the first ring, and Stansfield spoke rapidly.
What type of bird do we have over the city right now?
Dobbs hit several buttons on the keyboard to his left, and instantly a map appeared on the screen that marked the orbital path and location of every satellite in the CIA, the National Reconnaissance Office, and the National Security Agency arsenal. "We currently have—" Dobbs squinted to read the designation that appeared next to the dot hovering above Washington, D.C. "KH-11 on station." The KH-11 Strategic Response Reconnaissance Satellite could tell the difference between a football and a basketball from a distance of 220 miles above the Earth.
Zoom it in on Mike Nance's ranch in Maryland and punch up all the addresses for NSA safe houses in the metro area.
Thomas, the people over at the NSA are going to shit when they find out we're using a big bird to keep an eye on the president's national security advisor.
If they ask, tell them the president authorized it. How long before you have real-time imaging?
It should take no more than 3 to 5 minutes.
Good. I also want 2 tactical teams ready to roll ASAP. Get the choppers warmed up. We might have to move fast.
Do you want them in combat gear or plainclothes? Stansfield pondered the question. Because the CIA had no domestic jurisdiction, they weren't able to deploy their tactical teams in the same fashion that the FBI deployed their SWAT teams. Most of their work had to be done in a way that raised the least amount of attention possible.
Put one team in plainclothes and the other one in full combat gear.
I'll take care of it. What's going on, Thomas?
More fallout from Arthur. Call me as soon as you get the imaging of Nance's ranch.
Stansfield put the phone down, no longer tired. The anger that he felt toward Mike Nance had overwhelmed any feelings of exhaustion he had. Nance had been given more than enough chances. If he wanted to continue to play it rough and risky, it was time to end the game, before he could do any more damage. When Liz got off the phone, Seamus forced her to calm down and tell them what had happened. After she was done, they inspected the broken table. Given the evidence, they had to agree with Liz that things did not look good. Seamus looked at the broken table and then at Liz.
Michael told you everything?
Yes. Seamus tried to read deeper into her curt answer. He could sense nothing, no judgment or animosity. Seamus folded his arms and returned his thoughts to Michael.
I don't think it's the CIA or the FBI. They were with him this afternoon. They could have done it then if they wanted to.
What if they wanted to wait until it was dark? Asked Liz. Seamus shook his head.
Why take the risk? They could have called him tomorrow and had him come out to Langley on his own. They didn't need to forcibly take him and raise suspicion. If you had called the cops and told them your boyfriend, who just happens to be a congressman, was missing, and it looked like he was taken...
Seamus rolled his eyes.
Every law enforcement officer in D.C. would be looking for him. No way.
Seamus shook his head.
Stansfield wouldn't risk that exposure. Plus you have to factor in the threat of the tape being released. It has to be Nance and Garrett.
Tim thought about it for a moment. You're right. Something this desperate points towards them. Now the question is, where would they have taken him? Seamus shrugged his shoulders.
Hell, I have no idea. Nance has to have access to at least a dozen safe houses in the metro area. They could have taken him anywhere.
Seamus looked at his watch.
We don't have a lot of time. We have to get him back before Nance has the chance to interrogate him. I'm going to let Coleman know what's going on. Tim, you stay here with Liz. I'll call you as soon as I find something out.
He grabbed Liz by the shoulders and said,
Don't worry, everything will be all right. If Stansfield calls, call me immediately on the car phone.
The gray-haired O'Rourke turned and left. Seamus jumped behind the wheel of Tim's Cherokee and pulled out into the street. When he was several blocks away, he turned on the mobile scramble phone. He gripped the steering wheel tightly as he turned onto Wisconsin Avenue. Seamus knew he needed to act fast or they might never get Michael back. Nance had already proved that he would kill, and if he was willing to risk everything in the face of the tapes being released, there was no telling what lengths he might go to. Seamus tried to think ahead. How in the hell could they get Michael back? Whatever had happened, he needed to let Coleman know that Michael was missing. Seamus punched in the number for Coleman's pager. It rang 4 times, and then the computerized voice told him to leave a number at the beep. Seamus entered the number for his scramble phone and followed it with 3 more numbers. In their months of planning, Seamus had been insistent that he and Coleman maintain secure lines of communication. They had gone through almost every possible contingency, and the one they had prepared for the most was the possibility that one or more of the group would be put under surveillance. They had designed a system where they would alert each other through digital pagers. After all, Seamus couldn't just call Coleman with the FBI camped out on his front step. After hanging up the phone, Seamus swore under his breath. The possibility of losing Michael was more than he could bear. He forced himself to push the thought out of his mind.
Now was not the time to get emotional. It was time to stay focused and find Michael. He silently chided himself for putting his grandson in harm's way. They had boxed Nance into a corner, and instead of calling it quits, he had come out swinging. Chapter 42. Scott Coleman was sitting on his couch trying to ignore that an unknown number of FBI agents were watching and listening to his every move. For the last day, he had been going over different plans for losing his watchers. Part of his training as a SEAL had been counter-surveillance and aversive techniques. As the commander of SEAL Team 6, he had been tailed more times than he could count. Foreign intelligence services could learn a lot by keeping tabs on America's top commando. An even more dangerous scenario that he faced was the threat of reprisals by terrorists. Coleman had killed his fair share of international outlaws over the last decade, and plenty of groups out there would love to get their hands on him. What better way to settle a score, if you're a terrorist, than to kill the leader of America's elite counter-terrorist force? Even now that he was retired, things hadn't changed all that much. He was still under specific instructions to report any surveillance to the counter-espionage people at the Naval Investigative Services. Coleman's pager started to vibrate. He glanced down at the small screen and recognized the number for Seamus's secure phone. After the 7-digit number came 3 more numbers. These 3 numbers made Coleman deeply concerned. They told him that something was very wrong and that they needed to talk immediately. Coleman sat motionless for a half a minute or so while he pondered what his next step would be. After picking a plan, he turned off the TV and headed for the door, grabbing his keys and a dark leather jacket on the way. As he made the trip to the basement, he began guessing what might have gone wrong. He knew of Michael's intention to use the tape, but beyond that he had no idea what had transpired over the last 16 hours. Coleman reached the storage lockers in the basement and walked past his own, stopping at the one used by the elderly gentleman on the first floor. He pulled out a small black flashlight and inspected the wax seals that he had dripped onto the hinges. Both were intact. It took him less than a minute to pick the small lock. Once inside the closet, he moved a stack of boxes and grabbed his stainless steel trunk. Coleman decided it was time to clean shop. No sense leaving anything behind for the feds to find. He set the trunk down in the hallway and then re-locked the door to the storage locker. Next, he bent down, opened the steel trunk, and retrieved a mobile scramble phone that was identical to the one O'Rourke had. He hoisted the tan briefcase under one arm, the trunk under the other, and started for the front door of the apartment building. Across the street in the apartment building that faced Coleman's, Skip McMahon and the other FBI agents sprang to life. Coleman had left the house earlier in the day and gone for a jog, but other than that he had remained in his apartment. McMahon was wearing a black Baltimore Orioles baseball hat and had a pair of large headphones covering his ears. Through the array of directional microphones they had aimed at the apartment, he heard Coleman turn off his TV. Next, he heard the jingle of keys and then the door opening and closing. McMahon snapped his walkie-talkie up to his mouth.
"People, get ready. I think our boy is on the move."
The other 2 agents joined McMahon at the window. One of them checked in with each of the 3 cars that were located on nearby side streets and asked for a status report. They waited a full minute, and Coleman still hadn't exited the front door of the building. McMahon brought the walkie-talkie back up to his mouth.
"Sam, do you see anything in the alley? Over."
The agent parked at the end of the alley peered through a pair of night vision goggles. His eyes hadn't left the rear door since McMahon had alerted them that their subject was on the move. Sam spoke blandly into his walkie-talkie. "That's a negative, over." McMahon tapped his foot.
"Come on, where are you?"
He adjusted his baseball hat and continued to stare at the front door.
Come on, come on."
As McMahon finished dragging out his last phrase, Coleman came out the front door.
"We've got him,"
he said instantaneously over his radio. Squinting slightly, he continued,
"He's carrying a briefcase and another large metal case. He's headed for his car. Get the cars warmed up and alert dispatch."
McMahon watched Coleman get into his Ford Explorer and shut the door. He slapped one of the agents on the shoulder and said,
"Watch the fort while we're gone, and tell dispatch we might need a chopper. Let's go, Pete."
McMahon and the other agent ran for the door. They flew down the back staircase and out into the alley.
McMahon jumped into the passenger seat of Special Agent Pete Arley's Chrysler minivan, complete with child seat and a box of wet wipes on the dashboard. Arley yanked the van into drive and roared down the alley as McMahon helped coordinate the other 3 cars in the immediate area. The caravan of cars moved from the Adams-Morgan neighborhood into the area surrounding Howard University. Coleman's Ford Explorer was covered in every direction, including up. An FBI surveillance helicopter had moved into position and had already painted the roof of Coleman's truck with a laser dot. The group of cars turned onto Michigan Avenue and passed Trinity College and the Veterans Administration Hospital. Coleman knew what he was doing. By driving past the college campuses, he was picking off the FBI cars that were trying to keep pace with him on the side streets. Michigan Avenue was the only thoroughfare in this part of town. All of the other streets dead-ended into one of the campuses. He was not trying to lose them yet. He was only trying to make their job difficult. The former SEAL retrieved a small handheld bug sweeper from his pocket and checked to make sure the audio warning mode was off. He started by the steering wheel and swept the entire dashboard of the car. From there, he swept as much of the car as he could from the front seat. Coleman put the sensor back in his pocket and readied his scramble phone. Next, he turned up the radio and faded the speakers to the back of the truck. If any bugs had been placed in the back seat or rear cargo area, the loud music would render them useless. Coleman checked his rear-view mirror one more time and then dialed the number. After several rings, Seamus answered.
Hello.
What's up?
Michael has been taken.
What do you mean taken? By whom?
We don't know, but we think it may have been Nance.
Coleman swore under his breath. Did Michael use the tape to blackmail Nance?
Yes.
Damn it. I've been out of the loop since last night. I think you'd better bring me up to speed on what's transpired since then. Coleman listened while Seamus rapidly relayed an extremely abbreviated version of what Michael had done with the tape of Arthur's confession. Seamus then went on to explain Michael's disappearance, Liz's subsequent conversation with Stansfield, and finally, the 1-hour time limit and ultimatum she had given the director of the CIA. Coleman processed the information as rapidly as possible and asked few questions. When Seamus was nearing the end of the story, Coleman looked at his watch and saw that they were coming up on the 2-minute mark. Although these little wonders of technology that he and Seamus were using were touted as trace-proof, Coleman had learned over the years to trust no piece of technology completely. Not wanting to go over the 2-minute threshold, Coleman asked for the number Seamus had been using to contact Stansfield, then told him he'd call him back in 10 minutes. Coleman hung up the phone and checked his rearview mirror for any recognizable cars. He bit down hard and began going through his options. If they didn't get Mike back quickly, they were in a lot of trouble. Nance had to be dealt with. In a barely audible voice, Coleman said, "If I get the chance, I'm going to end this thing my way." The maroon Audi stopped at the security gate, and a pair of watchful eyes peered down at the driver from behind the bulletproof glass of the guard booth. The guard had been notified by his employer that this certain guest was to be allowed entry without inspection. Mike Nance had learned a lot from Arthur Higgins over the years, and one of these lessons was to hire his own private security people. The Secret Service would more than likely disapprove of some of his activities, and tonight was a perfect example. The heavy gate began to slide back on its tracks, and the guard nodded for the driver of the car to proceed. The Audi sped down the long, newly paved driveway and took the right fork about a quarter of a mile from the house. Jared pulled the car up to the main entrance and popped the trunk. Leaving the keys in the ignition, he exited the car and walked to the rear. Jared lifted the trunk and studied O'Rourke, who was curled up in the fetal position. The congressman looked through squinted eyes at the strange man who had abducted him. Although he felt sluggish, the drugs had not affected his mind. The 30-minute car ride in the darkness of the trunk had given him time to figure out with relative certainty what was happening. Only one person could be behind this. Garrett was too big of an emotional wimp to have the balls to do something like this by himself, so it had to be Nance. Michael knew his only hope was if Liz had made it back to the house and called Tim and Seamus. If she hadn't, Michael had no doubt that Nance would shoot him full of drugs and get him to sing, just as he and Coleman had done with Arthur. He had to buy some time until they found him. The grandfatherly-looking man was silhouetted by a pair of lights that hung next to the entrance of the house. He pulled a medium-sized matte black combat knife from inside his trench coat and leaned into the trunk. The knife slid in between O'Rourke's legs, and with a quick jerk, the plastic ankle cuffs were cut. The man transferred the blade from his right to his left hand and helped Michael out of the trunk. O'Rourke felt the increased effects of whatever had been pumped into him as soon as his feet hit the pavement. His legs were unsteady, and he staggered slightly to the side. Jared hung on to him by the arm and prevented him from toppling to the ground. The two of them then proceeded toward the front door, and after about 5 steps Michael regained enough of his balance that he could walk without assistance. When they reached the house, the door opened from the inside, revealing a grinning Mike Nance. "Good evening, gentlemen." Nance was wearing a pair of dark wool slacks, a white button-down, and a blue cardigan. O'Rourke stared at the smug grin on Nance's face and fought back the urge to reach out and smash in his face. He took a step forward, but the stranger holding onto his arm prevented him from taking another. O'Rourke froze as Jared dug 2 fingers into the pressure point under his right arm. Michael's whole right side buckled under the penetrating pain, and he slouched in a convulsive jerk. Now, Congressman, behave yourself." Nance waved his finger at O'Rourke as if Michael were a little schoolboy. "You don't want to upset my friend." Nance nodded for the 2 men to follow and started down the hallway. Jared loosened his grip slightly and prodded Michael forward. The 3 men went down the hall and entered the large game room. O'Rourke looked to his right and saw Stu Garrett standing behind the bar with a drink in his hand. O'Rourke glared at the president's chief of staff, and Garrett averted his eyes. Nance pointed toward Michael's mouth and said, "Jared, you can take off the tape." The shorter man reached up and yanked the gray duct tape off O'Rourke's mouth. Michael ignored the slight sting and kept his eyes fixed on Garrett. Nance spoke from a discreetly safe distance. "Congressman, we have some unfinished business from this morning." O'Rourke stared at Nance in disgust and said, "I finished my business with you when I broke your nose." Nance turned and looked at his reflection in the mirror behind the bar. He reached up and gently touched his swollen nose. "Yes, I suppose I owe you for that, don't I?" Turning back to face O'Rourke, Nance said flatly, "Jared, would you please break Congressman O'Rourke's nose for me?" Michael had no time to react. The man standing next to him grabbed his handcuffed wrists and forced them down. Jared's free hand raised up like a tomahawk and came crashing down in a karate chop across the bridge of Michael's nose. There was a loud pop as O'Rourke's nose moved a 1/4 of an inch to the left. Michael stumbled back, his head reeling. O'Rourke had had his nose broken twice before while playing hockey in college, but he never remembered it hurting this bad. He gritted his teeth in an attempt to try to fight back the pain as blood streamed out of his nostrils and over his upper lip. Nance walked back over from the bar and proclaimed, "I don't like resorting to violence, Mr. O'Rourke, but I do believe in an eye for an eye. Your behavior this morning was very uncivilized." "And I suppose killing Eric Olson was civilized? Spare me your bullshit." Michael wiped some blood on the sleeve of his gray sweatshirt. Nance nodded to Jared, and before Michael could react, a fist slammed into his lower back, sending him crashing to the floor. Grimacing from the agonizing pain in his right kidney, O'Rourke pushed himself up onto his knees and looked at Nance's shoes. Michael had never been one to take things lying down, and he reasoned the longer he kept them from asking some real questions, the better his chances were. Slowly, he brought his head up. His eyes rested on Nance's white shirt. O'Rourke felt his mouth filling with blood, and as he got to his feet, he spit it at Nance. A large gob of blood and saliva splattered Nance's face and white shirt. O'Rourke had less than a second to enjoy his small victory. He was instantly knocked to his knees by another punch to the kidney. Nance, infuriated by the indignity of being spat on, stepped forward and slapped Michael across the face. The slap barely moved Michael's head. O'Rourke paused to gain his breath and then looked up at Nance. Through clenched teeth, he forced a smile to his lips and asked, "Who taught you how to hit like that, your mom?" Nance's complexion turned a shade darker, and his hands started to tremble as he fought to control his anger. In a half yell, he barked, "Jared, teach this man some respect!" O'Rourke knew more pain was on the way, so he rolled from his knees to the floor and away from his assailant. When he completed the turn and stopped by the back of a couch 5 feet away, he looked up and saw Jared approaching with his stun gun extended. Michael saw something pop from the end, and then every inch of his body spasmed as electricity shot through his veins. While he squirmed on the floor, he felt himself losing consciousness. His vision sparkled and then went dark. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was the faint ringing of a phone. Stansfield paced behind his desk while Kennedy relayed possible action scenarios one after another. This was one of Irene's strong suits. She was a master at taking problems, plugging in different variables, and predicting probable outcomes. The operations center in the basement was humming like the bridge of an aircraft carrier headed into battle. Charlie Dobbs looked down at the floor from his crow's nest and watched his people move with speed and precision. He was wearing a headset and pressed the speed dial for Stansfield's office. The director answered, and Dobbs said, "The choppers are warmed up and the tactical teams are ready to roll. We also have the real-time thermal imaging online."
"What do you see?"
Dobbs looked at the high-resolution 50-inch screen that was mounted in the wall behind his desk. "The only thing to report is the arrival of a car. Otherwise, everything looks pretty quiet."
"What kind of car?" asked Stansfield.
"It's hard to tell with the thermal imaging, but it looks to be a sedan of some type. A couple of my imaging analysts are running computer enhancements on the stuff right now. They should be able to tell us more in about 10 minutes. The car arrived just after we came online. One person got out, they retrieved something from the trunk and went into the house." Stansfield's eyes tightened.
"Did you say the trunk?"
"Yeah."
"What did they get from the trunk?"
"I don't know."
"How big was it?"
Dobbs sighed apologetically. "Thomas, we can't tell with the nighttime thermal imaging on the KH-11. If it was daytime, I'd know more. Or if it was one of the new KH-12s, we'd have no problem. But the thermal imaging has a lower resolution."
"Get your boys on it right away. Tell them to forget about the make of the car for now. I want to know how big the object was that was taken from the trunk, and let me know if anybody else arrives or leaves the ranch. I'm going with the tactical teams. Give the pilots the location of Nance's place and tell the men to load up. I'm on my way down."
Stansfield hung up and looked at Kennedy.
"I want you to stay here and coordinate. If Scarlatti calls, give her the number for my mobile phone and have her call me directly."
"Are you going out to Nance's?"
"Yes. I'm going to handle this thing personally."
Stansfield exited his office and told his bodyguard to grab the mobile phone and follow him. Stansfield slid his access card into the slot for the executive elevator and watched as his bodyguard strapped a black nylon pack around his waist that contained the director's secure mobile phone. There was a knock on the door, and all 3 men turned their attention from the body on the floor to the entrance of the room. The voice of Nance's assistant called out from behind the oak door, "Sir, the president is on the line and would like to speak to you." Nance scowled at the door. "Tell him I'm not available and that I'll call him back." The assistant cleared his throat. "He was rather insistent that he speak with you immediately. In fact, he seemed a bit irate." Nance pointed at O'Rourke, who was still passed out on the floor. "Jared, keep him quiet. I'll be right back." As Nance started for the door, Garrett followed. Nance stopped abruptly. "Wait here, Stu. I can handle this on my own." Nance left the room and went to his private study. He pushed the blinking light on the phone and said, "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Jim. What is it that you wanted?" The president screamed into the phone. "What in the hell are you up to now?" "Jim, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Don't pull this crap with me, Mike. Where the hell is Congressman O'Rourke?" "Why would I know where Congressman O'Rourke is?" "Someone has taken him, and it's no shock that you're at the top of the list for potential kidnappers." "Who told you he was taken?" "Stansfield." Nance was quiet for a moment. "As I have maintained since this morning, I think Thomas Stansfield is behind this entire affair. I have—" "Shut up, Mike," yelled the president. "I can't believe you've gotten me into this mess. I saw the way Stu fell apart when he heard that tape. You're not going to get away with blaming this thing on anybody but yourself. You and your sadistic friend Arthur were behind this whole thing, and I'm not going to get dragged down with you. A reporter called Stansfield and told him if O'Rourke isn't turned over in an hour, they're going to release the tape of Arthur. Now wake up before it's too late and tell me where in the hell Congressman O'Rourke is." "I have no idea." "Bullshit! You're a goddamned professional liar, Mike. Hand him over before you ruin all of us." "All of us is right, Jim." Nance's words were laced with blatant disrespect. "If that tape is released, all of us are going down, and that includes you. We're all in this together, and we're going to do it my way. You stall Stansfield. If they want the good congressman back so bad, he must know something. When I'm done with him, I'll turn him over." Nance slammed the phone down and left for the other end of the house. Chapter 43. Director Stansfield and his bodyguard walked out the rear exit of the main building at Langley and toward the waiting helicopters. The chopper to the right was a modified Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawk with state-of-the-art noise suppression equipment mounted over its powerful engines. The dark bird could fly at speeds up to 80 miles an hour and be no louder than a car. The Blackhawk was loaded with 8 fully armed SOGs, members of the CIA's Special Operations Group. They were dressed in black Nomex jumpsuits and black tactical assault vests. The majority of the men were former recon Marines and Army Airborne Rangers. Each man also wore a dull black Delta Force helmet and body armor made of Spectra, a bulletproof composite. The helmets weighed only 3 pounds and were capable of stopping up to a .357 Magnum round at close distance. Mounted on top of the helmets were pop-down night vision goggles. All 8 men carried silenced 9x19mm Heckler & Koch MP5 machine guns. 2 of the 8 also carried Remington short-barreled shotguns with special shock-lock rounds for blasting through hinges and door locks. If the shotguns weren't enough, they also carried shaped plastic explosives for blasting through reinforced doors. One man also carried a Remington custom sniper rifle. The chopper that Stansfield approached was blue and silver with the word Medevac painted in white letters over both sliding doors. This helicopter contained the 8 members of the 2nd Tactical Team. They were armed identically to the team in the Blackhawk, minus the black Nomex jumpsuits and Delta Force helmets. This group was dressed in plain clothes. 4 of them wore suits and trench coats, 2 were in jeans and leather jackets, and the 7th and 8th were a man and woman set up to look like a husband and wife. All 8 carried their weapons concealed in large Velcro pockets on the inside of their jackets. The director climbed into the front seat next to the pilot, and his bodyguard got in back with the troops. Stansfield nodded to the pilot, and the helicopter lifted off the ground and headed east with the dark Blackhawk close behind. The men and one woman in the back of the medevac chopper shot each other sideways looks. It wasn't often that the director came along for something like this. Stansfield looked to his right as the 2 helicopters raced over the northern part of downtown at close to 150 miles per hour. His bodyguard tapped him on the shoulder and handed his boss the phone. "It's the president." Stansfield grabbed the receiver and covered his other ear. Even though the helicopter was insulated for noise, it was still loud.
Yes, sir.
"Thomas, I've lost control of him." The president sounded desperate.
Who, sir?
"Mike Nance. I just spoke with him. He said if the assassins want O'Rourke back so bad, the congressman must know something."
Is he at his ranch?
"Yes."
I'll handle it from here."
Stansfield handed the phone back to his bodyguard and stared straight ahead toward a dark Maryland countryside. His nerves were frayed, he was tired, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd been this angry. It was time to put Mike Nance in his place. Coleman, with the FBI in tow, continued his weaving pattern through the run-down Langdon neighborhood of Washington, D.C. Although Langdon was less than a mile from the Capitol, it was one of the worst neighborhoods in Washington. Row after row of burnt-out and abandoned houses dominated the landscape, making perfect offices for the gangbanger crack dealers who ruled the streets. Coleman wondered what his FBI watchers were thinking as they followed him into this war zone. The former SEAL activated the voice modulator on his scramble phone and punched in the number for Langley. The operator connected him to Stansfield's office after a brief argument. Kennedy answered the director's phone and upon hearing the altered voice started an immediate trace. "Who is this?" asked Kennedy. "The person who took Arthur. Where is Stansfield?" "He's not in right now." Kennedy looked down at the phone and wondered if it was the former SEAL team commander on the other end. "I need to speak with him immediately." Kennedy looked at her watch. "If you'll hold for a minute, I'll see if I can track him down." "No," screamed Coleman. "Give me a number where I can reach him immediately or I release the tape." Kennedy considered her options for a second and decided to give him the number. When she was done, she hit the extension for the operations center. Charlie Dobbs answered, and Kennedy asked, "Did you get a trace?"
"Not even close. Whoever it was, they were using a mobile unit."
"Can you get him if he calls back?"
"If he stays on long enough, but I doubt he's that dumb."
"All right, thanks." Kennedy placed the phone down and again wondered if it was Coleman. Cross town, Coleman hit the disconnect button and dialed the number Kennedy had just given him. Someone answered on the other end, and Coleman asked for Stansfield. A moment later, the director was on the line, and Coleman asked, "Where in the hell is O'Rourke?"
Who is this?
Stansfield was put on guard by the metallic voice. "The person who has 20 copies of a tape that will close the doors to the CIA for good. I'm only going to ask this question one more time. Where is Congressman O'Rourke?"
I'm in the process of trying to find him right now.
Coleman could tell by the quality of the connection that Stansfield was mobile. "Where are you?" Stansfield hesitated briefly.
I'm airborne.
"Where are you headed?"
Maryland.
"What's in Maryland?" Coleman took a right on South Dakota Avenue and headed for Highway 50.
The President's National Security Advisor.
"Does he have the congressman?"
We're not sure, but I'm going to find out.
"Where does Nance live?"
Arundel County, just off of 214.
Coleman knew the area. Nance's house wasn't far from Annapolis. "You'd better hope you find the congressman quick. Nance has worn my patience thin." Coleman disconnected the call and floored the accelerator as he turned onto the on-ramp for Highway 50 East. He wanted to be there for the exchange of Michael, but there was one big problem. He had to lose the FBI first. In his 16 years in the Navy, Coleman had learned two fundamental theories about shaking surveillance. The first is to enter an area of high traffic and lose the watchers in the crowd, and the second is to go to a place where they can't follow. Coleman grinned. The second theory would work perfectly. He swerved into the left lane and passed several cars as he accelerated over 70 miles per hour. He disengaged the voice modulator switch on the phone and dialed the main number for the Naval Academy. When the operator answered, Coleman asked for his old friend, Sam Jarvie. Skip McMahon peered out the front window of the minivan with a pair of binoculars. He could see the red brake light at the top of Coleman's Ford Explorer. The other three tail cars followed behind the minivan in a single column. McMahon set the binoculars on his lap and sat back. He raised his walkie-talkie to his mouth and said,
All right, gang, let's stay loose. The chopper has him. We'll stay about a mile back for now, and we'll leapfrog every 5 minutes. If he gets off the highway, we'll move in and close the gap.
O'Rourke's eyes blinked several times, and then opened completely. Jared grabbed him under the arms and hoisted him off the floor. He dragged Michael over to a wooden chair and deposited him in it. Michael grabbed onto the armrests and steadied himself. The young congressman shook his head and tried to bring his eyes into focus. He noticed a burning sensation on his stomach and reached down to touch it. The area felt as if the skin had been torn away. Several drops of blood fell from his nose onto his jeans. O'Rourke again used the sleeve of his sweatshirt to wipe at his nose. He tilted his head back in an effort to stop the flow of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Stu Garrett standing behind the bar. Michael looked over at him and asked,
How long do you think it will be before they hunt you down and kill you?
Garrett ignored him, so O'Rourke asked the question with a little more volume. Hey, Garrett, how long do you think it will take those assassins to track you down and blow your head off? Michael grinned at the president's chief of staff. You had one chance and you blew it. Garrett looked up from his drink. I don't think you're in much of a position to be telling me anything. Oh, is that right? Those assassins are going to release the tape all because you and your insane friend couldn't call it quits and walk away. You're finished, Garrett. Any way you slice it, you're dead meat. Garrett grabbed his drink and walked to the far end of the room where he wouldn't have to listen to O'Rourke. Nance entered and strode across the room. He stopped 10 feet away from O'Rourke and said expressionlessly, I see you've regained consciousness. O'Rourke asked, What did the president want? It seems your friends want you back rather badly. O'Rourke frowned. What friends are you talking about? Your assassin friends. You're nuts. I don't know who the assassins are. Well, we're going to find out for sure. I think you're lying, and at this point I really don't have much to lose, now do I? Nance smiled. How about your life, you sick bastard? Congressman, you are a simpleton.
Do you think I've worked my whole life to get where I am so a bunch of amateurs can end my career with a simple blackmail scheme?
Amateurs? O'Rourke laughed. You've seen what they can do.
O'Rourke leaned back and shouted to the other side of the room.
Hey, Garrett, how do you think they're going to kill you? Do you think they'll sneak into your house some night and snap your neck like they did to Fitzgerald? Or do you think they'll get you with a rifle shot from 3 blocks away like they did to Bassett?
Garrett slammed his drink down on an end table and marched across the room.
Mike, this is stupid. What are we doing? Let's just turn him over right now and resign.
Shut up, Stu. Pour yourself another drink and sit down. O'Rourke craned his neck around and smiled.
Maybe they'll do it with a car bomb.
Garrett snapped at O'Rourke. Shut up! And then looked back at Nance. Mike, this has gone too far. I'm out. I'm calling Jim and I'm telling him this is your deal. Garrett went for the door and Nance blocked him. Without taking his eyes off Garrett, Nance said, Jared, if Mr. Garrett tries to leave, shoot him. Michael laughed loudly.
You are nuts, Nance. Don't listen to him, Stu. He doesn't have the balls to kill you. Arthur had all the balls. Mike here was just a yes man, weren't you, Mike? If you're such a powerful man, Mike, why don't you kill him yourself? You don't have the balls to do it, do you?
Nance screamed at Garrett. Sit down and let me handle this. Turning back to O'Rourke, Nance yelled, Amateur hour is over. You can either tell me what you know right now and walk away with your brain intact, or I can pump you full of drugs, and who knows what you'll be left with. O'Rourke spit more blood on Nance and screamed, Go screw yourself. You're going to end up dead just like your buddy Arthur. Nance looked at Jared, snapped his fingers, and then pointed at O'Rourke. Hit him again. Jared took several steps forward, but this time he made the mistake of getting within striking distance of Michael. As Jared extended the taser, Michael's right foot kicked upward just as the stun gun was fired. The electric dart embedded itself in Michael's stomach at the same time his foot caught Jared in the groin. Both men shook as electricity shot through O'Rourke's body and into Jared's. Chapter 44. The pilot in the lead helicopter looked at the display on his global positioning monitor and announced that they were 5 miles out from their target. On his mark, both he and the pilot of the Black Hawk turned off their running lights and donned their night vision goggles. In conjunction, they slowed their airspeed and dropped down to an elevation of 100 feet. The terrain was rolling countryside with sporadic patches of trees. Both pilots scanned their path for power lines. As they neared Nance's property, the helicopters slowed to a hover and moved in behind a patch of trees located at the base of 2 small hills. Straight ahead, less than a mile away, was Nance's Rambler. The helicopters were positioned directly to the north of Nance's house. The pilot of the medevac chopper spoke into his headset.
Delta 6, this is Cherokee 1. Why don't you slip around to the south and see what you can pick up on thermal?
Roger that, Cherokee 1. With that reply, the Black Hawk slid out of formation and started a slow traverse of the property line. Director Stansfield had put on a headset and was listening to the pilots talk. The pilot of the medevac reached up and adjusted a knob on his night vision goggles. He scanned the area around Nance's house and picked up a heat signature.
I've got a rover, announced the pilot. Check, make that 2 rovers. They're patrolling the area around the house.
Rover was the designation the team used for a guard dog. The leader of the tactical team, who was sitting right behind the pilot, asked,
Do they have any handlers or are they on their own?
They're on their own, responded the pilot. He then glanced over at Stansfield.
Sir, do you want me to check and see if I can pick anything up on the directional mics?
No. He has an electromagnetic field around the house. Our mics can't penetrate it. Delta 6, asked Stansfield. See if you can get us a body count on the inside of the house.
Roger that. Give me another 30 seconds to get into position.
The Black Hawk slipped behind another hill and lined itself up with a patch of trees that was about 500 yards from Nance's house. The chopper moved forward at about 30 miles an hour. The wind was coming out of the east and would help carry their noise away from the house. When they reached the clump of trees, the pilot brought the chopper up just enough so the nose of the helicopter had a straight shot at the full length of Nance's house. The co-pilot of the Black Hawk manipulated a small joystick on the dashboard and moved the camera in the nose pod of the helicopter. A small 10-inch screen relayed a thermal image of the house. The co-pilot started at the southern end and worked his way to the north. The camera read the variations in temperature as it went. Halfway down the house, the co-pilot called out his first body. A bright red orb appeared near the front door. When he made it to the northern wing, he called out 4 more bodies. Stansfield asked,
"How are the 4 bodies arranged?"
The director had been in the house before and knew which room they were talking about.
"One appears to be sitting, 2 others are standing close by, and the 4th is sitting down about 15 feet away from the other 3.
The tactical team leader in the back tapped Stansfield on the shoulder.
"We're going to have to take out those dogs before we hit the house."
Stansfield nodded his approval, and the team leader told the pilot, "Bring us in behind that hill 300 yards up on the left, and I'll deploy my sniper." The nose of the blue and silver chopper dipped slightly, passed over the treetops, and then dropped down to a mere 50 feet from the ground as it worked its way up the small valley. The pilot slipped the helicopter in sideways behind the hill and brought the chopper to within 3 feet of the ground. In the back of the helicopter, the team leader pointed at one of the men wearing jeans and a leather jacket and said, "Tony, take up position on top of this hill and get ready to take out the rovers." The man nodded and rose to get out. One of the other team members opened the sliding door, and the man jumped to the ground and disappeared into the darkness. Stansfield adjusted his mouth mic and asked,
"Delta 6, how do things look in your area?"
"Everything is clear, with the exception of the dogs," crackled the pilot's voice.
"All right, we're coming over to join you."
The pilot of the medevac turned the chopper 180 degrees on a dime and worked his way back to their original position. From there, they continued south toward Delta 6's position. As they neared, Stansfield pointed at a patch of trees that were 50 yards to the north and another 200 yards away from the house. The pilot brought the chopper in behind the trees and announced, "Delta 6, we're about 600 feet back at 7 o'clock. Do you copy, over?" The pilot of the Black Hawk craned his neck around and spotted the heat signature of the medevac's engines.
"I copy. I've got your position marked, over."
Stansfield looked through a pair of night vision binoculars. He concentrated on the large wing to the north. Lights were on, but the shades were drawn.
"Delta 6, did you say you marked 4 signatures in the room at the far north end of the house?"
"That's affirmative, sir."
"All right," announced Stansfield. "Everybody pay attention. I'm going to make 1 phone call to the occupants of the house. I am not going to announce our presence. I repeat, I am not going to announce our presence. Depending on how the call goes, I will either give you the green light or we will stand down. If I give the green light, this is how it's going to go. When I tell Delta 6 to move, I want the dogs taken out. Delta 6 will then move into a hover position just above the north end of the house. Team 1 will then fast rope to the ground and enter the house. The estate has pressure pads and motion and tremor sensors. The second you hit the ground, you are going to have to move fast. The best point for entry will be the French doors at the southern end of the north wing. I repeat, the southern end of the north wing. I have used the doors before and they are operational. We have a potential hostage situation, so your rules of engagement are as follows. If you are fired on, you may return fire. If any of the men in the room attempts to kill one of the other men in the room, you are to prevent that from happening. Are there any questions?"
No one had any. The 2 teams were well versed in what they were about to do.
Team 2 will back up Team 1. Team 1, are you ready to move?
The leader of Team 1 replied,
"Give us 30 seconds, sir."
The team commander banged his fists together and then pointed his thumbs at the doors. The long, dark doors of the Black Hawk were yanked open and into the locked position. Each man secured his rappelling rope to special hooks located above the door and kneeled at the ready position. The 2 men who carried the shotguns were the first men on each side. They were the entry men, and their job was to get the doors open. The entry man on the left tapped his partner on the shoulder and then stabbed himself in the chest with the finger. He then pointed up and then straight ahead, signaling that he would blow the top and middle locks on the French doors. His partner nodded and signaled that he would take out the bottom lock. The next 3 men in line were in charge of clearing the room. They entered the room, literally on top of each other, with each man taking a third of the room and sweeping it for hostiles. The 6th and 7th men covered the left and right flank of the landing area, and the 8th man covered their 6, or their ass, as the men referred to it. The team leader looked at each of his men, and one by one they flashed him a thumbs up. The leader radioed back to Stansfield that they were ready. Stansfield pulled his headset off his left ear and dialed Nance's number. After several rings, Nance's assistant answered. "Hello?"
Mike Nance, please.
"I'm sorry he's not in right now. May I take a message?"
No. Tell him Director Stansfield is on the line and I need to speak with him immediately.
"Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't recognize your voice. Mr. Nance isn't in right now, but I will pass a message on to him if you would like." Stansfield stared through the darkness at the house not more than 1,000 yards away.
I know he's there. Go get him now.
The assistant on the other end cleared his throat and said, "Yes, sir." O'Rourke had taken the brunt of the most recent electric jolt, but Jared did not come out of it unscathed. As soon as the electricity had faded from Jared's body, the mercenary delivered another gloved chop to the bridge of O'Rourke's bleeding and broken nose. Michael, having absorbed most of the electricity, was still incapacitated when the karate chop landed. The pain that was delivered to O'Rourke's already broken nose was unlike anything he had ever felt. Wave after wave of nausea and agony washed over him. O'Rourke began to wonder how much more of this he could take, but the thought of getting half of his brain fried from some truth serum was motivation enough to push on. Michael sat up a little straighter in his chair and eyed Jared, who looked more than a little uncomfortable himself. O'Rourke attributed his pained expression to the kick in the groin. Michael spit some blood on the floor and looked up at Jared. "How do your nuts feel?" Jared took a step forward and raised his fist. Michael kicked his legs in an effort to keep his torturer at bay. Mike Nance yelled, "Enough! He's only trying to postpone the inevitable." Nance put a hand on Jared's shoulder and told him to relax. "Now, Congressman, let's get down to business. What is your association with the people who are trying to blackmail Mr. Garrett and myself?" "Nothing. I got up this morning and a package was on my front step. I don't know who in the hell is behind any of this. All I know is that you and your sick dead friend had Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist killed." Nance shook his head. "I don't believe you. I don't think these assassins just picked you out of the blue. I think you know who they are." Nance looked at Michael for a response. "Don't you?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Fine, I guess we'll have to use the drugs." Nance walked over to a steel gun safe in the corner and dialed the combination. "If you aren't going to cooperate, we'll have to help you." Nance pulled down on the lever and opened the heavy door. An array of shotguns and rifles occupied the bottom two-thirds of the safe, and on a shelf near the top was a tray. Nance pulled the tray out and set it on the bar. Michael could see 2 clear vials and a syringe. Nance picked up one of the vials and held it out for Michael to see. "You would be amazed what kind of things people will say when you pump just the smallest amount of this into them. No secret is safe. The only problem is you never know what it will do to their brain. Some people come out of it a vegetable, some people have massive memory loss, and others go through the rest of their life suffering from severe migraines. Some doctors claim they can administer the drug without leaving any permanent damage, but I'm not an experienced doctor." Nance smiled. "Now, which is it going to be, Congressman? Would you like to tell me what you know on your own, or would you like me to help you?" Nance picked up the syringe and waved it in the air. Michael was about to tell Nance where to stick the syringe when there was a knock on the door. Nance turned around and asked, "What is it now?" A muffled voice from the other side replied, "Director Stansfield is on the line. He wishes to speak with you." Nance yelled at the closed door. "I told you I did not want to be interrupted," the timid voice responded. "He said that he knows you're here. He wants to speak with you immediately." Nance angrily stomped to the door and opened it only a foot. "Tell him I'm busy and that I'll call him back in 10 minutes. With that, Nance slammed the door. Nance's assistant walked across the large foyer, punched a blinking red light, and picked up the handset. "Director Stansfield, Mr. Nance says he will call you back in 10 minutes. Is there a number where he can reach you?" Stansfield looked over the dark countryside at Nance's house and tightly squeezed the handset of his phone. Instead of replying to the man's request for a phone number, he simply hung up and pulled his headset over both ears. Wasting no time, he asked, "Delta 6, are you ready?" The reply came back a positive, and Stansfield turned to look at the leader of the second team. The man gave him a thumbs up. Stansfield adjusted his mouth mic and said, "Delta 6, commence the operation."
Team 2's sniper squeezed the butt of his rifle a little tighter and centered his crosshairs on the head of the Rottweiler closest to the helicopters. The two dogs were roaming the area due west of the house, about 100 yards out. The sniper squeezed the trigger, and the rifle recoiled slightly. The bullet hit the dog dead in the ear and sent it to the ground. The second Rottweiler snapped its head around to see what the noise was, but before he could investigate, a bullet smashed into its large block head. 5 seconds later, the ominous dark helicopter passed over the dead canines and toward the house. All 8 members of the tactical team were standing and leaning out the doors of the chopper. Their grip on the rappelling ropes was the only thing keeping them from falling to the ground. Their weapons were slung in the frontal ready position. Just before reaching the house, the tail of the helicopter dipped like that of a bird coming in for a landing, and the 4 large rotor blades braked the machine into a mid-air stop. The helicopter leveled out 10 feet away from the house and 20 feet above the roof. The team leader yelled, "Go, go, go!" In unison, all 8 men kicked away from their airborne platform and loosened the grip of their black leather gloves on the ropes. They dropped 40 feet in the blink of an eye and squeezed the ropes again at the last second, breaking their descent. Landing like cats, they yanked the extra few feet of rope from their assault harnesses and grabbed their weapons. The Black Hawk cleared the area, while floodlights sprang to life all around the team. They ignored the lights and went to work. The 2 entry men were on the door 2 seconds after hitting the ground. The man on the left blasted away the top of the door, and the man on the right started at the bottom. The shock lock rounds thudded into the wood, splintering the locks from the frame. With the locks taken care of, the entry men stepped to the side to make way for the room clearers. The point man stepped forward with a flashbang grenade in one hand and his MP5 in the other. He kicked in the door from the center and rolled the grenade into the house. "Flashbang away!" rang out through all their headsets, and every man closed his eyes. The deafening bang sounded, and a bright flash of phosphoric light lit up the area. The 3 room clearers flooded through the blown doorway, their thick black silencers sweeping from right to left while they screamed, "Hands up! Hands up!" Nance had been waving the syringe in front of O'Rourke's face and giving him one last chance to answer the questions without the aid of drugs when the commotion started. Jared, who was standing next to Nance, had just enough time to react. He stepped backward and dropped to one knee behind a chair and an end table. As he was drawing his gun, he saw the flash grenade roll across the floor. Knowing what it was, he ducked behind the back of the leather chair and kept his gun trained on the door. As soon as the grenade exploded, he began squeezing off rounds. His first shot hit nothing, but the second shot glanced off the side of the lead man's helmet and hit the next man in the shoulder. The lead man saw the flash of the pistol and let go a 5-round burst at Jared's head. All 5 shots were on the mark and sent Jared's semi-decapitated body to the floor with a thud. The smoking MP5 snapped up from firing on Jared and instantly found Nance and O'Rourke. "Down on the floor, right now!" The man repeatedly screamed the phrase at the top of his lungs as the tip of his barrel closed to within 10 feet of the 2 men. His partners were at his side, training their weapons at the other 2 sectors of the room. The second man, who had been hit in the shoulder, ignored the pain and followed through with his assignment. 4 of the other 5 men ran into the room and began checking behind furniture and closet doors. 1 man remained outside for cover while the rest of the team worked. They continued their sweep with amazing speed and precision. After just 20 seconds, every man had called, "Clear!" The team leader instructed 4 of the men to check the rest of the house and informed Stansfield that the room was secure. The second helicopter came in and landed on the front lawn. Stansfield got out of the chopper and his bodyguard followed. The director stepped over the broken glass and splintered wood. His eyes immediately fell on the bloody O'Rourke. The always composed director of the CIA fought with all his might to control his anger toward Mike Nance. He took several steps forward and looked at the dead man on the floor. The marks left by the bullet holes made recognition impossible. Next, his eyes fell on the young congressman's bound wrists. "Cut him free," Stansfield directed the nearest man. The man slung his shotgun over his shoulder and cut O'Rourke's wrists loose with a knife. The team leader approached Stansfield. "Sir, one of my men took a hit to the arm, but he should be all right."
"Thank you. Please take your men outside and leave us alone for a moment."
The black-clad commandos exited the room, but Stansfield's bodyguard remained, his Uzi drawn and ready. Stansfield walked over to the bar
and examined the 2 vials of clear liquid and the syringe.
I can't believe the mess you've created.
Stansfield tossed the syringe back onto the tray.
What were you going to do, drug him?
Nance ignored the question. Garrett rose from the couch and approached. "Thomas, I told him this was a crazy idea. I pleaded with him, but he ignored me." Stansfield pointed toward the shattered door.
Go wait outside. I'll talk to you later.
Garrett looked at Nance meekly and left. Stansfield looked at O'Rourke.
Are you all right, Congressman?
Michael stood and wiped some more blood from his nose.
I'll survive.
Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, Stansfield handed it to O'Rourke and looked back at Nance.
What in the hell were you thinking?
Nance ignored the question and walked over to a humidor that was sitting in the middle of a large oak coffee table. Stansfield's bodyguard aimed his machine gun at Nance's head and took a step forward. The National Security Advisor looked up and frowned.
Thomas, call off your dog.
Stansfield replied,
Carl, if he makes a wrong move, kill him.
Nance ignored the statement, retrieved a cigar from the box, snipped off the end, and lit it. He blew several clouds of smoke in the air and smiled.
Thomas, you would have done the same thing if you were in my shoes. I would have never gotten into your shoes.
Maybe, maybe not.
Do you want to even attempt to explain this?
Nance shrugged his shoulders.
No. I can see when I'm beat. I'll announce my resignation in the morning. It might not be that simple.
Stansfield looked at his watch. Why not? Asked Nance in between puffs. Nance's cocksure attitude was infuriating. With sarcasm, Stansfield replied,
Oh, I don't know, Mike. Perhaps your kidnapping of Congressman O'Rourke may have changed things a bit.
Coleman stopped his truck at the main gate of the Naval Academy. A U.S. Marine stepped out of the guard booth and approached the car. Coleman rolled down the window and said, Good evening, Corporal. I'm here to see Sam Jarvie. The Marine held out his hand and asked, Identification, please. Coleman handed over his driver's license. The Marine studied it briefly and then handed it back. Sam just called, Mr. Coleman. Do you know where to find him? Yes. The Marine stepped away from the car and motioned for Coleman to proceed. Have a nice evening, sir. Thank you, you too. Coleman drove onto the campus and grinned, thinking of the surprise the feds were in for. 2 blocks back, Skip McMahon had pulled over. The other 3 cars were waiting several blocks back. He watched Coleman pass through the gate and then got the bad news over his walkie-talkie.
What do you mean you can't follow him?
He yelled over the radio. The pilot of the helicopter elaborated. It's restricted airspace.
Damn it! Can't you call someone and get clearance?
The pilot had come across this problem before and knew it was not an easy obstacle to overcome. I could try, but it will take a lot of time and they're going to ask more questions than you're going to want to answer.
Can't you just tell them it's official FBI business?
It doesn't matter. The military is rather particular about people flying over their land, even us. If you want clearance, the best way to get it is to work from the top down. If I call the local tower, they're going to want to know why, and then they'll have to go to the top to get approval. They have to go through the chain of command, and that takes time.
Damn it.
McMahon tapped the rubber antenna against the side of his head. His orders were to keep as tight of a lid as possible on their surveillance. Calling the local tower might set off too many bells. It would be better if he called headquarters and worked it from that angle. Maybe Roach could call some admiral and quietly get them clearance. McMahon pressed the talk button.
Cars 2, 3, and 4. Let's find out how many exits this place has and take up positions. In the meantime, I'll see if I can get the chopper some clearance.
McMahon set his radio on the dash and reached for his digital phone. Coleman zigzagged his way through the old campus. He parked underneath a large oak tree near the administration building and dialed Stansfield's number. Someone else answered and told him to wait. Stansfield was on the phone in short order, and Coleman asked, Did you find the congressman?
Yes.
Is he all right? Stansfield looked at O'Rourke.
He's a little roughed up, but other than that, he's fine.
Coleman breathed a huge sigh of relief. Are you at Nance's house?
Yes.
I think it's time we had a meeting. Stansfield was caught off guard by the proposal. He turned his back to the rest of the group.
In person?
Yes. You, Nance, and Congressman O'Rourke. Coleman paused.
Stansfield's apprehension was obvious. "You have nothing to worry about, sir. There are some things we need to discuss, and I would like to see with my own eyes that the congressman is safe."
And if I decline?
The tape gets released. After a long pause, Stansfield asked,
Why should I trust you?
"Director, we have gone to great lengths to try and find a way out of this mess. My beef is not with you, it's with Mr. Nance. Am I clear?" Stansfield considered the last statement.
I think so. Where would you like to meet?
"Do you still have your helicopter?"
Yes.
"Get on board with O'Rourke, Nance, and one pilot. If anyone else comes along, it's off. Tell the pilot to fly to Dutchman Point and then head due east 5 miles out into the bay. I will call you in 20 minutes and tell you where to go from there." Coleman paused. "And Director, I don't want any surprises. We have Stinger missiles, and if I see another aircraft within a mile, I'll have my men blow it out of the sky. Understood?"
Yes.
Coleman hung up and pulled away from the curb. He had made up the part about the Stingers, but Stansfield didn't know that. Coleman was on his own with no backup, but if his gut feeling was right, Stansfield could be trusted. The Naval Academy had its own private harbor located at the east end of the campus. Coleman worked his way down the narrow streets and parked in a small lot adjacent to the harbor. Standing next to the plain gray harbormaster's hut was his old friend and former Navy SEAL Sam Jarvie. Jarvie was the current dive master at the academy. Coleman got out of the car with the scramble phone and metal trunk in hand and walked over to Jarvie. Jarvie tossed his cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his foot. The menacing little pit bull, as Coleman used to call him, was no taller than 5'6". If one counted his bristly, short gray hair, he may have been 5'7". Back when Coleman was trying to become a SEAL, Jarvie was one of his instructors, or tormentors, depending on how you looked at it. When Coleman went through BUDS, the 12-week boot camp that the Navy uses to make sure only the toughest of the toughest become SEALs, Jarvie was there every step of the way, screaming and yelling. Jarvie stuck out his hand. "So you got some bad guys on your ass?" "Yep." Coleman set both cases down, and the two men hugged each other tightly. Jarvie picked the larger Coleman off the ground, then set him back down. "It's good to see you, brother." "It's good to see you, too." Jarvie motioned toward the selection of boats in the harbor. "You need a little transportation?" "Yeah, if you can spare one." "Anything for a buddy. I already cleared it with the harbor master. He's an old crusty frog. He said as long as it's going to a SEAL, it's okay." A large smile broke across Jarvie's face. Coleman tried to return the smile, but failed. Jarvie picked up on his old friend's unease and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just some business I have to take care of." Jarvie went from jovial to no-nonsense in a second. "Do you need some help?" Coleman shook his head. "No, but thanks. I'm running solo on this one." Jarvie showed his displeasure with a furrowed brow. SEALs didn't like to hear other SEALs use the word solo. They were trained and conditioned to do everything in pairs and teams. The solo concept was foreign to them. "Scott, you say the word and I'm in." "Thanks, Sam, but this is something I have to do on my own." Coleman slapped Jarvie's shoulder. "I'll be all right." Jarvie nodded solemnly. "I won't keep you waiting. Follow me." Bending over, Jarvie picked up the heavy trunk. "Shit, what in the hell do you have in this thing?" "Tools," Coleman grinned. "I don't want to know, do I?" "No." Jarvie led the way down one of the docks. "I gassed up a 28-foot whaler. She's got 150 HP outboard on her, and she's loaded with all the new navigational crap." Jarvie waved a hand in the air. "Global positioning system, depth finder, the works. These little shits around here can't find their ass without a computer and a satellite." Coleman jumped into the whaler and grabbed the trunk from Jarvie. He primed the engine and fired up the motor. Jarvie untied the bow and aft lines and nudged the bow away from the dock with his foot. "If you break it, you buy it." "I'll bring her back in one piece." Coleman slipped the boat into gear and started to pull away. Over his shoulder he said, "Hey, Sam, if the FBI comes looking for me, tell them you never saw me." "Whatever you say, brother." Jarvie gave his old friend a curt salute. Coleman stood behind the small center console of the whaler and pushed the throttle to the stops. The whine of the outboard matched the increase in speed. The small white boat kicked up a foamy wake as it sped out of the harbor and toward the expansive Chesapeake. When Coleman cleared Greenberry Point, he headed southeast across the channel.
There was a slight chop on the water, but as the wind died down, the bay would get smoother. Once he reached the other side of the channel, he called Stansfield and gave him the final location of the meeting place. Coleman had picked a small sandbar just outside of the channel that appeared during low tide. He pulled the throttle back as he neared the hump of sand. The sandbar was crowned in the middle, and at its widest point was 50 feet across. The strip ran north-south with the current of the channel. He brought the whaler in on the north end and beached her. Coleman knew the Chesapeake as well as one could expect for such a large and shapely expanse of water. When he ran SEAL Team 6, they had spent countless hours training in and around the bay during every possible weather condition both day and night. Coleman opened the metal trunk and grabbed a flashlight and black tactical hood. He studied the hood for a moment and decided that for theatrical reasons it would be needed. He pulled the hood over his head and adjusted it so a 1-inch slit was around his eyes. Next, he grabbed his 9mm Glock and stuck the gun in the back of his pants. He leaned against the center fiberglass console and waited. Several minutes later, he heard the familiar sound of a helicopter chopping its way through the air. Not long after that, he spotted its blinking running lights. Coleman turned on the flashlight and pointed it in the direction of the helicopter. He waved it back and forth several times, then pointed the light at the crest of the sandbar. The helicopter looped around to the south and came in for a landing without the assistance of its powerful floodlights. Sand was whipped into the air, and the spinning rotors displaced the air beneath. Coleman shielded his eyes but did not turn his back. The retractable landing gear extended into the locked position and touched down softly on the sand. The whine of the turbine engines slowed immediately, and with it the speed of the blades. The fury of flying sand died, and the calm, quiet night returned. Coleman stepped out of the boat, and his foot splashed into several inches of water. He stayed next to the boat and eyed the helicopter. From his vantage point, the only person he could see was the pilot. One of the side doors opened, and 3 men stepped down onto the sandbar. Coleman recognized all of them. Shoving the flashlight into one of his pockets, he moved forward to meet them. His boots sloshed through the water for his first several steps until he made it onto the drier portion of the tiny island. The 4 men stopped several strides away from one another. Nance stood in the middle, and O'Rourke and Stansfield stood on either side. Coleman looked at his friend's battered face and said, "Michael, I apologize for getting you involved in this." The former SEAL hesitated before proceeding with the next part of his plan. It was a gamble, but if he had gauged Stansfield's character correctly, one that should work. Coleman pulled off the black hood and addressed Director Stansfield. "Sir, I am Scott Coleman, United States Navy retired. Congressman O'Rourke knew nothing about what was going on until this morning. The recent political assassinations were conducted by myself and a network of men that shall remain unknown. Congressman O'Rourke was brought in after my people interrogated Mr. Higgins and found out that he and this idiot here," Coleman pointed at Nance, "were behind the killing of Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist. Congressman O'Rourke was a close friend of my deceased brother. We needed someone we could trust, so I contacted Michael this morning and gave him Arthur's confession along with a list of our demands. I failed to foresee the possibility that Mr. Nance would try something so desperate." Coleman looked from Stansfield to O'Rourke. "Michael, I can't apologize enough for pulling you into this." Michael stood in silence, completely dumbfounded that Coleman had revealed his identity. Coleman paused for a moment and then glared at Nance. Through clenched teeth, he asked, "You just couldn't walk away, could you?" Nance shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Mr. Coleman, the issue of America's national security is my responsibility, and one that I have always taken very seriously. When someone blackmails the president, they are threatening the national security of this country. Did you honestly expect me to do nothing?" Coleman frowned. "Wait a minute. I think you've left something out. How does killing Senator Olson and Congressman Turnquist fit into your idealistic and noble protection of America's national security?" "In hindsight, that may not have been the best decision, but we felt we had to do something to slow you down. Your actions were very destabilizing to our political system, and—" Coleman interrupted. "In hindsight? You are so full of shit. Don't insult me with your blabbering. You didn't kill Olson and Turnquist to protect America's national security. You killed them for your own perverted, selfish interests." Nance shrugged his shoulders. And you didn't kill Senator Fitzgerald and the others for your own selfish interests? Coleman stepped back and crossed his arms. He studied the reptile in front of him for a moment. I killed those other men because they were a prime example of what is wrong with our political system. Year after year, they promised to do the right thing, but in the end, all they were concerned about was winning and holding on to power. They were running this country into the ground. They were, in your language, a direct threat to the national security of this country. Coleman hesitated for a second. For most of my adult life, I've been flying all over this damn planet, killing people that were a threat to our national security. I finally realized that assholes like you— Coleman reached out and jabbed his finger into Nance's sternum— and all of your egomaniac political friends were doing more damage to America than any of the terrorists and dictators you'd sent me to kill. Politicians like Fitzgerald and Bassett spent all their time dividing our country. They pitted the right against the left, the wealthy against the poor, and they didn't believe half of what they said. Coleman jabbed his finger a little harder this time. I put my ass on the line for jerk-offs like you. I've seen my men get killed because people like Fitzgerald didn't know how to keep their mouths shut. You sit in the White House and it's all one big fucking game. You decide you want someone killed, you pick up the phone, make a call, and 24 hours later the person is dead. Have you ever been in the field? Have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever seen 8 of your closest friends blown out of the sky because some drunk senator doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut? Coleman stared at Nance and waited for an answer he knew he'd never get. Of course you haven't. You've walked around your whole life with a silver spoon shoved up your ass. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't blow your fucking head off. Nance took half a step backward and held his chin high. I can see when I'm beat. I will agree to your demands and quietly withdraw from public life. Coleman scoffed. Do you think I'd trust you? Mr. Coleman, I understand your animosity toward people like myself and Director Stansfield. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Wait a second. Coleman held his hand up. Leave him out of this. You created this clusterfuck by yourself. Now it's time to stand alone and pay the piper. Nance continued in his confident tone. As I was saying, I don't expect you to like what I do, but nonetheless I have served our country well. I have made my fair share of mistakes over the years, but they have been honest ones. I think I deserve the chance to retire and live out the rest of my life in peace. Like Arthur. I know your type. You can't just sit on the sidelines. You will continue to meddle. You'll try to find out who else is in my group, and if you have the chance, you will kill me without hesitation. Nance remained aloof. This country needs people like me, whether you like it or not. I'm sorry you disagree with me, but that's the way it is, and the way it will always be. I give you my word that I will walk away from everything. Your arrogance alone is enough to make me want to kill you. Coleman reached for his gun and pulled it out. First of all, you deserve to die, and second of all, I don't trust you as far as I could kick you. Coleman extended his arm. Nance stared down the barrel of the gun and looked to Stansfield. Thomas, you are going to have a very hard time explaining my death. Coleman took his eyes off Nance and looked at the director of the CIA. Stansfield replied, If you could kill him in the same manner that you killed Senator Fitzgerald, it would make things much easier. It took a second for the comment to register, and then Coleman replied, My pleasure. The former SEAL put the gun back in his pants and stepped for Nance. Nance turned to try and run, but O'Rourke reached out and grabbed him by the back of his shirt collar. Like a rag doll, O'Rourke swung Nance back around and presented him to Coleman. Nance's cool demeanor had for once vanished. With a pleading voice and a panicked face, he screamed, Thomas, you will never get away with this! You can't do this, Thomas! Coleman delivered a quick punch to Nance's solar plexus, ending any further conversation. The National Security Advisor instantly buckled over and gasped for air. Coleman grabbed Nance by the hair and pulled him down and into the sand. The muscular killer dropped down with all of his weight, sending his knee into the center of Nance's spine. His hands reached for the underside of the chin, and in a quick burst of strength he yanked up and then twisted Nance's head to the side. A loud crack broke the still night and echoed off the water. Coleman held his tight grip for several moments, then let the lifeless head drop to the moist sand. Chapter 45. Sunday morning had arrived,
and the sun was peeking through the clouds. The limousine and its 2 security cars slid into the VIP underground parking garage at Washington's National Airport and pulled into a row of open spaces reserved for senators and congressmen. 3 men got out of the last car and proceeded into the terminal. 2 of them were carrying large attaché cases. Irene Kennedy paused and looked down at the file sitting in her lap. She had been up the entire evening researching the relationship between Congressman Michael O'Rourke and Scott Coleman. Skip McMahon, Director Roach, and Director Stansfield were listening intently as she wrapped up her briefing. "Everything seems to check out," Kennedy tapped her pen on her file. "The only thing that bothers me is whether or not Coleman knew that Senator Fitzgerald was the one who blew Operation Snatchback. Besides the counter-espionage people at the Bureau and a select few at Langley, the list of people is very short. At the top of that short list is, or I should say was, Senator Olson. At the time all of this took place, Congressman O'Rourke was transitioning off of Olson's staff and getting ready to start his first year as a representative. If Coleman discovered who leaked his mission and caused the deaths of his men, it would explain his motive. If I had to guess, I would bet that Congressman O'Rourke was the one who told him about Fitzgerald." "Do we have any proof?" asked Roach. Kennedy shook her head. "Only an educated guess." "So where do we go from here?" asked Roach.
"We make sure none of this ever goes public." Stansfield looked at Skip. "I'm going to want to debrief Coleman. In order to do that, we'll have to arrange for your surveillance team to lose him for a day or so." "Shouldn't be a problem. He already shook us once." There was a tap on the window of the limousine, and Stansfield rolled it down halfway. One of his bodyguards leaned forward and said, "Sir, the tower is holding the flight. The congressman and Scarlatti are waiting at the gate, and we've secured and swept the room." "Thank you, Alex." Stansfield rolled up the window. "Irene and Skip, would you please escort Congressman O'Rourke and Ms. Scarlatti to the room? Brian and I will meet you there." All 4 of them got out of the car, and Kennedy and McMahon went into the terminal first. As they approached the gate, Skip saw O'Rourke and Scarlatti sitting next to each other waiting for their flight. McMahon stepped forward and extended his hand. "Good morning, Congressman O'Rourke." Michael closed his paper and stood. Reaching out, he grabbed McMahon's hand. "Good morning." McMahon turned and motioned to Irene. "Do you remember Dr. Kennedy from yesterday?" "Of course." Michael and Irene shook hands, and then Michael turned to Liz. "Darling, I'd like you to meet Special Agent McMahon from the FBI, and Dr. Kennedy from, Kennedy smiled and offered her hand to Liz. "The CIA. It's nice to meet you." McMahon studied Michael's nose and winced. "I'm sorry to hear about your, McMahon tapped his own nose. "It looks pretty bad." "As long as I don't touch it, it's fine." McMahon nodded, and after a brief silence said, "Director Stansfield and Director Roach would like to talk to both of you for a couple of minutes." Michael looked at his watch and replied, "We really don't have any time right now. Our flight is supposed to leave any minute." "Don't worry," McMahon said. "It won't leave without you." Director Roach asked the tower to hold it for a little while. Michael looked uncomfortably at Liz and then said, "All right, let's go." McMahon and Kennedy walked on each side of Michael and Liz as they led them to a discreet lounge that was reserved for congressmen and senators. The bodyguard at the door stepped to the side and let them in. Roach and Stansfield were sitting in the corner of the windowless room with a small coffee table in front of them. In the middle of the table was a mobile jamming unit. If anyone was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, the only thing they would pick up would be static. The 2 directors rose to greet Michael and Liz. Michael introduced Liz to the 2 directors, and then everyone took a chair. Roach said, "I apologize for holding your flight, but there are some things we need to discuss." "Considering the circumstances, I understand," replied O'Rourke. "Good." Roach nodded and then looked over at Stansfield. "Thomas, why don't you take it from here?" Stansfield crossed his legs and asked, "Congressman O'Rourke, how many people have you told about the events of the last several days?" Michael thought for a moment and replied, "My brother Tim, my grandfather, and Liz." "That's it?" Stansfield studied the congressman as O'Rourke nodded yes. Stansfield wanted to be very thorough on this point, so he restated the question. "Those 3 people that you mentioned are the only people that you discussed this matter with?" Michael looked into Stansfield's dark eyes and answered the question again. "Yes." Stansfield folded his hands underneath his chin and asked, "Can we trust your brother and your grandfather to stay quiet about it?"
They understand how serious the situation is. Stansfield turned his attention to Liz.
Miss Scarlatti, have you told anyone about what happened last night?
Liz sat upright. No.
Do you plan on telling anyone about what happened?
No. Stansfield responded with a doubtful look. Sir, replied Liz, I have no desire to see Michael dragged into the limelight over this, and despite my misgivings about not going public with this story, I concede that it would probably do more harm than good. As long as you leave us alone, I will stay silent about this entire affair. Stansfield studied Michael and Liz for a minute and then said,
I'll take your word.
Stansfield stuck out his hand, and Michael shook it first, followed by Liz.
When you return from the funeral, I would like to talk to both of you and your grandfather and brother.
That shouldn't be a problem, replied Michael.
Good.
Stansfield hesitated for a second.
I would also like to talk to Commander Coleman.
I'm sure he would be more than willing to agree to that. When I get back from Minnesota, I'll arrange it.
Thank you.
Kennedy sat forward. Congressman, I have one question. Are you familiar with a covert mission by the code name of Operation Snatchback? Michael did not answer the question. He looked at the other 4 people one by one and tried to decide the best way to handle it. Stansfield broke the ice.
We need to know for security reasons and nothing else. There are certain counter-espionage operations that have stemmed from Snatchback.
Michael could feel his palms moisten. I knew about Operation Snatchback. After the fact, that is. Did you find out from Senator Olson? Asked Kennedy. Yes. Kennedy nodded, let the tension mount for several seconds, and then asked, Did you know Senator Fitzgerald was the person who leaked the mission? Michael nodded. Michael looked at her boss and then leaned forward. Did you pass that information on to Commander Coleman? Michael looked at the ground for a second, and then with confidence he looked Kennedy in the eyes. Yes, I did. The room was completely silent for 10 full seconds while everyone thought about the events that had been set in motion because of a leaked mission that had taken place almost a year prior. No one needed to ask Michael why he had told Coleman. They had seen his file and knew that he was a Marine. Soldiers weren't the only people who held animosity toward politicians. Spies and law enforcement officers did too. Stansfield said,
Thank you for your honesty.
Liz turned to Roach and asked, What's going to happen to Garrett? The director of the FBI crossed his legs. He is going to disappear from public life, and we're going to keep a very close eye on him. What about the president? Both directors shrugged their shoulders, and then Stansfield said,
That is one of the things I would like to talk to Commander Coleman about.
Michael wondered what type of leverage Stansfield and Coleman would be able to exert on the president. Michael looked at the 4 people sitting around him, and then at Liz. If that's all the questions you have, we should probably get going. Nobody said anything, so Michael and Liz stood. The other 4 attendees stood, and Kennedy said, Congressman O'Rourke, I have one last question. Kennedy clutched her purse. Did you have any idea when this whole thing started that Commander Coleman was involved? I had my suspicions. Michael grabbed Liz's arm. If that's all, we should be going. Director Stansfield nodded and said,
Thank you for your time. Call me when you get back in town.
Michael and Liz left the room. As they walked through the busy terminal, he felt at ease for the first time in weeks. Things could finally get back to normal. As they approached the gate area, they noticed a group of people staring up at a TV. Liz led the way to the TV, and when they stopped, Michael placed his hands on her shoulders. The words, News Flash, appeared in yellow across the bottom of the screen. A reporter from CNN was standing in front of the Bethesda Naval Hospital giving a live report. Hospital administrators and White House officials have just announced that National Security Advisor Mike Nance was killed this morning when he was thrown from a horse at his rural Maryland ranch. He was medevaced to the trauma unit here at Bethesda and was pronounced dead on arrival at approximately 11:30 a.m. The unofficial cause of death has been listed as a broken neck. Those are all the details we have for now. Again, National Security Advisor Mike Nance. As the reporter continued talking, Liz looked up at Michael and shook her head. I can't believe this. How did they fake? Michael put his finger over Liz's lips and pulled her away from the group. He led her back toward the gate and looked over his shoulder at the people staring intently at the TV. O'Rourke kissed the top of her head and said, Remember, we know nothing.